Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see y'all and nice to meet some of y'all. How is everybody doing? Hope you guys are having a good day. Just to cover my my whole thing. Kind of had the whole weight of everything from yesterday kind of hit me. If you guys were not here, unfortunately, I got some bad news on stream. My dad called me to inform me that I'm just gonna say it. My favorite cousin, he was the cousin I was closest to. He was crossing an intersection on his way to work. He was a motorcycle enthusiast, and he got hit and he passed away. So we were kind of dealing with that. I've been struggling with it today, but I said this yesterday that he was very much actually like he was there for me through my mom's death, and I think that it's kind of like, I don't know, it's almost honoring him because he was very much in the vein of like, hop back on that bike, man, and keep going, keep riding. So yeah, man, it sucks. Hey, Hermit, thank you. I appreciate that. Hope you're feeling slightly better than yesterday. Stay strong. No, I'd actually say that it's a little worse. The shock wore off, and it did kind of just hit me. I'm like, oh God. And then it's the same thing that happens, and I hate to say this, with pretty much any death of somebody close to you, where it just reminds you of how nothing is guaranteed to you. So it's kind of like live your life and try and just have fun and don't take everything so damn seriously. That's one thing I can say he was all about. Got that from him. Him and my brother were close too, so they were they're instrumental in helping me shape who I have become. So I said this yesterday, that I like to think that I'm the sum of everything that they were, and that their lessons do carry on with me. So if I can honor their memory by continuing to inspire people and to just be able to be a good person, I guess, then yeah, you know what? I'm going to do it. So, no, I appreciate all the condolences, guys. If I'm a little slower today, that's why. Like, my brain is kind of a little, it's a little stirred up, but, we are going to continue. We're going to talk about the news, even though right now, I'll be completely real with y'all. It all seems so fucking trivial. And after yesterday, I am a little pissed off. And okay. I'm having mixed emotions because there is good that came from this whole taco situation with Trump. I have to say that a lot of people that, they follow him and they love him, they're abandoning him. And I think that this is going to, it's going to get even worse. So it's okay if 420 comes early and often. Today, that is the case. As I said, I'm definitely a little lifted. Also, just in general, like, I got a little bit of that brain fog. Just from, like, I would call it grief fog. I hate to say it, but it's true. But yeah, you know what? It's what makes it real. But I just want to actually take this moment to honor his memory just in general. His name was Mike. Obviously, I shouldn't go into his last name, but it kind of has been out there. His name was Mike. He was 49 years old. He loved motorcycles. He loved motorcycles. I think that I mentioned it, like he was like kind of one of those guys that was part of like a Sons of Anarchy kind of situation. I don't want to really go too deep into that one either. But yeah, you know, like he had problems, and he was definitely, you know, he had some stuff. But having a beer here, he would appreciate that. He would, yes, yes, salute, because salute. He was, yeah. I used to party with him. Actually, he's very much like, my style is actually very much based on him. Like I looked up to him hardcore, man. He was cooler than my older brother, and he always, I don't know, because he didn't like always live with me, because he actually lived with me and my family for a while. That's also why we were very, very close. And again, like he was my hero. He really was. Even though my dad kept saying, like, he shouldn't be your hero. And he was even like, I shouldn't be your hero, man. And that's honestly why, like, as I grew up, it was kind of cool where he would constantly tell me that, where he's like, I don't want you to be like me. I want you to be better than me. He's like, I'm a fuck up, man. Like, he would always say that. He's like, I'm a fuck up, you know? I don't want you to do that. He's like, you can definitely, he's like, you don't have to, like, capitulate to, you know, he's very much the reason that I have the attitude about suits that I do. He's just like, yeah, you never have to, you know, listen. He's like, don't listen to what society tells you. He's like, if you want to fucking dress the way you want to dress, then just do it. Like, he was always about that kind of stuff. And he was just, yeah, very anti-authority. The one thing that he was mad at was that I never got a tattoo with him. And yes, he went, unfortunately, he passed without that happening, but I don't know. I've never been into tattoos, so I don't know. But the thing is, I don't hate them. I love like tattoo art, and I love like seeing them on other people. I'm not, that's just not my thing. You may not be like him, but you are carrying the best parts of him forward. That's where I was kind of going with this. I really am. And I can acknowledge that, like, because he was so adamant that I didn't follow him into the other stuff. Like, I remember when I was thinking about getting a motorcycle, and he told me don't. Like, he just said, you don't need to be in this culture. And that kind of meant a lot to me. Where, like, and at the time, I was kind of mad about it, where I was just like, why are you pushing me out of this? But then it kind of made sense after, especially, like, he did have an arrest record. But, yeah, and then his son, my second cousin, Ethan, we've talked about him on the stream because they caught his murderer. So his name was public at that point. I was just like, you know what? No. And this sucks because he passed before the trial. So I'm a little upset about that, but you know what? It's rough, but like I said, I wanted to take this moment just to say, you know, cheers to my cousin Mike. Thank you so much for inspiring me and just being there for me. And he really was. Like, that's the one thing that sucks, guys, is with every death that has come, I'm starting to realize that it's just like, man, the people that love and support me, I don't get it, man. Like, they're just, it's getting bad. But hey, Rowdy, how's it going? Don't count the tattoos. Make the tattoos count. Hope your day is fantastic. Hey, it's all right. I'm here. You know what? I'm alive. That's one thing that I'm going to say is I'm alive. I enjoy this, you know, despite the fact that there's so much, like, I could just say it, like, there's a lot of pain. Every ride has to come to a end, sadly. Yeah, the thing is, he used to tell me that too. He's just like, okay, I'll just do I can do a pretty good impression of him. All right, little cuz, if I go out on a motorcycle in a blaze of glory, that's much better than just sitting around waiting to die. Because, like, we watched my grandma go through that. So, it's so weird Like, me and my dad talked about this last night, that he died legitimately doing something that he loves. And, you know, I used to think that that was cope, but yeah, he does sound bad. He is a fucking he was a certified badass, man. He really was. He was there, as I said, he was there for me in almost every regard. He fought some battles for me. He taught me how to fight. He taught me a lot of stuff. He taught me how to ride. He taught me how to fight. Taught me how to smoke. Taught me how to drink. And I mean, like, for real. Like, he taught me the life lessons, you know, like if you got the swirls, put one leg down. And hydrate. That was a big one. He was really big into the hydrate thing. God, because yeah, he was like, I think 10, 11 years older than me or something like that. But yeah, about 10 years older. But yeah, it was funny because like he enjoyed that aspect of being like, you know, the older cousin / brother figure, because he really there were times that I'm pretty sure he's playing pranks on me, but yeah, you know what, he's a great guy. So I'm gonna miss him, and yeah, I just gotta say, like, this sucks. It really does. One of my best friends got a motorcycle right after we graduated. Then I taught him how to ride. He spent the rest of his life cut off there. Oh. Yeah, it's just losing loved ones sucks, guys. It's a part of life, you know. Unfortunately, I have come to terms with the fact that I'm getting older. My dad, dude. Okay, this is how you know he's kind of fucked up. Number one, if you heard him talking to me, it was just like, is this affecting you? Are you okay? Because he was like ready to crack jokes. Which again, that's just my dad. But then, yeah, he starts going off just about random shit about my cousin, and then just tells me, he's just like, well, you just know to enjoy your, you know, every day. Live it like your last, you know. He did, and I was just like, the way he said it was so not inspiring. My dad's a trip, though. Oh wait, okay, rest of his life, and that was the one thing he said. It's exactly how I would want to go out. No one was surprised. Okay, so yeah, and that's yeah, and that's, I have kind of come to terms with it, where I'm like, all right, I think that's how he would want to go out. It just sucks though, because like, again, he has a daughter that, you know, she lost her brother, now she's lost her dad. It's devastating. And then yeah, the rest of my family is obviously not doing too well, but yeah, it's also back to my dad being kind of fucked up on this one. He just even says, he's just like, you were kind of primed for this shit. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, do you ever... He doesn't hear himself. It's so weird. Like, all right, you come off as super fucking insensitive sometimes. Like, but then again, nobody is surprised by this. So, unique spirits always seem to be taken early. Now you just have to make every one step up, fill his space and continue his vibe. That's what I'm trying to do, man. And somebody said it yesterday that I should probably get my health checked. Like, I got a physical last year. Actually, I got it not even just last year, like last October. But yeah, man, with everything going on, I might be going in just to make sure, get some blood work. just I'm feeling like I should probably just stay more on top of that than I even do, like right now. But oh my god, I get it. Move on, blah blah blah. Dude, Move On has been fucking like spamming me with like texts and shit. I'm not sure if you guys are getting that, but it's bad. Never a bad idea to get a checkup. Yeah, get a pep check. No, I really should. I do recommend that. I hear my grandma, ground yourself, stop eating junk, and get some sunshine. not bad advice. I mean, sunshine's great. Like, hey, you know, I started doing pep walks, so, which, guys, I'm going to be doing some more of that. Finally got a plan to go upgrade my phone, which, ugh. I've had my phone for over 6.5 years, and it's finally at that point where it's just like, oh, so do you want to continue to stream and do things like on the road? Because if you do, then you should probably upgrade. Yeah. Fucking technology, man. Gotta love it, but... All right. Again, guys, thank you for listening through this stuff. It can't be like the easiest stuff to listen to. And I've gone through it, man. Trust me, it's not lost on me at all. Somebody said it last night. They were just like, holy shit, dude, you have like some of the worst luck. I'm like, yeah, but I had to, like, I kind of ran that back, and I was like, man, that's almost like, it's kind of shitty because, like, no, my cousin has bad luck, you know? Like, I hate to say it. He's the one that's, you know, gone. Yes, like, of course, these are people that I love, and, like, this is where I was kind of going with the whole, like, yeah, no, I have come to terms with the fact that a lot of people that I loved, and that, like, love me, yeah, they're falling off, man. But that's also what made me realize I am getting older, and that's another thing that my dad just reminded me, where he's just like, yeah, it's how that works. It's like, I hate you sometimes. It's like, how do you think I feel? My joints don't feel great. It's just like, how? How do you do this? Like, how? God. You know, cancer gave him like a new way of looking at life where, again, he says, I love you. He actually, like, checks up on you and, like, but then there's just the stuff that's just unbreakable about that man. Pep Dad is hilariously straight. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, again, I think that's where I got, like, a little bit of this where I don't have the ability to not say what's on my mind. Because I grew up in a house that's just how it was. And if you didn't speak up, then trust me, there wasn't any subtlety, you know, like, my dad never picked up on subtlety. So that was another thing that my mom taught me, where she's just like, here's one thing about your father. You're going to just have to tell him exactly how you feel in the moment. It's just like, oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But, all right. Take care of yourselves is kind of where I was going with this. If there's one thing that can inspire you guys, like, through this that matters to me, like, I hope you guys know that, I know it's silly, but if you want to honor, you know, my cousin, or just, you know, if you have that random thought while you're out where you're just like, oh yeah, Pep was talking about that, you know, these are the things that, they matter to me. I think it's cool. Dare I say I want to influence you. Hey. Ew. Fucking A. Just stay strong. That's, yeah, well, I'll be alright. The thing is, my dad wasn't necessarily wrong. I have been kind of prepped for this. It's just, it sucks. But then, yeah, of course, Stanley's, you know, news on Saturday, which I'm not going to lie, I'm freaking out about that a little bit. But on the plus side with Stan, it does seem like he is gaining the weight. So the mass might not be as bad as they thought. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, if you guys were not here yesterday or on Monday, my dog got diagnosed with fucking thyroid cancer on Saturday. After I took him in for a fucking an allergy shot. Like, I still can't believe that happened. But yeah, here, this one's to my cousin, because, you know what? Rest in peace, Mike. Pep influencer confirmed. Stan making gains. He is, though. He already is. Although, guys, did I tell you that I gave him, like, some eggs? That was a mistake. He comes down here, and I think this happened on stream. Like, he cut a fart that usually, like, they stink, right? Like, they're dog farts. But this one was special. This one was like chemical warfare And it was so fucking bad. I'm like, okay, now I'm going to reconsider ever giving him eggs again, because holy shit. Yeah, he's actually upstairs laying with his mom right now because she's on the mend here. You know, she just got off of her chemo radiation pump. This is the first week where she hasn't had it. So yeah, it's definitely, she's running through it, but it's help. Like it's happening, guys. Like she's gaining color, she's getting more energy. So there's good. And that's where, like, yesterday, partially I was in shock. I'm not gonna pretend I wasn't, but I also, for anybody that might have been like, are you sure that you should be here? I hope you understand that, yeah, that really did help me. Because once I got off of stream, I did the healthy thing. I talked to my family. Whether having my dad there was healthy or not is a totally different story. Dude, okay. I'm not going to go too deep into this one because this is like kind of, I guess, a private Pepper moment. But he said some shit to my aunt that made me go like, what? Like, me and my sister, we were texting while we were on the phone call, and we're just like, what is he doing? It's like, dude, oh, no, now's not the time, dude. Wow. But anyway, so with everything that happened yesterday, it is, and again, just everything going on in my life, it is so weird that, also, like yesterday, I got kind of like, dare I say, bent out of shape about like what Trump was doing, and I think that was the proper reaction. I think that people that were not panicking and not like looking at the fact that this is not normal and shouldn't be normalized, at this point they're complicit. Because holy shit, dude! Like I'm just glad to see like some of the likes of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. Like, you have a lot of these more prominent voices finally just saying it, just like, dude, this motherfucker's crazy, and he cares more about influencing markets than he does actually like global stability, which global stability is a good thing. I don't understand why everybody's just like, are they so TikTok brained into thinking like, oh, this will sort itself out? Because again, here we are sitting in the shit. The gas prices are still going high. Like, they got higher today. I don't understand how that works when the stock market's doing better. Oil dropped. How come the second that it starts spiking, the fucking gas prices, the next moment, it's like lightning quick. I've lived way past genocide is normalized. So, I mean, it's just, it sucks. It sucks. I brought this up about how we have like the most information coming to us than like more than any other generation, but somehow we're just like, we're so dumb and we're just so desensitized. So, yeah. We can leave, my friend. Yeah, sure. Or live. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that at all, but okay, go ahead. Unfortunately, too many people spend their fucking lives claiming to be Christians while subjecting others to horrendous abuse and atrocities in the name of their Lord. Which is gross, especially when you're doing it in the name of Jesus. That's literally taking Jesus' name in vain. But yeah, whatever. Then leave, I guess. Wait, maybe they doing the COVID thing where they never end up lowering the prices? Yeah. Who are you telling to leave? Wait a minute. What's going on? Anyway. Righty. Well, we can get to some of this stuff. Also, chasing wars so your fairy tale can come true. Oh, yeah. I mean, I just don't understand how, like, we let some of these fucking, like, the most zealot, what's the word I'm looking for? Because I almost said zealotous, but I know that's not it. Like the most committed religious zealots. There we go. That works. We let these guys run the fucking Pentagon. Like, dude, the fact that Pete Hegseth is in a position of power is beyond scary. Dude, he's a liability. He's a dumbass. So he's easily manipulated. So not exactly, confident. Also, like, every other person, even John Podesta, who wasn't exactly a great guy, but at least he was fucking qualified. Like, the motherfucker was in the CIA for like 30 plus years. This dude was a Fox News host and he's got Crusader tattoos. Like, yeah, who could have seen this going poorly? So you don't believe in God and that he loves you? Not really. Not at all, actually. No. And if you want us to have an empty life, then fine. Because I look at it the other way, where it's like, I mean, this is what kind of sucks. From my belief system, you ain't even gonna know. Like, you're just gonna, like, pass on, and you know what? You lived with that bliss, therefore you technically, I guess, got that little dose of God, but I just don't believe in an afterlife. Well, I don't not just believe in an afterlife. There's a bunch of stuff that I don't necessarily believe with, like, the divine. I think that it's kind of silly. I think that, there's too many convenient structures, like, baked into certain, like, not just certain religions, just, like, religion in general, to make sure that, like, it's population control. I don't know, guys. Like, maybe I'm so cynical that that's where I'm at, but I'm trying not to go there. So the one gas station that goes up first was wait, Hermit, are you talking about, like, near you? Because, yeah, I'm telling you, man, like, gas yesterday, still, like, near me, it was, like, $4.49, and then it was $4.57 today. I was like, what the fuck? They will find a way to blame. They already do. They blame Biden for everything. Literally. Dude, when the bots were, like, really prevalent coming into my my space here, which also, Jeff, hello. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you stopping by. I do not recognize your handle, so if you're new here, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you, dude. But yeah, they will totally find a way to blame Biden, which sucks. Because you know what? It's not even like I feel bad for Biden, but it is just like it's a way for them to skate accountability, and for some reason, like, mentally, it does work for them. Again, like, this is where, like, what I was kind of going on about the religion thing. Ignorance is bliss. So... 479. Oh, yeah, jeez. Wow, you got a worse guess than me. Religion might not necessarily have been created for nefarious purposes, but it has long been co-opted by bad people to steal wealth and exploit other humans for greater glory. Yeah. Don't we call that indentured servitude? I mean, I don't know. What am I talking about? What? Jesus is not real. Dick Long Johnson. How's it going, man? Thank you for bringing a smile to my face. You know what? It's the little things. It really is the little things. God damn it, I'm having a tinnitus attack. Fuck. God. Yeah, and I have, like, a thing. Like, I don't have that permanent ear, like, ring that most people with tinnitus get. For some reason, mine is, like, it just happens randomly. Ugh. It's pretty intense right now, too. Guys, wear your earplugs. That's one thing I will say. Whether you be at the range or if you're, yeah, it sucks. Ugh. Yeah. Come on. Is this one actually gonna, like, be a nice little... Oh, you know what? I think I'm dehydrated. I just kind of realized that. That's usually when it gets me. Long John Silver's great-grandnephew. Man, we haven't had a Long John Silver, like, around us in so long that when I see one, I will tend to stop, because goddamn, I just gotta say, those hush puppies, I miss those. Electrolytes, yeah, that's what I need. I got a Gatorade upstairs. I'll go grab it in a little bit. If you're not getting good quality premium gasoline in Southern California, you're paying $6 to $6.50. Well, it's Gavin Newsom. It has nothing to do with, what the taxes go. I don't know. Whatever. I just so over it. I'm so over all of it. I really am. If people want to sit here arguing for the higher gas prices because, Trump, it's the short-term pain for long-term gain, whatever, man. Gas is $3.64 here, way cheaper than Biden. That's not way cheaper than Biden if it's at $3.64 no matter what. I don't care where you're at. Like, it sounds like you're in a metropolitan area, but you're just wrong. Dude, at the end of Biden's presidency, the average was $2.34. I don't understand where you guys can get so up your own ass that you just ignore that shit. You guys look at what it was at its highest point, and then you're just like, oh, you know what? Confirmation bias. I'm going to take that. I'm going to run with it. And then totally ignore the realities of where the economy was when Biden left office. The reality is Biden left us with a better economy than what Trump has taken us to right now. Just objective reality. But you guys don't live there. You live up your own ass. Actually, you don't even live up your own ass. You live up Trump's ass. Like, you guys are pathetic. Like, Jesus Christ. Number one, the fact that you guys were so obsessed with Biden and then you're just like TDS and you don't recognize it is kind of funny to me, where it's just like, all right, man. Oh, hey, look, you brought it back. Cool. Thanks, Bob. Why do you say I'm wrong when I'm telling you what I see where I live? It's not about what you see. It's about, so you're seeing that right now. I'm telling you what you saw during Biden, but whatever. I am being fair. Bob, you gonna say where you're from? Because right now, you do understand that it's this easy. You say where you're from, I look up the average gas prices, and then we go year by year. And then either I admit that you're right, or you just admit that you're that wrong. But it doesn't matter if you're talking about your area, retard. Seriously, stop. Like, get a brain for a second. You do know how to do this, right? I just actually broke it down for you. You could do it yourself, but I know that you probably can't type. Terre Haute, Indiana. There we go. There we go. Was it that hard? Thank you. I'm not here for it. I'm not going to baby these motherfuckers. Trust me, they're used to it. Terra? How you spell that? Haute? Haute? Indiana. Gas prices. Gas price average year after year. All right. There we go. So, March 2024. 353. What did you say it was here? 364. Not way cheaper than Biden. And that was March 16th, 2024. It was $3.53 a gallon. March 16th, 2025. It was $2.92 a gallon. March 2nd, 2026. $2.73 a gallon. And then April 2nd, $3.82. Huh. Hey, Bob. Those facts don't care about your fucking feelings. Does that kind of resonate with you? The fact that I just did a cursory Google search to prove you fucking wrong? I'm just talking about my area. Yeah, I was talking about your area too. Terre Haute ain't that fucking big. Old people memory loss. Trust me, I know. Lead poisoning. Yet they're still here. I mean, something's killing, their kids a whole lot quicker than them, Just gonna say that much. L. Bob. Yep. L. Bob. I mean, that's just embarrassing. Like, seriously. This guy's sitting there crying about, like, but it's so much cheaper under Biden. Fucking asshole. But got some real crank yankers today. Yeah, don't we? Isn't that fun? All right, what was this guy saying? I couldn't even see. Do you like men? I don't know. Why? Are you asking because you need some love? You need some love? Bob, my brother in Christ, Bob. Do I need to go back to 2022 when Russia and Ukraine happened and he had to do the whole oil reserve thing? Because what you're doing is you're being retarded, and you're doing it choosing to be retarded. You are ignoring the fact that by the time Biden left office, it was at just what I said, $2 something. It was here. Still got it pulled up. $3.51 a gallon. It's just you're objectively wrong. You're just wrong. There are no facts with what you are saying, Bob. Oh, here. March 16th, 2022. 420. Nice. But guess what, Bob? If we're going based off what Biden left office with and where we're at now, you know, how normal people usually look at facts, then no. Because that's how I judge it. I'm not going to judge Biden by literally the worst time in his presidency. You guys love to do that. You did that with Obama, too. You guys never recognized that Trump inherited Obama's economy and somehow fucked that up, too. It was COVID. No, it wasn't, because COVID wasn't real. How was something that was a hoax, a Democratic fucking Chinese hoax, how did that just bring a standstill to the economy if it's so fake? Trust me, at this point, I'm just going to start arguing all of your talking points from the last fucking 6 years. Why not? Dare I say it? The price is wrong, Bob. Nice, Serena. Nice. I mean, Bob's in here. He's embarrassing himself. He is literally embarrassing himself right now. Trump had the greatest economy in history. Again, here we go. He's taking the high points from Trump. I mean, this is what we call grading on a curve. Bob, I don't love Biden. I don't love the Democrats. I don't love Obama. So I'm just talking in facts. And I know that you are having a truly hard time wrestling with that, like, that concept of facts. But again, Biden got the gas prices down from the fucking peak that they were at. And Trump now has the worst economy since fucking 2008. We're cratering, not towards, like, we might skip a recession. We might just go right to a fucking depression with this motherfucker. So, whatever, man. You go with where you live. Okay. Dude, you live in Terre Haute. It even says it right now. Dude, it was 292, or yeah, it was at 292 before the spike. And now you're saying, yeah, gas is at 290 or at 3, what was it? 3 something? Fucking lost your chat. God damn it, I should have marked that one. 364. Jesus Christ, Bob. Even at its peak in 2024, it still didn't reach what it's at right now. So you're just wrong. You're just wrong. No, I'm appreciating him. Like, he's kind of proving us right, you know? And the thing is, he's really going to hate it when he finds out that I'm from Chicago, because I don't know what it is about people from Indiana, but they truly hate us. They think that we're what's, like, wrong with the Midwest. You know, they hate J.B. Pritzker. They think that he's the reason they have, you know, high taxes, even though Illinois has nothing to do with it, and they're actually a taker state. Like, funny enough, we subsidize their bullshit, but whatever. Whatever. Nobody's begging to go to Terre Haute, Indiana. No, they aren't, you know? Can you even call yourself a Hoosier? No, you can call yourself a loser, that's for sure. Waka waka. Biden spiked gas as soon as he got not. You do understand that COVID was truly, like, raging at that point. The pipeline had nothing to do with it, numbnuts. No, it's when Russia attacked Ukraine and we had we had this global stop. Also, the globe was still stopped at that point. Also, since the globe was still stopped at that point, nobody really had that big of a fucking problem with the gas prices being as high as they were, surprisingly. Only assholes like you that use it disingenuously without actually acknowledging what was going on during that time. I mean, you guys really, like, there's, like, selective memory, and then there's what you guys do. Like, you guys, I don't know, did you all sign up for the same fucking project where they just came in and removed a part of your brain? Like, you guys have such selective memory, it is fucking kind of scary. Like, I genuinely I'm worried about you, Bob. I think that your kids might need to come get you, Bob. All I hear about Terre Haute is the KKK stuff. Oh, yes, yes. I mean... I just noticed that's Bob Seger. Well, Bob, it's time to turn the page. Let's keep going. Why not? Biden just Biden put woke in the gasoline, made it cost $30 a gallon. I mean, dude, seriously, lobotomized Bob? But what about Bob? Damn it, Bob. Hey, what was it? Happy little spaces, or what was the advice that the therapist gave Bob? Yeah, sure, Bob. Sure. That's what somebody in it would say. There is none. I've checked. I tried to sign up and there was none here. Baby steps. There it is. Baby steps, Bob. Baby steps. We don't put up with with gangs of any sort. You don't know what gangs are, you idiot. You live in Terre Haute. Jesus Christ. All right, now I get to really embarrass him. What's the population of Terre Haute? Terre Haute. Can't even say the damn thing. 60,000 residents. You live in a town of 60,000 residents. You understand that we can fit your entire town in the football stadium that we have? Like, what are you doing, Bob? You are embarrassing yourself, my man. And the fact that you live in a town of 60,000 people and gas is still as high as over $3.50? Get fucked, Bob. Seriously, you live in the definition of flyover country. There's no reason you should be paying that much in gas, but yeah, you love your some Trump. God damn, you and every fucking farmer that has like a 5-mile stretch in between you. You know, the ones that actually take your subsidies, the ones that you do have to pay higher taxes for. I mean, Bob, my brother in Christ. Let's see. I keep saying it, but we're not actually brothers in Christ. He's point out where he's just like, you don't even believe in God. Let's see. Terre Haute. Data center. Oh! He lives near a data center! Boom! I fucking nailed it! I fucking nailed this asshole! Dude! You live in a city. You live in a town with fucking 60,000 people. You have a fucking data center right near you, jacking your energy bills. Your fucking gas prices are actually just as high as they are in, like, just, you know, fucking, I would say the suburbs of Chicago. I mean, not Chicago, like, you know, anywhere near the city, yes, they're going to be paying a little bit more. I'll eat that one. That's just fucking insane, though. Yeah, $3.89 at my little old rural gas station here in Texas. Dude, yeah, Bob. But yeah, you got a fucking data center. You're going to sit here focusing on the shit that you're focusing on, Bob? When you have real problems to focus on, dude, your energy bills are about to go through the fucking roof. You're sitting here talking about gangs in a town of 60,000 people. What's a gang to you? 4 people congregating outside of a fucking Casey's gas station? Jesus Christ, this guy watches Jay and Silent Bob. He's like, that's a dangerous gang! Look! The ones wearing a trench coat! I like making fun of this guy. Fuck him. Bob's easy. Let's keep going. Oh, man. I mean, seriously. This guy is fucking pathetic. Let me guess. Your definition of high crime and gang-related activities is when somebody puts a firecracker in your mailbox. It's normal teenage shenanigans, and this guy's just sitting there like, there's a bunch of teenage gangs going on out there. God, middle America deserves it. They really fucking do. And if you know what, if you guys feel like they don't, then I don't know. Try to like get them to. It's like, Bob, sit down. Please sit the fuck down. You're not a representative of our town or what we are actually about in rural America. But goddamn, if I don't think that, you know, and again, this is somebody that's traveled the country and spent a lot of time in the South, but I have had it proven more times than not that it's just like these Waffle House eating motherfuckers, they really are just exactly what you think they are. Oh, Bob. Gangs in rural areas tend to wear things that mattresses would never wear or would wear. Well, don't tell J.D. Vance that. Oh, man, there are no more gangs in Indiana because they all started dressing like couches, and J.D. Vance came and single-handedly, they've all disappeared. We don't know where they're at. Meanwhile, back at Casa de Vance. Hi. Ooh, I didn't even need to do the sound effects. Who's ready for... That's his new phrase. Who's ready for a couchin'? Well, every single one of them starts reacting like the gimp in Pulp Fiction. They wear bed sheets. Oh, right. They wear bed sheets. Right. we may have scared Bob off. Oh, no, it was just, it was the totally, it was the thing that, like, the gangs that are totally not in Terre Haute, Indiana, he saw a scary ghost. He saw the all white and was just like, oh my God, big scary ghost. Meanwhile, his wife is just like, look what I found, Bob. This guy did it to himself. He came in here while I was like I'm already in like a mood, so I'm just like, you know what? I don't care. This he's getting it. Terre Haute is 80% white. Bob thinks black family barbecues are gang activity. That doesn't surprise me. Wait a minute. We can actually do the math on this. 20% of 60,000 people. You understand? I'm not even kidding. We can fit that in Soldier Field, which that's a smaller football field, by the way. God damn, dude. All right, so what? 20%. Oh God. I'm not good at the math. I'm really not. Oh man. Maybe he saw Runaway Bride sitcom and tell me it happened. Well. Oh my God. Dude, no, he is totally one of... Okay, so, jokes aside, I know some fucking people from, like, rural America that they'll watch something, like Euphoria on HBO and they're just like, this is what all the kids are doing. It's like, what? Yeah, that's what the kids are doing at our schools. You find out there's like 30 kids at their schools, only 2 families between them. Oh my God. All right, maybe I should tone it down a little bit. I mean, he did bring it on himself. Terre Haute. I'm from Terre Haute. Bob is crying himself to sleep. His bed that's missing its sheets. His pillowcase has eye holes in it. It looks like the mask was crying after he's done. This was fun. Yeah, thanks, Bob. We needed this. Honestly, I did. God damn, I needed this. Poor fuck. Poor Bob. I mean, for real, though. The fact that this dumb motherfucker came in here and he's just like, gas is way cheaper here than it was under Biden. He said he's got a, like, he's had this picture in his phone, right? Where he's just, like, been wondering when he's going to have to use it. He's just like, gas is so high in 2022. Look, Biden gas prices. I just don't understand these idiots. I don't get it. How are they still not only supporting Trump, but they're just like, you guys are idiots. It's like, we are just telling you what is happening. And like I said, had the guy had the, I don't know, wherewithal or just fucking brain capacity at all to fucking go to Google and just be like, hey, year-over-year gas prices of Terre Haute, Indiana, which... Dude, I didn't expect it to, like, be such a trolling because, like, of himself. The fact that he's from such a fucking small town, you can do the math just right here. We don't need any fucking, like, we don't need to break it down by, you know, like a section of, like, the suburbs or any of that. It's literally just, like, for the entire town of Terre Haute. Bob got cooked more than pep steaks. Well, I mean, that's not saying. According to some people, I don't cook my steaks enough. Which, that's a lie. Listen, I don't like rare meat, but medium rare. Come on. I know. Not trying to ruin the bit, but now you're bringing it to steaks, and now you're just going to say, the dripless and the risless Mike from PA. Oh, dripless? Motherfucker, I don't think so. This fucking... Dude, I'm pretty much wearing, like... jammies. In my jammies, I got more drip than you, motherfucker. Damn. Got the drip of a moldy sink. Meanwhile, got the drip of a fire hose. It works. Trust me, it works. Trust me. Just go with it. Just go with it. Stick a fork in it, Bob. Stick a fork in Bob because he's done. Sick hat. Exactly. My hat's sick. Exactly. See? Oh, man. You dress like a depressed teenager? Wait. Hold on. I'm so sad, guys. Hold on. I need my eye makeup. And then, let's play some Black Parade. What else? It was like the Song of the Youth. Oh no! Just notice that. Notice the hat. That is cool as fuck. Yeah, it is. Fuck yeah, it is. I mean, I've been wearing this hat on my stream for quite some time, so if you guys haven't noticed the hat, hey, my shining personality does break through. Look at that. Look at that. I just realized that I don't think I go live a lot when the surfs are live. Let's see. Yeah, I really don't. Garbage, I'm only happy when it rains. Can't rain all the time. Bro, Black Parade is peak. Don't pretend like it. I know. Hey, Jimmy Snow, what up, dude? How's it going? No, Black Parade is peak. And I'd be... Listen, one look at me. Come on. You don't think that I had me a little bit of an emo phase? Like... If you think that this guy didn't have a faux hawk... I did. I had a pretty sick one, too. You know what? I'll be honest. Wasn't my, like, least favorite phase. Also, hey, Jimmy Snow, how's it going, dude? Welcome to the show. You're 37, still pretending. Well, hey, listen, I got 2 years on you. I'm 39. I kind of went through it, like this guy saying I don't have drip. I'm like, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. Do I dress like a depressed teenager? I don't know. I haven't, and this is kind of embarrassing to admit, haven't really updated my style since I really was a teenager. So, thanks, man. Just scrolling the fights. Oh, really? Or the The feeds or the fights? Like, because, yeah, you know, we're fighting. Oh, dude, you missed Bob. Yeah, no, Bob came in here from Terre Haute, Indiana, saying that, no, dude, it was legit funny. This dude was talking about, he's like, with confidence, too. Oh, the gas prices were so much better under Trump here. Biden's gas prices were floored out. And all I did was just one Google search, just year over year. And again, Terre Haute being such a small fucking city, fucking 60,000 people. This guy's sitting there just like, yeah, there's no way that you're gonna figure out the maths of what our economy is. And then yes, I totally made fun of the fact that, like, dude, he was talking about gang activity in a city of 60,000 people. And then somebody was just like, okay, so Terre Haute has 80% white. It's like, okay. So, and then somebody made the joke that, yes, he probably does think that a black barbecue is indeed gang activity. That's the breakdown of Bob. God, I already miss him. And I think we did kind of, like, I think that we kind of scared him off. It kind of sucks. But Jimmy, do appreciate you checking out the show. Hey, you know the YouTube game. If you are enjoying yourself, you know, the like and subscribe does help out a lot. I see that you definitely know the YouTube game. That's awesome. Like, congrats on doing that, dude. Knowing how hard this is that's crazy. Although here, Jimmy, I'm gonna sub to you. Subscribe, guys. Jeez. Cause yeah, I was gonna ask like what type of show you do. Call-ins. Oh hell yeah, that's cool. Yeah, YouTube is definitely it's fun. I talked about it yesterday. I was kind of breaking down. I'm like, yeah, you know, analytics, they definitely get to you sometimes. Thanks, man, but don't give me too much attention. I get shy. Oh, okay. Well, don't pay attention to Jimmy. Let him chat and just do his thing, but... Alrighty. Well, speaking of doing our thing, we are going to get to the news here. So, if you guys are joining us for the first time, usually for my first hour, I like to just kind of cover life stuff and kind of just have some fun. Then I go into some news stories, we break it down together, and then we kind of play some video roulette sometimes. Today, we're doing some fun stories first, so it's kind of like a little palate cleanser, you know? Let's do this. How's this? There we go. All right. So, here's a few stories that might have not popped on your radar. USDA cuts millions in grants to Iowa farm supporters right before funds were distributed. Now, again, I'm not from Iowa. I don't have much to do as far as, or like, I don't have family in Iowa. Don't have any real connections to it, except for the fact that this is bad. This is bad because this is one of those things that can increase food prices for all of us. So.
Now, two statewide organizations say a previously approved grant from the USDA aimed to support access to farmland were pulled at the last minute in recent weeks. Local 5's JD
Now, I have to wonder why.
Nover has more on what just got struck down.
Multiple local organizations who support small farmers say they've been left high and dry with recent
How does this guy simultaneously look so old and so young at the same time?
cuts to USDA grant funding.
As time wears on, transitioning Iowa farmland to the next generation is key.
Over 60% is owned by people over the age of 65.
Tommy Hexter with the Iowa Food Systems Coalition grew up on a farm in Virginia. He's considered returning to farm life here in Iowa, but says breaking in isn't easy.
The increased cost of land and the capital required to farm are huge.
Now, I know that we've talked about this a little bit. I do think that like commercial farming is about to have like a major boom.
Huge barriers.
Programs like
Although I think that it already has, if I'm not mistaken.
Iowa Valley's New
It's just not
Century
been
Farm
like majorly
Fellowship
reported
aim
on.
to change that, helping young first-generation
Rosy cheeks.
farmers
That's the rosy
connect with
cheeks.
lenders and build business skills.
Many people think of farming as just like knowledge that gets passed down from generation to generation. And that is not the case anymore. So there needs to be actual educational programs or curriculum.
The Sustainable Iowa Land Trust runs a similar effort called Circle Hours.
But there's also, like, we're ignoring the fact that, like, a lot of these farmers have had to sell their land because of, you know, the economic conditions and just what, I hate to, like, do this, but what Trump has done.
Cities.
I mean, the first soybean debacle.
Aimed at supplying metro areas
how many
with more
farms,
local
like,
food
collapsed because of
and
that?
supporting what they call, quote, underrepresented farmers.
Or the ones that they didn't collapse, but they ended up taking that money and then selling the next season because they were just like, I'm not doing this again.
Both organizations say they were devastated when the USDA recently pulled back millions of dollars in grants with just days' notice.
This is going to set us back probably 5 years. I mean, this project was
A 5-year setback in Iowa.
10 years in the making.
Local 5 has reached out to all 6 members of Iowa's congressional delegation, but has not received on-the-record comment from any of them. Iowa Secretary of Agriculture Mike Nag, however, acknowledges land access is a challenge.
Again, this is why I'm not even, like, kidding about this. Support your local news networks.
And says state programs like Choose.
Now, I know that a lot of them are owned by, like, Sinclair Media or some of those larger conglomerates, but, like, just because of that, they're not, like, overseeing reporting like this. They're not. It's not like the way that, like, Barry Weiss with 60 Minutes happens. Like, they are able to get these types of stories out.
Iowa.
Now, whether or not they get a lot of traction is a whole other story.
Do help.
So we know it's a great opportunity, a way to get into a farming operation, to expand a farming operation.
Bobby, come back. You can blame it all on me.
Generate some more revenue in a farming operation.
In Grinnell, I'm JD Snow.
Everybody wants Bob back. I wouldn't doubt that Bob, like, pops in under, like, an alt. Well, can he figure out an alt account? I don't know. And I'm not even trying to be mean, but for real. By the way, guys, I was too busy kind of futzing around over there before I started this. If you guys can do me that solid, hit that like and subscribe. It really does help me, especially being a smaller channel. It gets me out into the algorithm, gives me a little boost, and just in general, I keep saying it makes you a better YouTube consumer. Also, if you guys are interested, follow my socials. I have fun over there. And then, yes, follow me over on Twitch. That's the big one, because if you guys didn't know, I'm going to be having some exclusive content over on Twitch as well as members-only content. The Twitch-only content specifically is because, yes, there's some stuff I can't cover on YouTube. And, yeah, figured why not do a hour or two of just fun stuff. So that will be coming up. Here we go.
Let's focus now on some of the economic effects of the war with Iran.
Again, this is the less sexy stuff, but
about a third of
this is the stuff that will really matter when it comes to, you know, food shortages or any of that. And we're expected to see some food shortages coming up, or we're going to see the increase in price first and then the food shortages. They're saying that, like, by the end of summer, like come September, if this all doesn't start turning around, that we're so fucked.
World's fertilizer supply passes through the Strait of Hormuz,
which the Strait is still currently closed. We will be going over that because as quickly as they reopened it, they shut it back down because Israel doesn't know how to keep its dick in its pants.
Closure is causing shortages and price spikes for fertilizer during the crucial spring planting season. That has led to fears of both elevated food prices and lower crop yields across the globe. This morning, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins told PBS News' Liz Landers that, quote, everything was on the table to fix the problem for American farmers.
Clearly, I think we're at 36 days for the conflict, has elevated the issue of...
Isn't this the lady that said that we could eat, like, you know, ketchup packets, essentially, for lunch?
And how important it is for American farmers and, frankly, for our food supply. The good news is that about 80% of our farmers...
I swear to God, the fact that it's these people, too, that are just, they're so dumb.
...all locked in their fertilizer. So as we're moving into planting season, it's only about 20 to 25% of our farmers that didn't lock that in. We are working directly to ensure that we can get them what they need and it won't bankrupt them.
Now, despite those numbers...
Anti-American channel. How is an anti-American to report on exactly what's happening in our farm sector?
Farmers...
Jim, are you stupid?
We spoke with say they...
I mean...
They fear these cost increases could put them over the edge. Here's some of what they told us.
My name is Russell Baining. My family and I farm right south of San Antonio. We're buying nitrogen right now, and it's about 40% higher than it was, 2 or 3 months ago, but before the conflict. Let's just say that.
I'm Lance Lillibridge.
Hey, it's this guy
from Benton County, Iowa. We booked most of our fertilizer before.
He's at risk of losing his farm. I made a joke about that thing behind him.
The conflict in Iran. However, some of it we did not because it was too expensive. We're probably going to go without that particular nutrient on our crop this year. A lot of other farmers are doing the same thing.
My name is Matt Frostick. I have a crop and
I don't like the way he just leans that.
livestock operation in Michigan. In January, we were looking at nitrogen for about $350 a ton. Today, that number is bouncing around $600.
Steve Turner. I'm a farmer in northwest Illinois, located about
No shit there, Dan.
40 miles northwest of Springfield.
I don't care. Your name's Dan. Like, dude, doesn't he look like John Goodman's character from fucking Roseanne?
We've got a lot of our inputs
He even sounds like him.
paid for. But I'm afraid we're going to be looking at some elevated prices for a while.
There's people saying, well, there's 80% of the fertilizer has already been purchased for this year's crop. And we actually heard that figure from USDA.
This is why small farms are closing left and right. Yes. Because, again, what she wasn't being honest about, or just breaking it down in a way that we can all understand, all the big corporate farms were able to buy up the fertilizer, so they locked it in.
Even if 80% is pre-purchased and the other
Therefore, shoving these guys out of
20%
out of their farms, essentially. This is why I think it was planned. A lot of this I do think is orchestrated to not just move markets, but to actually move markets. Or move markets, because get it, their farms
goes up 50% or more, it can still be a pretty good hit for you.
The reality is we're not breaking even. We didn't break even the last 2 years.
With the increases in input prices, there are no margins.
Boo.
They appear to be zero at this point.
It's just not the fertilizer; it's going to be the fuel end of this thing. And I know everybody's experiencing that right now with the elevated fuel prices.
They're consolidating the farms,
prices.
I always say if gas and diesel go up, if oil goes up, everything else is going to follow in some form or fashion.
As fuel becomes expensive and it's hard to produce that crop or costs more to produce and transport that crop.
I don't understand why people don't see how do normal people not even think this way at all?
It all kind of equates to.
Do normal people do they not think about supply chain? You would think with going through COVID, the TP thing, that would have kind of taught people, supply chain economics or supply side economics is a thing. And if that's disrupted, then things get more expensive.
The higher prices.
So much of
on top of the tariffs, goddamn.
Growing a crop is out of our control, and we can
talking
only
about that.
manage certain things. When the prices of these
Nobody
inputs
thinks about the supply chain. Until it's too late.
High. What do we do? I don't know. And I don't think anybody's got a wonderful answer to it.
They think about American Idol. That tells you the last time that you you watched something on cable.
Well, when it comes to policy,
American Idol and Survivor, I know that they're still on, but really?
Frustration might be a little bit of a strong word. There's maybe anxiety, even before the conflict.
Seinfeld?
Let's be honest about it. Tariffs
is that what they're watching?
Caused the price of our inputs to increase. If you want to look at it from the 30,000-foot view, agriculture pretty much still trusts this administration. That's still what I hear.
When you look at the Strait of Hormuz, we've got to have shipments out of there. And I think anything, whether it's our U.S. Navy or whatever it is, to stabilize that region to get shipments out of there. Because we were already fighting record inflation and a price squeeze already. And this is just, more on it right there.
For more on the impact,
and they're still going to vote for Trump or for Republicans either way.
Fertilizer shortage. We turn now to Caitlin Welsh. She's the director of the Global Food and Water Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International.
Yeah, boring. That part's boring. Okay, so here's something that I didn't hear anything except for this channel that I follow because I don't know how or why. But the whole Strait of Hormuz thing and then going back to the Panama Canal, I've been getting suggested specifically what's going on in shipping. A lot. Almost every day I see a new video and I'm not subscribed to them yet. I don't know why. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys. See, you hit that like button and then you subscribe.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping.
Well, yeah, how in the fuck did we just kind of miss this? And this happened on April 6th.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, an explosion rocks the area near the Panama Canal and the Bridge of the Americas.
You would think that this would be something that would be talked about in the media.
I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to this episode.
Oh, I remember why I didn't subscribe to his channel.
So a little late night episode here at What's Going On with Shipping. This explosion took place at the Panama Canal. There's already postings about the Panama Canal being closed. Want to put this out here, a quick, fast, dirty video just showing you what's going on in and around the Panama Canal. Let me just tell you, the Panama Canal is not closed.
No.
But we do have...
Trust me, the markets would have shown that.
This large explosion. Come back here to this video. You can see a large gas explosion.
Was it the shirt? It might have been the shirt.
That is a fireball of gas. That is not fuel going. I've been a firefighter for 20 years. I can tell you right now, that's a gas explosion. That is what triggered a cloud like that to happen, which makes the most sense once we look at the story. And
again, this dude does nothing but talk about shipping and like being a firefighter, and this motherfucker's like he's over 500,000. You know what? Good for him.
Located right here by the bridge.
Good for him.
So this story is out by B&O News. Explosion sets.
I'm not even kidding, by the way, guys. Like I love when I see like people that just they don't focus on politics or like they do random shit and they just have like these huge channels. It's the same with like just that one that does like the cruise ships.
Fuel trucks on fire near Panama Canal Bridge. 4 injured, 1 missing.
It's his passion.
Here you can see that fireball.
And you know what?
Inundate.
I like when somebody's passion gets rewarded because that makes me feel like, you know,
hitting the bridge and actually kind of covering it up here. It's quite a bit. This view you're getting is looking out toward the canal. You can see this buoy out here in the canal. You're looking toward the Pacific side of the Panama Canal. So a couple of notes here. The explosion set multiple fuel trucks on fire near a major bridge. That makes sense. Injuring 4 people, leaving another person missing. Fire was reported about 4:12 local time on Monday in the La Boca area of Balboa on the west side of Panama City. The firefighters said crews arrived to find 3 tanker trucks on fire and additional fuel tanks threatened. Fire officials said 2 people with second-degree burns were rescued from the scene, treated by firefighters. 2 firefighters also suffered first and second-degree burns. At least 5 emergency vehicles were working the scene, carrying out firefighting and cooling operations. All right, let's go over to marine traffic and take a look at where this is. All right, showing you marine traffic. This is the Panama Canal to get you oriented because it's a little bit disorienting if you don't know the Panama Canal. Panama Canal runs roughly north and south. The north end, the very top of the screen here, dumps out into the Caribbean Sea. So you're in the Caribbean and then you head up into the Atlantic. The south end dumps you out into the Gulf of Panama. That dumps you into the Pacific. So the canal has 6 locks, 3 on the south end, 2 on the north end. And this large water base right here is Gatun Lake. So that is the way you go. The Bridge of the Americas is located here at the southern end of the Panama Canal. So your lock system is right up here. You have a major terminal right here, and the area of the explosion was right.
What was it
right here? Let's go ahead and shift over to satellite map right here. So here is the Bridge of the Americas. Here you can see all the vessels docked up here at the container terminal.
That's kind of where like he's not really
here,
saying what it was.
Fueling terminals right here, and then there's a large fuel tank farm right here. We think the explosion, based on the angle and the imagery we saw, was right here. This gas facility right here. These smaller tanks hold gas, probably natural gas or propane of some kind. There are gas cylinders here, and we think the fire happened in this area. It makes the most sense for where it encumbered and hit the bridge right here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out a bit here. You'll notice ships, this is the exact time, by the way. It's a 5-hour difference between UTC and Panama, so I got this rigged to 21:12 hours. And I'm going to go ahead and let it play, and you'll see that traffic is moving kind of normally through the Panama Canal at this time. Ships coming in, ships coming out. Really no appreciable difference here. While the bridge may be closed for road traffic, the bridge was not threatened enough to close it from shipping traffic. We're seeing vessels moving normally in and out of the canal. zoom out here a little bit more, we see the normal ships coming in and out.
So I'm just going to get, I mean,
out of the anchorage.
The reason that he's not even speculating like an attack or anything is because this does kind of seem like a run of the mill, like, static electricity spark or something like that.
Here to the south.
Dude, that's one thing I will say is, I mean, if we're going to take some of the reporting with a grain of salt, I guess, but some of like the ones, like I remember the Israel oil field, they were just saying how like this is kind of normal. And then I was watching a channel that like kind of deals with, I think it actually might have been this guy, but he was even saying like how this is kind of normal. It's like this happens a lot more than you'd think. So it's like, really? Static electricity fires on oil rigs and shit?
Making their approaches. You see the tugboats operating. Red are tankers, green are freighters, the light blue are the tugboats, which are ever
also makes sense why they get paid so much. I mean, that really, if that's part of the hazard, it's like, oh shit.
Present in and around the Panama Canal. And then you go up here, we've got ships transiting Gatun Lake, coming here to the north end of the canal. You're seeing ships.
I don't think that this was necessarily like a job at all. I think
right
that
here
this was
through the lock system.
Oopsie.
Remember, there are 3 lanes in the Panama Canal. You have the 2.
Just got here. This was on the 6th. There was a huge fire right next to a bridge in the Panama Canal.
Older sets of locks right here at Gatun Lake, and then you have the much bigger locks over here, and this gets you out onto the lake.
Anyway, yeah, I wanted to cover that a little bit there because again, I felt like that was going underreported. So I saw this on the local news, and I just kind of felt like this is really, really short. They only got like 20 seconds of coverage here, without the newscasters. But here, this is kind of wild. Yeah, this car swerved. They don't know why. It wasn't a medical emergency or anything like that, but yeah, this person just completely decimated this salon. I saw that some of the comments were theorizing that this was like somebody going after like their girlfriend, and I was like, the way that it is just like so clean through the building, it's like I could see it. All right, so this is crazy. Check this out. I found this story yesterday. This is legit fucking nuts, and this might kind of hit you with your faith in humanity.
Well, a man says he was afraid for his life as he was attacked by a man who he stopped to help on the side of a Central Florida expressway.
That man is now in jail facing multiple charges.
The space movie, which was released in 1992.
This happened Monday morning on the 429 expressway near the Seidel Road exit in Winter Garden. West 2's Justin Shecker talked with the victim.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't want to lose my humanity. We're put on this earth to help each other.
And that's exactly.
All right, so this is, and he should be like, this actually kind of makes the case for why you should probably have a dash cam, especially if you are like a good Samaritan type.
Hamilton tried to do Monday.
This shit, look at this.
Morning on the
dude just laying in the ground.
429 expressway in Winter Garden.
I saw a car crashed. I saw a door open. So being a good person, any human being would see, you would just pull over to check.
As Hamilton parks his Tesla,
meanwhile, all these cars are just like, fuck that.
The man in the red t-shirt appeared to be lying motionless on the ground next to a white Lexus that had slammed into a guardrail.
I rolled down my window. Hey, are you okay? Are you okay? No response. So I'm thinking, this person's dead. So I open up my car door. As soon as I opened that car door, he was off that ground. So he was waiting.
This video from a camera in his car shows
anybody else now just thinking like, what the fuck? Yeah, wow, it was a trap.
On the hood of the Tesla, and he starts.
And what is he doing?
Stomping on the windshield.
So that's on a little incline of 429. It pulled me out of my car. As I was falling backwards, he was jumping off the roof on top of me. And that's when he started kicking and pummeling me.
A different camera captured the ambush attack and the man repeatedly punching his head.
I know on the back of my head they counted 8 different bumps. Plus the kicks to the jaw, which I can finally today, I'm able to eat a thin sandwich, but I still can't open my mouth all the way.
Hamilton says the suspect, look at him, later identified as 44-year-old Daniel Coman, threatened to take his life.
The whole time he's hitting me, he's telling me he's going to kill me.
Why is the guy being attacked?
And he didn't just tell me. His eyes were void of any humanity.
That's why I brought this up. I was like, this is crazy.
I believed it. So when I...
Like, he literally baited the guy.
Was fighting... I knew.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee that it's the, like, come on. What? What about, like, see, that's the thing. I'm not sure if that's the
thing I was gonna.
The thought that has to go into that, because that guy was like doing like a whole thing where he's like, okay, so it was so premeditated where he's like, I'm gonna pretend to crash, open the door, fall out, and lay in the grass and just wait for the first like.
He was not that ground.
Hamilton
something doesn't add up.
explained how he managed to get off the ground and away from his attacker.
I cannot beat him strength-wise, so I have to try to incapacitate him. So I think I was pommeling in his jugular vein in his neck.
Deputies arrested Coman for battery and criminal mischief for what he did to Hamilton and his car. He's also facing charges of resisting with violence, as well.
Oh yeah, he also he hit the cops.
As assault and battery on the first responding deputy.
He attacks the cops. Cops on the
He
ground.
started attacking the cops.
Rolling. What do? 4 broken ribs. Jump on the ground with the cop, and at that point, somebody ran
This guy, you know what?
across the street.
He gets the right to do this, where he is just like, and what did I do with 4 broken ribs? I went and helped the cop. It's just like, oh, you know,
the freeway.
That's kind of badass.
And we're all trying to get this guy cuffed. As
the old jugular punch tiger claw.
Hamilton also suffered a brain bleed.
I took taekwondo when I was a little when I was a little youngin. Get my kata all lined up and
contusions and a concussion.
Physically, the body's doing what it should do and it's healing, but it's very painful. 4 broken ribs is no joke. Mentally, it's a little more difficult.
I've never seen somebody with a fucking thinning mohawk before, but here we are.
He's grateful for the kindness
a little weird.
of strangers who are making
it's like a reverse. That's a reverse patch of hair that you usually see.
Donations on his GoFundMe page.
I don't want to make fun of the guy because he's a certified badass.
For his auto and medical bills.
So the point is, there's still kindness in the world. People are donating that don't even know me.
Cobra Kai.
I'm very thankful.
Covering Orange County, Justin Shecker, WESH 2 News.
I do have a Miyagi-Do shirt upstairs.
Hamilton says he wants Coman to face attempted murder charges. He is still in jail on $5,000 bond.
What, I didn't tell you guys about the Kumite? Damn, guys. I thought I went into it. Alrighty. Who wants to do news? Like the Iran news, because, you know, there's not like a lot of that out there. There's also a part of me that kind of wants to, I kind of feel like I want to do something a little less serious for now. Just for now, because we do have to get to this, and I want to get to this, but there's got to be something else. There's got to be something else. Give me something else, anything else. What do we got? Oh, no. Ooh, here we go. Let's do this. Screw it.
Music. It's called.
All right. Let's do this little fun video first.
The Venn diagram of MAGA and bigotry is damn near.
What the fuck is that?
A perfect circle.
Yo, dude, I've never seen somebody trying to force a is that like a what is that?
As Trump's MAGA cult continues to dwindle in number, what we seem to be experiencing is
that dude's it's you can't ignore it.
Is a concentrating effect, like a Dead Sea drying up. The only thing left are crusty, salty creatures like this one, who are so sour and odious in public that everyone hates
I really am getting YouTube brained where it's like, normal speed.
them. There are more more of these folks coming out of the woodwork lately.
Come on, guys, let's work on the attention span together. No 1.25 on certain videos.
Especially in my home state of Texas. And I don't think that we should give them the benefit
it looks like he's wearing like a thong on
of being ignored. So today, let's shine a spotlight on these maggots and watch them squirm, shall we? Be sure you're subscribed to Really American for more of the truth that Trump doesn't want you to know. Let's get right into it with a video from this Hispanic American who was harassed by Granny Green Card in traffic.
Granny Green Card. Kind of like it. Hey! Why with the music, huh? No. Bullshit. Here, let's just do this. Because she can't understand my music.
Like, she thinks she really funny. You really think you're funny, huh? Well, you want my ID? You don't like the music? It's called close your windows and mind your business. Talking about green card, look at you. You look silly.
The insane part of this to me is
damn, dude,
is how obviously prepared this lady was.
Yeah.
And when we get into who this woman is, you'll see that she sort of made being a menace her entire personality.
Oh, she's one of those. We have one of those in our neighborhood where we all hate her. She's miserable. Like, she's not, it's not even a political thing. She's just a miserable fucking human being.
The internet was just itching.
My favorite thing is she was harassing a bunch of Mexicans, and then we found out that she's a illegal Polish immigrant.
To get a hold of her, and seeing as how she wasn't exactly shy in the video, she likely would welcome the attention. So Tizzy Ent here,
By the way, that happens a lot in Chicago.
We made a video about it, which is kind of like getting on America's Most Wanted
This
list.
guy looks exactly like a dude that would hang with my cousin.
Confronts her. There's just the smallest little smirk. My grandfather used to call a shit-eating grin. She has just a little there. She's so pleased with herself. And something that stood out to me,
But she's also terrified.
before I spoke to the guy who recorded the video, is how this isn't something she whipped up in the moment.
No,
She's got it in
she
this
carries that
little plastic
around with
cover.
her.
She made this
Yeah.
and stores this and carries this.
Is that laminated?
In order to use it in the way.
She used a fucking laminator? She's sitting there with her cricket just going like, I'm going to craft something so insulting.
Because miserable people like to make other people miserable. And sure enough, when I finally talked to the young man who recorded this video, he told me he's already heard stuff about her. Allegedly, a mechanic shop that she used to go to, and she has since been banned from.
Oh, I was okay. So like when he mentioned mechanic shop, I'm like, is he going to mention how she got kicked out? Banned from.
She only wanted to talk to and work with the white
Hell yeah.
employees there. And one time, a Haitian gentleman needed to work
I love this YouTuber. Yeah, he's all right. I like Tizzy. He's
on the
cool.
vehicle. And allegedly, her response to that was to bring in her very ill husband, who she then, in protest, had cough up blood all over the shop floor. She also allegedly, at least used to have a license plate
Damn,
that
dude.
said no.
I had an old guy do that when I worked at Radio Shack, where he was mad that we weren't going to help him, and he had a head wound, and he just like kept bleeding.
But backwards. This is
People talk so slowly sometimes.
this is what people like this. They're just so awful.
My man
they
Jesus,
just want
bless you, my
everyone
child.
else to be
Welcome to the show. Hit that like and subscribe, and you will be
I have a
blessed.
funny feeling I'm going to hear a lot more stories about her. I'm going to hear from neighbors.
Blessed be those who are subscribed.
And coworkers. So, Braintree, Massachusetts, someone do me a
And tithe with the like button.
favor and tell me who she is.
It didn't take long for the
Dude, I love the internet sometimes. I really do.
internet to find
It's like, all right, let's find this
Miss
bitch.
Susan A. Gallagher of Randolph here, seeing as her smug face was proud of what she was doing, but also because she is something of a local villain in this area of Massachusetts. For example, there
this
was
is in
this court
Mass?
case in
Oh,
the area
shit.
back in 2024 that was getting a lot of attention, and this woman, Susan Gallagher, decided to send this message. Sorry to bother you, I'm low tech, but my friend...
Dude, you're out here
I
looking for
play
me.
detective. Jill Daniels
What did you get inspired by a piece of toast?
married to Chris Albert.
Hey, that looks like that pep talks. I mean, Jesus guy.
Seems to have gone AWOL at her brother's grave. She was very devoted, but has just returned after
I just need
15
to make my
plus
profile
or
picture of me
minus
going like-
months. Also, their father worked in a court. Oh, wow. As the person who received this message says, Susan A. Gallagher of Randolph, you are 71 years old, and this is what you're doing with your free time? Have the rest of the life you deserve. Shame
Yeah,
on
have a grilled cheesus.
you.
Oh, that's what I should get a food truck and name it Grilled Cheesus.
P.S. You're a shitty stalker. None of what's in your message to TB is correct. Despicable. This is some sort of journalist that she's sending this stupid, nosy neighbor-ass tip to, which is very, I'm the vice president of the HOA behavior.
His name was
As
Josh.
this user
It was.
too
Yashua.
Who puts it. Miss Gallagher, and what does
Yashua Bar Youssef, I think is
this
what it was.
personal shit have to
Right?
do with a court case? Nothing. Stop with the bullshit. Go play bridge. Volunteer somewhere, something. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for posting this and then getting involved. You and your 71-year-old sleuth friend need to fuck off and move on. You are showing your immaturity. And this is exactly the kind of energy that all of these MAGA losers have. They want freedom and liberty. The freedom to snoop around and control your life, and the liberty to not have to play by the same rules. And then another user, who is an artist with over 500,000 followers, recognized this crazy lady's car and shared some photos that she herself took back in 2018. The sign says, homosexuality is a sin. Oh, yikes. You might want to tell that to all your
stream started and ended pretty early last night. Yeah,
Republican friends who keep crashing Grindr. And just look at the absolute state of the back of her car. It takes a school to bankrupt a village. Oh, of course she's against public schools and education. We wouldn't want that. Happy being a Catholic. Keep Christ in Christmas. Love the old Latin Mass. Of course, she's a staunch Christian. There is no hate like Christian love. You can't be both Catholic and pro-choice. So there's even some internal Catholic fighting here. And of course, she's pro-life. What a nut job. I mean, these people hate life with a burning passion. They want to destroy the environment. They want to throw children in camps, force brown people to work for pennies, but they just love life. The idea of a preborn fetus. They think of an unborn zygote representing the future of MAGA cultists that they could potentially brainwash. And it was at this point that I thought, you know what? This lady's sign looks so familiar. And then it clicked. This video of the same lady, Susan Gallagher, showing off her Show Me Her Green Card sign went viral just before the election last year. At the time, nothing really came of it because we couldn't see her face. But now, it seems like her antics have finally caught up with her. The local Facebook groups in the Randolph, Massachusetts area have just been exploding with people posting this video. They're putting them up faster than the admins can take them down. But I think it's already too late for that. I think the fart is already in the wind, folks. Chances are that this despicable human being is already getting shouted at wherever she goes. Which, when you drive around with signs like that, isn't fights in public exactly what you're hoping for? Or else it would be sort of like being mad at legal immigrants for assimilating into American culture. Oh wait, MAGA hates that too. The latest community that they've decided to antagonize after getting bored with the Somalians in Minneapolis, I guess, are the Indians in Texas. During a homecoming week in Euless, Texas, this video showing a group of Indian kids dancing in traditional clothes started going viral in the MAGA sphere. So they flooded that school's social media and said stuff like, "Why are these people in Texas instead of India? I'm sure the Native Americans are saying the same thing about the immigrants from Europe. I mean, my last name is Hinderman. Thanks to the massive flood of German immigrants to this state many years ago. I mean, why are there so many Czechs and Poles in Texas? Same reason as
Bob
these
and Tom.
awesome Indian people.
Oh, yeah, Bob and Tom hated each other.
Because immigrants...
I learned about that, like, early into me going into radio, that, like, there were certain people that really hated each other. Opie and Anthony was on that list. And Bob and Tom was the ultimate, where they were just like, dude, Bob and Tom haven't broadcast in the same studio for like 5 years. I was like, what?
Are welcome in America. And when Indian people come, they bring their culture here too. That's what this was. It was a Culture Day celebration for everyone in the school. A lot of them just happened to be Indian. And this isn't like a new concept either. I remember there being Culture Day celebrations during Spirit Week and Homecoming and Earth Day. all the way back in elementary school, back when it was mostly Hispanic kids who were taking over the schools, and the Republicans were saying the same damn
the presentation is fucking spot on.
thing. But instead of seeing
Like, damn, whoever was in charge of putting that together and like doing the little B-roll footage and all that,
the
like
beauty and humanity and what America has always been, they dream
a fucking high school dance video
to return to some movie
their AV club. Whoever's running their AV has got, he's got a bright future.
version of America.
Or they have a bright future. Never know.
That never existed. They're saying stuff like this. When you import large numbers of people from the third world, you eventually import the third world itself.
Yeah, see, they're so afraid of like anything that is not their fucking, mayo-eating, fucking flag-waving culture.
Problem is their refusal to assimilate into the host country. They're literally assimilating. Culture Day is part of our culture, something that we do in America and have been doing for a long time. This needs to be mocked and shamed until they stop. This does not belong in Texas. You know what doesn't belong in Texas? MAGA. I would be over the moon if all of these people would just get shoved into the sea. Look at these idiots trying to pretend they belong among us and everything we do and are. Where do these losers think they live? In some sort of Wild West that's full of nothing but Clint Eastwoods and Maureen O'Hara's? They're going so far as to use
teach me how to wipe. Well, that depends. Are you a stand wiper or a sit wiper?
AI videos to.
You know what's funny? Until I just asked that question, I don't think that a lot of you even knew that there was like the other one existed.
Fight their battles for them.
I know. You know what? This is one of those topics that people get uncomfortable with, but it's like, dude, we all poop. We all, everybody does it. So why not just be like, yeah, you know what?
You filthy
I'm a stander.
foreign invaders! We don't
I'm a stand-in wiper.
want you here! Get out!
Culture!
It's just all so cringy. Look at these people. As American as apple pie, he says sarcastically. Motherfucker, your last name is French. As you can imagine, all of these comments from MAGA are vile and racist, despite the fact that we're watching literal teenagers
Sometimes you need a better angle.
dancing with joy. Why come to America just to try and make it your own country you fled again? They didn't flee from India, dude. They just work here and live here and had children here, bringing their song, dance, food, life, culture, all
you like a knuckle deeper?
That stuff.
You do the 2-knuckle shuffle?
Is good. But don't worry, it's not like everyone in Texas is evil. On the school's Facebook, there are still
make sure not all of us can afford a bidet.
Of super positive comments. My kids are grown and still remember how fun multicultural night was at their elementary school.
Now, here's the real question. What's the ratio to TP? Do you do the wet wipes or do you have a bidet?
They loved it. And I'm so happy that they grew up in it.
If it's only wet wipes, then it's just like, okay, we'll do one TP, one wet wipe, one TP.
Diverse district.
Because you got to make sure that
their character.
You get it nice and clean.
This is how you teach inclusion. So glad my daughters went to Trinity. They moved from Plano while they were in elementary school so they could experience some...
Dude, I'll never forget the day where I was talking about something like this, and somebody legit from my audience was just like, you are so crass. I expected more from you. I was just like, sorry.
More diversity. So, at the end of the day, remember, we
I'm
on
genuinely
the left
sorry that you
are
expected
on the
more
left
from me.
because we like inclusion. We love to celebrate
also
life
equally
and
do
our
not care.
differences and the things that make us unique and special. We will win because love always wins. So make sure that you're subscribed to Really American if you like watching the haters known as MAGA.
I don't like the way he ended with that. What in the what? Gallery report? This is why I can't stand this, dude. Like, I'm noticing on Ground News that they are, like, platforming a whole bunch of right-wing podcasters, but very, very rarely will they actually bring up something like even the Midas Touch, where it's just like, really? Come on, man. Like, you pride yourself on being, like, the both side, like, we give you both sides in the center, and we let you decide what you want to read on, which isn't always great. Like, again, like they're assuming that everybody's searching out the actual truth. Anyway. Iran says it is halting oil tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz after Israel strikes Lebanon. On Wednesday, Iran halted oil tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz following Israel's military strikes on Lebanon, contradicting the U.S. brokered ceasefire agreement intended to keep the strategic waterway open. President Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire on Tuesday, but excluded Lebanon from the deal, even though that was part of the deal. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu maintained the pause does not apply to Hezbollah, despite Pakistan's assertion that Lebanon was included. Exactly. See, this is why everybody knew it was bullshit. Everybody. And if you yourself were just like, this is bullshit, then you can pat yourself on the back for having a little bit of, common sense. All right. And then Joe Kent, who's recently found stardom after he quit the department. He was, I think, the guy that was underneath Tulsi Gabbard at the whatever CIA fucking Department of Intelligence or whatever. Simple question. What's more important to our nation, opening the Strait of Hormuz and bringing stability to the Gulf, or funding Israel's offensive in Lebanon? Israel is just a junior partner in this relationship, but won't act like it until we restrict military aid from them. Like, dude, seriously. You have, people from the right now asking for things that we've been talking about for a while. Like, we've been talking about taking away, funding from Israel since October 7th, let's be real. That's when it became, pretty widely spoken about at that point. But the fact that we have guys that not only worked within the administration, but just people that are it's not like he changed his politics. Yeah, they're calling for this stuff. Paparazzi stand because trust nothing. Exactly. Well, let's be real too. If you don't stand wipe, that means that you're not getting a good look. What you need to get, once you get to a certain age, man, you should be looking, because if that's how you know something's not right. You should know. You should just know. Okay, that's a little greener than usual. That's not great. And it's you see black in there, obviously go to the hospital. You got gifted a membership. I'll do the same. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. History every day is certainly a wild time to live through. Yeah, it is. It really is. So here is the strike that happened in Lebanon that caused Iran to say that they are not going to honor the ceasefire because, it seems like Israel doesn't give a fuck, and they blatantly lied about this because, as I said, Trump is now saying that Lebanon was not part of it. It's yeah, it was. So, yes, the Strait of Hormuz is not open. Holy fucking shit. I feel like we're all this guy at some point. It's just you're oh, another one. All right, let's do this. Here we go. Now we got the news reactions to it.
It's been just hours since President Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire.
Mitch McConnell's fucking
fire with Iran, but this morning that temporary truce is looking fragile at best. Moments ago, an Iranian news agency reported Tehran halted oil tankers' traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Reopening the strait to commerce, of course, was a key part of the deal the president and
this might be a hyperfixation moment. Do people not check? No.
His administration.
No. As I said, I wasn't kidding about this, guys. There legitimately, if you're a stand wiper, you didn't know that there are sit wipers. Congratulations. I just opened up a can of worms here because, you're not going to not think about it.
Administration says,
trust me,
Iran signed on to. Listen to Secretary Hegseth this morning.
What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow.
One of Iran's demands in exchange was that Israel end its bombardment of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The Israelis say they never agreed to that, and the strikes continue today, as you can see here in Beirut.
In terms of this latest news, obviously the ceasefire has only been live for less than 24 hours, and the fact that Iran can still close the Strait of Hormuz in just a whim is going to strengthen the U.S.'s resolve to ensure that it does not control or retain sort of sole control of the strait going forward. And obviously, when it comes to if the ceasefire is still ongoing, when it comes to ensuring a permanent deal, both sides are going to be very far apart on that particular issue. Stephen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The White House spent last night and this morning on a victory lap, declaring that President Donald Trump had pulled off a masterstroke by reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That was somewhat of an absurd claim because the Strait of Hormuz, of course, was open before he launched this war that was opposed by much of the world. But this new apparent closure will undercut the not only the White House claim that Trump has pulled off a massive victory here, and that
stand wipers like the mythical poop knife. I know, I knew, Bandit. That was it. That was the one that you remember. Somebody legit chastised me in chat and said I can't listen to a show like this, and I was just like,
the Strait of Hormuz issue is not even going to be something that's going to be contentious going forward. I think it shows why a lot of people are arguing that despite all the propaganda coming out of Washington, the United States has absorbed a strategic defeat here, because it shows that going forward, at any moment, even
somebody's coming into the show just like, we're talking about politics. What's with the poll?
A few hours into a ceasefire, Iran has the capacity to close that strait and create again that chokehold on the global economy. So I think it's going to be very irksome to the White House. The question is, how will they respond? Will they try to pretend this isn't happening, that it's just a teething problem? Or at some point, will President Trump's credibility and prestige and red line
front wipers
again come into play in such a way as he has to take some...
So we're just talking about guaranteed, like...
military action, and then we're back...
They got some stuff going on.
Where we were before.
Now we're seeing the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Just talk about how the escalation after the ceasefire last night has only increased.
Yeah, there are multiple sensitivities here. There are multiple narratives, not least what we...
Two-ply or accidentally insert the finger. Two-ply all day, baby.
We've heard from
There's nothing quite worse than when you have that unfriendly poke.
Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, not least what we've heard from a whole variety of Iranian...
we call it the little goose,
officials who both sides claiming victory. So you have that, and it's not clear what precisely has been agreed. Pakistan's ambassador to the UN said that Pakistan's prime minister had sent...
For serious, if anyone in here wipes back to front, please stop.
Yes.
And also, we know, oh my God, if you're rocking that much peanut butter butt, like, oh no. But is there anything worse than peanut butter butt?
He didn't
where you're just like, really? We're still not done?
Describe it as a text on agreement, but an understanding to both the U.S. and Iran, who had agreed to
it. Baby.
He didn't say...
People looking at us like savages.
Precisely what was in it. He said that was bounded by secrecy to let the sides work out what are clearly very big differences at the moment. He spoke about the Pakistan's prime minister in his statement having primacy in this situation because it had been accepted.
This is just hilarious because, yes, we're totally... Hello, Tushy sponsorship income.
Iran and the United States. And as you say...
There's a few companies. There are a few companies I would work with. That's one of them.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very clear that he doesn't see...
I live by them.
Lebanon as
really
part
do.
of that ceasefire agreement, which is a difference...
Eat more fiber, peanut butter butt.
...to the Pakistani Prime Minister. Indeed, Israel launching its heaviest, by its own statement, a few...
This is also a commercial for Metamucil.
...hours ago, its heaviest strike on Hezbollah targets inside of Lebanon, some of them deep inside of...
We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, and I'm sitting here talking about the Strait of our ass.
Beirut, a coordinated against 100 targets. So has that led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? It's very hard to say, but it is certainly one of the many threads and strands of the lack of clarity, of the lack of certainty where everyone
call
stands.
Me out for not eating next to zero fiber.
Multi-sided nature of what's been happening.
God, I love that this is also like just as serious as you can get. Like this, like literally, dude, Trump was talking about starting a fucking, like, not even just starting a war. Like we're already at war, but he's talking about doing something that was going to be remembered as one of the worst things that we could have possibly done. And then he backs out, which I don't know how, like, even I have to admit, I'm like, I didn't see that coming the way that it did. And then, literally, not even a day. It hasn't even been 24 hours since he made the announcement. That's kind of what's insane about this.
Iran has, it appears, sent
bringing it back.
missiles and drones against a variety of targets in the Gulf today, long after the ceasefire. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said it would take some time, as he said, for the...
Why use wet wipes? Because when you use the moist and tight... Hey, man, this is the TMI thing, but for real... That if you're doing that, then you know all about the accidental finger poke of doom.
Carrier pigeon to get out to some of the remoter Iranian military units who he says have been cut off from communications. But I think when we look at the state of play on Iranian state media, the declarations of victory, the popular support coming out in the street for the regime in Iran, it's hard to imagine that even in the farthest flung...
We were talking about Trump, so naturally it becomes a conversation about shit.
Corners of Iran, military commanders haven't got the instruction yet to cease and desist. All of this is going to feed into that sort of uncertainty that can unravel what J.D. Vance called his precise words were a sort of an unstable ceasefire. A fragile was his...
Don't use wet wipes, the brand, you will hurt yourself.
Precise.
That is true.
Word, ceasefire.
Why do I have a chemical burn? What's going on here?
I think all of that plays into it. And trying to get at which strand specifically is pulled that unravels the next one. Very hard to say.
With me now is retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commander of U.S. Army forces in Europe. So reopening the Strait of Hormuz was part
of... Speaking of sphincter jokes.
...this deal. Is this ceasefire already broken in your view?
I made a joke yesterday that she always looks like she's holding in a fart.
I think what Brett said earlier is correct. There is not really a ceasefire. These are not a couple of angry sergeants out there launching missiles. And I think we're going to have to listen to what the insurance companies say.
80%.
If they are not willing...
We got 10 votes and we're at 80?
...to insure vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz, then the strait is in effect still closed. And I think this is why it's also important that the president and others not speak too quickly about things that are so tenuous because it ends up damaging their credibility.
And the president, as you know, has claimed victory here. At the same time, you have...
I use brownie paper towel. I don't fuck around.
These attacks in the region. You have the Strait of Hormuz closed now by the Iranians based on our latest reporting, and things are very active and moving by the minute. That's where things stand right now. There seems to also be confusion between the U.S., Israeli, and Pakistani positions over whether Lebanon was included in the ceasefire agreement. How concerning is that?
Well, very concerning. And this is part of the problem when you don't have world-class professional diplomats handling these kinds of negotiations. The fact...
He's boring, but he's not wrong.
I was skeptical when I first saw that there was going to be a restriction on any operations in Lebanon or against Iranian proxies. I was pretty sure there was no way that Israel could agree to that. And so again, it's a mistake.
The paper towel technique is only if you rent.
To claim a victory on something before you can be really sure that it's going to be done. And unfortunately this is a consistent problem with the administration of making claims about things that are just not the case, and that only damages us in the long run.
CNN's Anna Kuba joins us live now from London. So, Anna, I mean, listen, just in terms of where oil prices have gone, I mean, obviously after that ceasefire deal was announced just yesterday, we saw Brent crude, that we have it on the screen.
What up, Josh?
And WTI all trading lower. They're roughly around $95 a barrel.
Come on, guys.
Obviously,
you don't want to take place. You don't want to answer this very important poll. Listen, we have political polls all the time, but this is a life poll. This is one where, again, we all poop. Everybody poops.
Going to take some time, despite...
Have you not read the book?
Technically, the fact that even yesterday the Strait of Hormuz was open, we all knew that it would take some time to sort of recoup the 20% of global oil that was lost during the war.
Yeah, that's why they're saying no matter what, like, again, going back to the serious stuff, they are saying that this is going to have an impact on the markets going into June.
Now that there is this...
And that if nothing goes, or if everything goes right, sorry, I should preface that way. If everything goes right and we get everything back on track, that no matter what, that would happen.
Fragile ceasefire, and things do appear to be volatile, and the Strait...
Yeah, it doesn't look like this is going to last at all.
...is closed technically at this point onwards. Just walk us through what that means for oil prices going forward, Anna.
Well, you're right. There was an enormous amount of optimism in markets, plunging oil prices, but we're still high. You know, the prices are still high. They're still not what they were before the war. Brent, the global benchmark,
horn danglers. We call them dingleberries.
Around $73.
Horn danglers.
Now we can see there it's around 94. So there's still a way to go. And the terms of this ceasefire or the way it's playing out currently.
Dingleberry. You know what? That's one that we haven't, like, I'm bringing that one back. I'm going to start calling people that piss me off in chat dingleberry.
As you said, incredibly volatile. We're seeing that because of these strikes in Beirut, Iran is now saying that oil tankers can't get through the Strait. And already the terms of the Strait reopening as a result of this ceasefire were...
Paper towel method, wrap your finger and go all the way in. I don't know.
Causing some really big questions for oil traders and for buyers. And that's because Iran was saying that...
Giving yourself a prostate exam every time.
Still going to make sure that oil tankers were passing the Strait in coordination with its military. And that raises questions as to whether we're going to see a similar dynamic.
Do prostate doctors give themselves prostate exams?
Play out. As you know, Iran not allowing ships that have any sort of link to the US or Israel, whether they be insured or owned or crewed by countries that are aligned with Israel or the US. Is that still going to be the situation? And the big question mark about tolls. There were lots of reports around certain ships paying up to $2 million. That was
what the hell happened to you?
A figure that was
what
being bandied about to pass the Strait. And now we've got reporting that says that Iran and Oman are thinking about allowing ships to pass through if they pay a transit fee. So I think that probably explains why we've seen these enormous falls because of the ceasefire itself, but not really back to where they need to be, which is where they were before the war.
Oh, God. Here we go.
And now let's bring in CBS News senior foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb in Doha, Qatar. Imtiaz, how is Iran responding to the ceasefire agreement?
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that they have different views on this too, where we do have people. Unsubscribed, I grossed you out. Oh, whatever.
Muga, I think it's not going great.
Whatever.
Look at,
oh my God, you fucking prude. We're talking about something that everybody does, and you're just like, I don't want. This guy talks about poop and putting fingers up his boopy.
Those scenes in Beirut. I think we have
whatever, man.
That video.
Also, I don't care. If that was what did it to you, then yeah, you don't really belong here. I hate to say it, man.
That Israeli strike in which we understand around those 300.
This is what I do. I talk about random shit, literally.
So casualties, and it really
sometimes we land on this.
Really just underscores just how tense this situation.
I don't like thinking about what other people do in the bathrooms.
We heard Natalie talking about that 10-point plan. Part of that plan, from the Iranian perspective at least, is that all violence.
Definitely a sit wiper.
Would halt, including in Lebanon, where Israel has been carrying out punishing strikes for several weeks now as it continues to target the Iranian proxy Hezbollah. Again, we see this pretty harrowing video of this major strike inside of the heart of Beirut, a city of over 2 million people. And Iran has responded by saying
almost like we knew that this was coming.
Israel's going to continue to target Lebanon, which is not part of this agreement. We are not going to let ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz. For President Trump, that is crucial to any kind of agreement. And so for ships not to be moving through that very narrow waterway in which 20% of the world's energy passes through, I think this very fragile ceasefire has become that much more fragile. We understand around 2 ships have passed through. But Iran...
Don't bring up masturbation. Jesus, I cornered the
very
market.
clearly expressing their anger. Now, what we don't know is what kind of back channel is going on between the U.S.
Well,
and Israel. I would imagine
we're
that
at 69%. I feel like I could call it there.
the U.S. leadership is not
appropriate
very
since I'm so
happy with the fact
immature.
that strikes are going on in Lebanon.
Nice.
But more importantly,
13 votes.
Really
all right, 69% say they sit. You guys are sitters, huh?
Throws into question
sit shit.
Just how durable this ceasefire is. Remember, it's only 2
Learn
weeks
something
long,
today.
Negotiated by Pakistan. Of course, many countries here in the Gulf are hoping that it can lead to some sort of durable deal. But right now, it's looking pretty shaky.
Yeah, not starting off very well. So MTS, all of that considered, what hurdles are negotiators facing when it comes to actually reaching a peace deal?
We have to consider two things here. We talked about the fact that Iran has presented this 10-point plan. We also have a 15-point plan from President Trump or the Trump administration. Marrying those two plans is going to be incredibly difficult. We have to be very clear. Both of those plans present the most maximalist position from both Iran and the U.S. And in saying that, President Trump has acknowledged in some of his True Social posts that there is some overlap there, that he does believe there is a path forward between these two countries. But as we've been seeing in Lebanon, the real spoiler here potentially could be Israel. We have to remember, this isn't just a war between the U.S. and Iran. It is a war between Iran, the U.S., and Israel. Israel has a say in all of this. And I think the question really remains is whether or not the U.S. can either contain Israel or agrees with them and says, you're right, we need to have this fighting continue. But it's very clear that President Trump, and indeed, if we hear those statements from Vice President J.D. Vance, that they want to try to find some sort of negotiated path forward. Many believe that in the next few days, we could see J.D. Vance and indeed other U.S. envoys in the Pakistani capital envoy. Pakistan, of course, playing an outsized role.
Why is Pakistan? Why are they like the arbiters of all this? Like, anyone kind of find that to be odd?
In these negotiations.
And it's not like they got respected by the U.S. in this one at all, because it's like Israel just was like, yeah, fuck your ceasefire.
It's seen as this neutral country in which it has close ties with the U.S., but also close ties with Iran. They are hoping that this ceasefire can hold and that they can negotiate some sort of path forward, which will see an end to this 6-week war, which has not only caused so much damage in Iran, but has really damaged countries right across the Gulf, including here in Qatar, where I am tonight. Back to you.
All right, MTS Tayyab, thank you so much for your time today and for your reporting.
Shapiro meltdown, what?
Ryan and his colleagues over at DropSite News have found themselves in the
I wasn't planning on this one. This one's kind of a roulette one. Let's go.
Crosshairs
Check it out.
of people who are in support of, or were in support of, the Iran war, including Ben Shapiro, who, I think, Ryan, I'm catching a stray in this clip as well, because he talks about how you're part of the horseshoe, which would involve your right-wing allies.
There you go. Are you the woke right?
Oh, let's not open up that can of worms. Let's
What's
first
happening,
let's just roll the
is the
clip.
Dow
People
still
can
at
make up their own
50,000?
minds.
I mean, it's at
Ryan
40.
Grim,
I think
who's
it was
become
at
a favorite
47,000 today.
The horseshoe
but
right,
no.
the grievance party right.
What's up?
Suddenly
5-1.
quoted
How you
by
doing, man?
all of these people who have decided that isolationism
Hope
is the
you're
way.
doing well today.
He put out an actual tweet
Man, you missed
saying
all the
this.
fun.
So Sean McGuire, who's an investor,
had a
put out a
poll
tweet
up
saying,
that
how did we
was
get to the point where
quite
so many Americans
controversial.
are rooting against America? And Ryan Grim, over at DropSite News, which is a left-wing misinformation propaganda site, put out the statement, quote, if this is an honest question, I'd say Americans are rooting against America because we facilitated a genocide. Presumably this would be Israel's action against Hamas, which was not, in fact, even remotely close to a genocide, and followed it with a surprise attack on a girls' elementary school, followed by attacks on universities, medical centers, more schools, a world-famous pharmaceutical research center, a volleyball team, an unfinished bridge we claimed was transporting weapons, and then a nuclear power plant. We are now promising endless attacks on civilian infrastructure. Okay, so again, every single thing he is saying there is a lie. And the reason I say it's a lie is because we have hit those sites because they are dual-use sites, except for the ones that we hit by accident. If you truly believe that the American military is so evil that we target girls' schools for the fun of it, that there's no military usefulness, no mistakes made, that we just decided to get up one morning and murder a bunch of schoolgirls. Get the hell out of the country. Seriously, you hate the country and you hate the military. There's no other way to explain what you are saying. There's no other way to explain it. You think Pete Hegseth and President Trump are sitting around drawing up a target list and they say, you know what, just for good measure, let's kill a bunch of Iranian schoolgirls. Is that what you think? If you think that, you despise America. Again, you can oppose the war. You can oppose the way that the war is being fought. You can have problems with the general overall strategy. You can have honest questions about the war. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about people openly hoping that America loses because they do not like America, because they think a more powerful America in the world is a bad thing. And Iran is counting on these people to undermine support. Again, this is nothing new. This happened throughout American history. If you go back to the Vietnam War, the Viet Cong were counting on moron university students to claim that the real bad guys versus, the communists who were murdering hundreds of thousands of people, that the real bad guys were actually the United States. And that's why you had them literally chanting in solidarity with Ho Chi Minh. Same sorts of people now, and they span
God, I
a large
despise this
swath of the
chipmunk.
left
Yeah, I know.
and a large part of the right now, or at least a significant part of the online right. I shouldn't say
It is actually kind of like fun to watch his fall off, though.
large part of the right because
Like, dude, I had a stream recently do better than one of his videos, which that's not good for him.
again, it's not true.
Again, I'm
But
just
Ryan
under
Grimm and Tucker
3K
Carlson are holding
subscribers,
hands,
which,
walking
hey, subscribe if you guys haven't already.
off into their
Getting
common
there.
isolationist, anti-American future together.
That's sweet.
But for real.
It's very sweet.
Again,
It does often occur to me that one of the biggest problems I have with you is you're not sufficiently supportive of the Vietnam War.
Well, I mean,
You cocked on Vietnam.
you know what's funny is that just yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio posted a tweet that was laudatory of the Vietnamese Communist government. So, hey, if Rubio can recognize the virtues of Ho Chi Minh, why can't university students in the 60s, 70s? Also, the Vietnamese were fighting off an occupying power in their own country.
Well, this
They liberated their country from the two occupying powers, French and the United States. Obviously, on what planet is that appropriate for us to even be in there? There was, yeah. Anyway,
we need not.
we don't need to get into Uncle Ho.
When
Also, yeah.
I was say when I saw this clip, I flashed back to this discussion that we had right before Christmas where we interviewed each other. One of the questions I asked you, I was like, Ryan, you love the 4th of July. Do you love America? And you responded, I can't imagine loving a country.
That's right. Yeah. How do you love a country?
Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah.
So Ben
Weird.
Thank you. It's
should
weird.
go watch that clip if he wants the full download
weird.
on Grimmism.
Ben, even though he read it, seems to have a reading comprehension problem. I didn't say we targeted a girls' school. I hope we didn't. I said we attacked a girls' school. We did. With multiple strikes. There was purple chalk on the sidewalk outside of it. Okay, if Ben is sure that it was an accident.
I thought he's still big. Glad to hear he's not doing numbers. He still has subscribers because a lot of times, people just kind of forget to unsub.
I believe that. It also is completely shows a reckless disregard for human life to not have a person.
Everyone hates soggy socks.
Look at a satellite.
Unless they're weird and they don't, they don't like my stream.
Of
they
a
do wear
place
soggy
before
socks.
you bomb it. There are thousands of people in the Department of Defense. We sent, we hit 1,000+ targets.
It had been
I hate the
updated
fact
on
that I have to
Google
put
Maps.
thought into
Hadn't it?
On Google Earth.
Yeah.
If you scrolled in, it was called an elementary school.
Yep.
Man,
So
the amount of people
we have
that still answer the no.
such a reckless
I
disregard
love
for
it.
human life that we didn't even check. So that's the
Back
point.
to a wholesome
we
poll?
attacked
Yeah.
the school, and he didn't address all the other things.
I get it. You know what? But the thing is, guys,
Point is,
I'm going to always be me.
a country who does that is going to
Whether
be
or not
hated by
that
a lot of
loses some subs,
we did all of those things.
I like
Um,
gain. I like gaining subs.
I was like, should we
Gaining
even,
subs is great.
talk about this, but then this IDF guy,
Yeah.
came at us too, and so I do think it's becoming like
he did on sub
an actual kind of political
It is.
news event that is bubbling up in our in our discourse.
Yeah, let's put the next element up on the screen because it actually is. I think drop site is something that you all have to think about. This is Eitan Fishberger, former IDF. Pretty.
By the way, those are the types of discussions we used to like talk about.
Big. If you're not on X, you probably never heard of him, but pretty big viral X account that shares constant pro-Israel propaganda.
Frickin' Pete Kegsbreath.
It's long past time, he wrote yesterday, for congressional and DOJ investigations into the foreign ties of drop site.
Yeah, come back. We're behaving now.
Here's what we know. It has at least 2 reporters.
Whatever. You see him in another chat, you could just say that, yeah, Pep saw the error of his ways.
Reporters on the ground in Iran who feed the site regime-approved disinformation and propaganda. Ryan, why don't we just respond point by point to this? That's what Fishberger says is enough to get you investigated because you're being fed propaganda from, quote, reporters on the ground.
Freaking school, really?
We have at least one reporter.
You got that in Gaza sometimes as well.
Well,
yeah, we have at least one reporter.
I just got an update.
Reporter in Iran who is registered with the government, as you have to do.
Looks like Trump struck again.
Doing official, if you're doing a journalism above board.
Yeah, looks like Trump broke the ceasefire already.
Who are not registered. Who
soft cookie or crunchy cookie? Ooh, that'll be a good poll to do.
Publish anonymously.
Ooh.
And they're not doing
fresh baked, just cool where like it's not crunchy around the edges, but it's got the soft middle.
Regime. You know, they're not. None of them are doing regime propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
When CNN goes into Iran, they have to register with the government. Like that's what you do.
None of you ain't taking none of the poop talk. I mean.
Now, you know, they don't have the First Amendment and the press freedoms that we do. That's for sure. But the idea that like because you have
was it when I got to the point of mentioning Brand the finger poke of doom,
a reporter or reporters on the ground in Iran, you are foreign funded.
Oh man, hey, poop talks.
That's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they also they mentioned the point about Gaza. Or he
what else? What else?
Gaza.
What are his other?
$250K from Soros's Open Society.
2024, we got that grant.
Yep.
It's true.
And you've talked about it on the show again. By the way, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. You were like, no strings attached. That's the condition.
Yeah, and I remember at the time being like, if we take this, people are going to like
make it
fun of us for it. It's like, but there's no strings attached, and we can then fund an enormous amount of reporting in Gaza, which is what it was for. Okay, let's do it. Yeah. Anyway.
Also, you're published by billionaire communist nepo baby Nika Soon Chung.
Her title is publisher.
Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't give us money. Her dad doesn't give us money.
And they are billionaires, right?
He's a billionaire. Yeah. He owns the LA Times, and he owns like several. He created several cancer drugs that have become blockbusters, and so he's a multi-billionaire for having done that. But he doesn't give money to us, and we've never asked him, and we're not gonna.
Dropsite frequently flies to the Middle East to interview the leaders.
Surprisingly, someone that actually got money from doing something substantive.
U.S.
Odd.
Designated terrorist organizations. I can't even read that sentence. It's so ridiculous.
Right. Do we interview people that the U.S. has designated as terrorists? Yeah, we do that.
As journalists, 1,000 million % should.
Yeah.
They're complaining about Sharif, filed a sympathetic dispatch from the funeral of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah after he was killed by Israel.
You can go read the piece.
Go see how sympathetic it was.
Yeah.
Dropsite is fiscally sponsored by the Social Security.
Dude, this always happens. This happens to Jeremy Scahill anytime that he's with any like publication. And now that like again, Dropsite and Ryan Grimm, like they're out there doing real reporting, it's right back to it. And you have CNN and the legacy media going after Dropsite and Hassan Piker. Like there are reasons. Now you can hate Hassan, but the fact is to watch CNN go after anybody that is like alternative, news sources or even a streamer. Because again, he's a political commentator realistically, just like myself. Nothing wrong with that. But the fact that they are so threatened by the likes of us does kind of speak to just how obsolete they really are. And I think that, yeah, it is also kind of telling where they're threatened by actual journalism. People that do the hard work, that aren't biased. Like, that is kind of, that's crazy. Milan Bucco, what up, dude? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. If you can do me the solid, hit the like and sub if you are enjoying yourself. Don't want to pressure you. So, all right, let's go on to the next story that I have here. breaking news, and yes, this is coming from Pondering Politics, so let's hope that this isn't just something that they cobble together, because yeah, this is he's saying that Trump broke the ceasefire. I'm also simultaneously looking at Twitter as we go through this.
Unfortunately, we have yet more.
Oh, shit. Actually, go figure. Blue Sky.
Breaking news about Donald Trump's disastrous Iran war and the fragile ceasefire he announced last night.
Whoa.
As we discussed in an earlier video, it appeared that ceasefire was already collapsing. But now we have confirmation, not just from Fox News, but the Iranian government, the ceasefire has been violated, in their estimation, by Israel continuing to attack Lebanon, which they said was a condition for the ceasefire in the first place. So now they've closed off the Strait of Hormuz and the ceasefire is no longer in effect. Trump's announced ceasefire has collapsed in about 12 hours. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, I'm going to play what Fox News had to say announcing.
Always messy. Nah, I mean, even J.D. Vance seems to be acknowledging that the ceasefire is over.
Relaying.
Breaking news update. Iran's Levant oil refinery hit by after U.S. ceasefire announcement.
Iran's announcement
9
that the
hours
Strait
ago,
of Hormuz would be closed.
So the ceasefire was already broken before it was even announced.
The more breaking news is what the Iranian government has just announced. Breaking: Iran's Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf says the U.S. has already violated key clauses of Iran's 10-point framework before negotiations even began, citing Lebanon's ceasefire breaches, a drone incursion, and denial of enrichment rights.
Hey, what's up, Ivatala?
He calls the talks, quote, unreasonable under the circumstances, under the current conditions. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt claimed earlier that Iran had indicated they would turn over enriched uranium and said, quote, the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. That's from Midas Touch. Prem Thakur, who works with Zateo, which is Mehdi Hassan's operation, says, Speaker of Iran's parliament, quote, now the very workable basis on which to negotiate has been openly and clearly violated even before the negotiations began, end quote. There is no ceasefire. So obviously that could change in the next 5 minutes.
Almost 4-2-0. You know what that means.
For all we know, Donald Trump may be on the horn with the Iranian government as we speak, but according to the Iranian government, there is no ceasefire. We're going to turn to Fox News in just a second. But yeah, this is a major development, an absolutely major development. Okay. So now with that in mind, let's go to Fox News. This was them announcing in real time that Iran intended to close the Strait of Hormuz because of these ceasefire violations.
Now, so Martha, Iran seems to be up to its old tricks again, now saying, well, because Israel is attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon, which was one of their conditions for Israel to stop that. President Trump never agreed to that, as far as we know. Iran is now saying we're going to close the Strait of Hormuz again. How do you think the president's going to react?
Yeah, probably not well. But it's been pretty clear when you look at the 10 points from Iran and what we've learned. We haven't seen the entire 15-point list, but we know from the president and what he's talked about what he sees in it, and that is a free and open Strait of Hormuz. And as Jackie just mentioned, he spoke with ABC's Jonathan Karl, President Trump, earlier today, and suggested that it's a joint venture potentially. We look at the model in Venezuela, where the president is very enthusiastic about the deal that has happened that allows the United States to be a participant in the economic the economic oil adventure that has happened in Venezuela has been beneficial. So he wants to see some sort of transaction along those lines here. And so far, it looks like Iran is not on board on this. The other thing that I think is going to be interesting to see in terms of questions for Caroline Leavitt is the president had described the new regime in Iran as more forward-looking, a bit more reformist, easier.
So the ceasefire is out the window now because Israel cannot contain itself. I mean, realistically, yeah.
To deal with things along.
Which is, again, going back to why Pakistan was doing
those lines.
Pakistan.
He said, but now we know
Iran.
that it was
Mojtaba
Khomeini, who was rumored to be dead or badly injured, who was the person who was passing these notes and making this deal. He is a hardliner, still very much in charge. So I think there's a lot that needs to be hammered out
here. Midwest media accent, but I think I fail.
In terms of the future for Iran and what kind of nation it is and whether or not it's going to threaten us with terrorism there and around the world, in the Middle East, in the future. All these things are very big questions for this news conference today.
So this happened shortly before Carolyn Levitt's disastrous press conference. Again, they're Fox reporting on Iran's threat to close the Strait of Hormuz. Fox is obviously not happy about it. They're trying to spin it in Trump's favor. And again, the framing of this, well, Iran is up to its old tricks. Well, that remains to be seen because
it's not free. You got to pay, dude. That's BS.
Sure sounds
you got to tithe.
Like,
Come
at
on
least from
now.
their perspective,
You know
that was
BS.
one of their conditions, that Israel has to cease its attacks on Lebanon. Now, if it turns out that that was not one of their conditions,
Worry about yourself and your own faith.
They're simply lying about that, or misrepresenting what Trump and Israel agreed to, that evidence will come out. But again, right now we have absolutely no reason to trust Donald Trump, given that he's probably the most dishonest actor in all of this. And that says something, because the Israeli government and the Iranian government and the Trump administration are all incredibly dishonest brokers. But Iran or Trump might be the worst offender out of all of them. So I said Fox News. I also want to turn your attention to Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin, who is, again, one of the best in the business.
They take turns, too.
She's relaying
when
this
Stan's
message
down here,
from
he'll go
Iran's
upstairs
foreign
and
minister.
chill with,
Iran-U.S.
my wife.
ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The U.S. must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the U.S.'s court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. And so it also quotes the Pakistani Prime Minister, Sharif, who says, "With the greatest humility, I am pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately." And so this is why immediately, my presumption is in this case, the Iranian government's telling the truth, because the Pakistani Prime Minister, who announced the ceasefire and whom Trump used as kind of an agent to bring this to the public, he indicated that Israel was involved, and it also included a ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. That's coming not from the Iranian government, but from the Pakistani Prime Minister. So that cuts against Trump and Israel's claims that, well, Lebanon had nothing to do with it. Well, then why would your proxy, the Pakistani Prime Minister, why would he have announced that when he was the first one to talk about the ceasefire terms? So again, that's pretty damning of Trump here. I also want to turn to... actually, here's another Fox News correspondent, Trey Ginks.
There we go.
But there's an updated plan. Iran has already conceded to many of those old points, a U.S. official told Fox News. The previous 10-point plan being circulated is not the latest framework, he is told. But I want to show Jennifer Griffin's social media page, period, because, she's pretty reliable in terms of updates here. Nothing from Trey Ginks in the past 2 hours. Iran semi-official Mehr news reports explosions in Isfahan amid reports of air defense activity in Tehran, Isfahan, Kerman, Parand, and Rabat Karim. Additional reports of explosions heard in Bandar Abbas, southern Iran. Jennifer Griffin reposting this from Newsmax. "We have not conducted strikes against Iran since the ceasefire agreement started. 2 SU military officials tell me if anyone is striking Iran now, it is not our military." So there's that. Okay. So according to the Newsmax, and this is, reposted by Jennifer Griffin of Fox News, the U.S. is currently not attacking Iran, but Israel is attacking Lebanon and maybe attacking Iran as well.
I mean,
more
here. When was this?
Perfect union.
9:45 a.m. Fox News breaking. President Trump said Iran talks will happen very soon, in all caps, for a peace deal, and that the Pakistan PM is slamming violation of the ceasefire. Trump knows how to hold him to it. Iran has to show that they're serious. There's a reason the U.S. forces have not left yet.
And reporting that Trump is threatening to impose an immediate 50% sanction on all imported goods from countries supplying.
Just follow the money. Look at who knew about the ceasefire agreement, who bought what stocks, who sold what stocks. Dude, seriously, this is so obvious, the way that they just fucking move the market. Bunch of people make billions of dollars off of the fucking chaos, and then we just back to business as usual.
With weapons, thus again indicating that
Which business as usual right now is fucking over the little guy.
Ceasefire is collapsing in real time.
We're the little guy, by the way. Anybody watching this, I can say, like, unless you somehow are like a millionaire, then can you, I don't know, maybe contribute a little to the show here.
Anne-Marie Horton.
Since you have been blessed in this life.
Or Horton.
What's up, Rebecca?
Bloomberg.
You've got it, Pep.
Is or rather, I should say, she's a journalist. I don't know if she's with Bloomberg. Oh, she is with Bloomberg. Oh, I was right. I'm second guessing myself there. And this was retweeted also by Fox's Jennifer Griffin. But we have seen an uptick from traffic in the Strait today, says Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. According to ship tracking data compiled by Bloomberg, just 3 ships were observed leaving the region on Wednesday. So again, cutting against the Trump administration's lies that the Strait of Hormuz is open when in fact it is not. Jim Garrett.
Well, now you have Trump himself acknowledging that the Strait is not open.
From the National Review, conservative, has also this to say.
What's the point
any
of him
toll
even
passing
doing the first fucking
any toll to pass through the Strait of Hormuz would not be a, quote, beautiful thing, as Trump contended to ABC News' Jonathan Karl. It would represent an unprecedented surrender of freedom of navigation, which the U.S. Navy has fought to preserve and protect since Thomas Jefferson was president. From the days of the Barbary pirates to the Somali pirates and the Houthis, the U.S. and its allies have contended that U.S. ships can sail wherever they want, whenever they want, in international waters, and no state, entity, or force gets to restrict that. The Strait of Hormuz is legally international waters. Neither Iran, nor Oman, nor the United States is legally permitted to charge a fee or threaten force against ships that do not pay a fee. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the reason the U.S. was destroying the Iranian Navy was to, quote, ensure freedom of navigation. If the U.S. had always been amenable to the Iranian regime charging a toll to all the tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz, why did we just fight this war? So, folks, so many people are noting the incoherence of the Trump position on this. They are noting that the ceasefire is being violated and is effectively over. Mediaite reporting on this as well. Top Iranian official accuses U.S. of 3 violations of ceasefire, contradicting Trump claim. A top Iranian official on Wednesday accused the United States of violating 3 terms of its 10-point proposal that was understood to be the basis of the 2-week ceasefire agreement.
Right.
I
mean, it's kind of the basics.
Let's see. The statement reads,
Come
the
on,
deep
guys.
historical distrust we hold to the United States stems from its repeated violations of all forms of commitment, a pattern that has regrettably been repeated.
I have to be honest.
Once again, as the President of the United States has clearly stated in his truth, the Islamic Republic of Iran's 10-point proposal is, quote, a workable basis on which to negotiate and the main framework for these talks. However, 3 clauses of this proposal have been violated so far. Number 1, noncompliance with the first clause of the 10-point proposal regarding the ceasefire in Lebanon, a commitment that Prime Minister Sharif also explicitly referred to and declared as, quote, an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and other regions effective immediately. Number 2, the entry of an intruding drone into Iran airspace, which was destroyed in the city of Lar in Fars province, a clear violation of the clause prohibiting any further violation of Iranian airspace.
Do you think that the Pakistani government feels like real big idiots right now?
Number 3, denial of Iran's right to denial of
this is insane.
Of Iran's right to enrich.
Do you think that Trump? Oh my God! Again, I'm not sure if it's all as planned as I'm even trying to make it out to be, with the market shit. Because there's also that possibility that Trump even went, maybe I went a little too far, but
which was included in the 6th clause of the framework. Now, quote, the very workable basis on which to negotiate has been openly and clearly violated even before the negotiations began. In such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable. So again, it sure seems like the ceasefire is effectively over. The Fox is announcing it, the Iranian government is announcing it, and the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The ceasefire appears to be over. Could resume in an hour, could resume in a week, could resume in a month. We don't know. But as of right now, according to the Iranian government, Trump's ceasefire is over.
Okay. Went through that. Did U.S. achieve its aim in Iran? Well, this has aged like fucking sour milk that was released, just a few hours ago. Jesus. All right, here, let's do this. Because he kind of made me realize, yeah, okay, I could have just gone to Mediaite and I told you guys this. Yeah. But this is a little more interesting. Joe Rogan argues Trump launched Iran war to distract from the Epstein files. Now here's the thing. I know that in online communities, specifically like mine, this is kind of commonplace. We all talk about this, just saying yeah, it's obvious. But for Mediaite to kind of jump on this, that's when you know that it's starting to break through. That's when, yeah. And then Joe Rogan, I hate to say it, he's a useful idiot in this case. Joe Rogan, oh, hey, targeted advertising. I was just looking at one of these. I was thinking about getting one of these. Joe Rogan claimed on Wednesday's episode that his top-ranked podcast, I guess he's in the top ranking again, that President Donald Trump launched his war on Iran to distract Americans from the files released of the dead sex criminal Jeffrey Epstein. Did AI write this, Sean James, with help from AI? Preface that? I don't know. Rogan made the claim after his guest Arsenio Hall. Whoop, 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 whoop. Damn. Okay. That actually kind of felt good. The story. Yes, my family was the quintessential American family from the 90s. We used to do the whoop whoop. Watch Arsenio. The story of said the story of American politics is misdirection, where politicians distract gullible citizens with one story to make them forget about something even worse. The veteran comic and podcast host agreed and pointed to ex-President Bill Clinton bombing some other countries to distract the public from Monica Lewinsky's scandal. Rogan then said the latest example is the Iran war. Look, the Epstein files come out. We go to war with Iran. It's a good way to get the people to stop talking about certain things, Rogan said. You give them a new problem to think about. Trump's Justice Department has released millions of documents tied to Epstein since last fall. One document released earlier this year showed Trump thank cops in Florida, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, but that was also one of the ones that was kind of like disproven to have any merit, because there was also a bunch of documented proof that he never actually kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. So, thank goodness for stopping it. Again, this is a little bias. Trump told former Palm Beach chief, okay. Wow. Fucking media, there you go. Epstein was convicted in Florida in 2008 for soliciting prostitution, including a minor under the age of 18. He later died in jail while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking in 2019. Rogan endorsed. Yes. Okay. Now you're just going through the bullshit here. Wait.
That's nuts. That's a sick society.
I was about to say, might have an ad.
As a kid,
might have an ad that has a very has a song in it.
I did magic, right? And there's a thing in magic. I take a coin and put in this hand. There's a thing called misdirection. That's what I just did to you. You looked at that hand. I'm doing some shit right here.
Right.
That's the story of American politics.
Oh yeah. Whenever something weird's going on, look, when Monica Lewinsky, when Bill Clinton got caught with Monica Lewinsky, they immediately started bombing some other countries. They're like, we got to distract these people. This is just too complicated.
Yeah.
Look, the Epstein files comes out. We go to war with Iran. It's a good way to get people to stop talking about certain things. You give them a new problem to think about.
Hey, this morning, I wake up in a very nice hotel, thanks to you. Breakfast was paid for, the tip was done, all that shit. It was kind of cool. And I was nervous. And I'm thinking, I'm nervous.
Really, treats his guests like that? That's actually fucking
to go see my guy and talk, which is insane. But then, sometimes you try to focus on why you're really nervous. Why am I so nervous? And I realized it wasn't just coming here. I had watched about a half hour of news, and it was making my stomach hurt.
Yeah.
Because I feel so sad on a lot of levels.
And anxiety.
Yes.
And news just gives me anxiety.
But I gotta...
Welcome to the world, Joe. How do you think it feels like... Damn, dude. If it gives you anxiety with your millions of dollars, never having to worry about shit, you ever think about how it impacts just, your lowly average person?
As a comic, I gotta watch because I gotta know everything. I gotta have that mental Rolodex loaded.
Yes.
For
That's
crowd
true.
work or whatever.
Yeah, but Joe wouldn't know that because he hasn't actually worked on his craft for quite some time.
Ever.
You have to know
what up, Nick? How's it going?
What's going on in
Good to
the
see you.
world, unfortunately. If I wasn't a comic, I would have no social media. I would never consume the news. I would just hide.
Yeah.
I would just go to a peaceful place. I'd probably have a place in the mountain somewhere and just fucking chill.
He already did that. He moved from his place in the mountains somewhere and he wasn't happy.
I would not want to have anything to do with any of this bullshit that's going on in the world. And I know a lot of people say, oh, you have to participate and this and that. Like, man, Yeah, I guess, but I don't think your participation is having the kind of effect that you'd like it to have. I think it's having an
That's true, but at the same time, the answer isn't to not listen or to just bury your head.
Effect on the way you think and feel.
I mean, same thing.
Much more so, like a disproportionate effect on your mental health and your anxiety levels and all these different things that you cannot control by paying attention to it. You can't control what these fucking people are doing. And it just drives you nuts. And
it's frustrating because.
Well, no, Joe. See, this is what drives me nuts and most people nuts about him. He's still talking like it's just like, hey, yeah, I have absolutely no sway.
We realize, I mean.
Like, bro, I just want one person to stand up to him and just go, like, Joe, you have the president's ear. Stop pretending like you're like the average dude.
You and I are both millionaires. You a lot more than me. But at the same time, we realize we don't have enough money to really affect it. I mean, you
can affect some things, I guess.
Yeah,
well, I mean, was Arsenio almost going to say it like you?
I don't want to. I don't want to affect. If I can affect things in a positive way, I can. Yeah, I mean, there's some things
we
that I'd
affect
like
things
to do.
by dispersing information of candidates.
Yeah.
and for helping to inform people.
Well,
but that kind of money.
Arsenio, you're almost giving Joe too much credit on this one.
That you have to have a dinner in Malibu, and later get some shit done that you want to get done because the president is your guy now.
Yeah,
or girl.
That's very complicated.
Yeah,
very. And that
Joe, dude, this is why nobody that watches or has watched Rogan for a long time can listen to him anymore and just not acknowledge how fucking compromised he is. Like right here.
Kind of complication.
Listen to how fucking nervous he is.
There's a lot of scrutiny, a lot of weirdness, and
yeah, Joe. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're almost completely bought out by Peter Thiel or something. I don't even know. It's like you make enough money. What is it? Is it just because now they're friendly to you? I just don't get it. And that kind of like him being compromised, that's the reason that nobody can fucking take him seriously anymore. All right. Megyn Kelly apparently also went nuts. And then we have Alex Jones. Like, dude, this is more of a fun show today. I like this.
But right before the ceasefire was announced. So keep that in mind.
Now, as you can imagine, that post did not go over well with the Iranians or with many Americans. I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like.
I like this because this is where, this is organic. I can tell that this is like I have fucking stood up for this motherfucker through thick and thin. Why does he keep making this harder on us?
Like the president, 3D chess. Shut up. fucking shut the fuck up about that shit. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians just casually in a social media post. You know, like I am the first to try to understand Trump and his strategy. And
God, she looks like a Team America puppet.
To not freak out over his weird social media posts and language that is loose and incendiary. Truly, I've lived with it for 10 plus years. I learned.
Has anyone seen the new season of The Boys yet?
It the hard way when I was on the receiving end.
I still got to catch up on Invincible. Like that just dropped in. Wait a minute. Oh shit. There's new Daredevil
truly,
too.
I think that was a gift to me in many ways because it helped me really come to understand what he does with his social media.
Here's the problem. Before she goes on, and again, it probably shouldn't bother me, but actually, I think actually should bother us. The thing is, Megyn Kelly would never have accepted that, nor would she ever accept it in the future from a Democrat. If a Democratic politician ever spoke to her the way that Donald Trump did, she would not be so eager as to let bygones be bygones. She grades Trump and Republicans on a curve because she recognizes it's in her best interest as a content creator who is adjacent either in the MAGA orbit.
Bob took off, man. I don't think he's coming back.
Adjacent to the.
Although, who knows? Dude, some of these hate watchers, every once in a while, they will
MAGA orbit or someone who is ideologically predisposed towards Trump in the first place. Can you imagine how upset and offended she would either be or claim to be if President Obama, President Biden, President Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Vice President Kamala Harris, if they spoke to her even now the way that Trump does on a regular basis, she'd be apoplectic. The hypocrisy is inherent to the movement. There has never been a movement as shamelessly hypocritical, nowhere. The Democratic Party on its most hypocritical day is less hypocritical than the Republican Party of today on its best day. So again, this
Bob's too innocent to be a troll.
Gift to me. No, it wasn't, Megan. And it's okay for you.
No, that was just an organic fucking roast. That was fun.
This is unacceptable. And I'd be pissed off if it were Barack Obama saying this, which means you should be pissed off if it were Donald Trump. Anything else is shameless hypocrisy and reveals the intellectual weakness of your entire worldview. But she is complaining about Trump now, so I'll take it. Let's continue.
But this is completely irresponsible and disgusting. This is wrong. It's wrong. He should not be doing it. I don't care that it's his negotiation tactic is to kill an entire country full of civilians, men, women, and children. An American president, so that the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. It's just wrong.
For something that he started.
It's not hard.
People keep forgetting to mention the fact that the Strait of Hormuz was not owned by Iran or ran by Iran.
Hard to say it. It's not hard to recognize.
Do I have a P.O. box? I do indeed, Carl.
It. I wish he would stop doing this.
I might have to get a new one.
Like, he can't negotiate without doing this. What does that say about him? What does that say about the position that our country is in right now in these negotiations? He's got to say this. He can't be a dignified, strong leader without threatening a bunch of war crimes. Like what is he, Genghis Khan? Like what is he?
You mean Genghis Khan if you're Sagar, because I don't know how in the fuck he got on to pronouncing it that way and never got corrected, but
trying to do. And why can't he do it with strength, threats? Sure, go for it. That don't diminish and demean the United States of America.
Thing you can do is stream to raise money. I mean, it's a way to raise money and also do something that I love to do. I know. Bruce.
All right. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran.
So again, this was before the ceasefire, again, which as we speak is reportedly on the verge of collapse.
Shame on you.
She posted this and recorded this before the ceasefire was announced. But let's just deal with this. Okay, again, this is one of those things where, again, liberals, progressives, Democrats, and never Trump Republicans were always right about Trump. And every Trump supporter was always wrong. He is morally inferior. He is indecent. He is uncivil. More indecent and uncivil than
Bruce throwing shade when he's using AI.
Any Democratic politician. He's objectively worse. He's more corrupt. He's more authoritarian. He's dumber. He's more cruel. He's more sadistic. The vices that you find within a human being are more prevalent in Trump in greater abundance than any of his Democratic counterparts. The very worst qualities of his Democratic counterparts. So, for example, President Clinton, a philanderer, right? A cheater, an adulterer. Donald Trump is objectively worse even in that respect. He's just inferior.
The Independent is ripping on Pete Hegseth's address.
And we always knew that. We were always right about that. You, Megyn Kelly, were always wrong about it. And even to this day, as you're reckoning with that fact, because again, she's sharp, she's not stupid. She knows that this is the position that defending Trump has put her in and trying to walk that tightrope. Okay, I criticize him here. How do I phrase it? What do I do? How much slack do I give him? Just imagine how she would feel and how so many in MAGA would feel if there was a Democratic equivalent of Trump speaking to Republicans, red states, and his political opponents the way that Trump does.
Yeah, Biden was a weirdo. You're not going to find anybody here standing up for it.
He has always demeaned.
But using Biden to continuously ignore the fact that Trump is also a fucking weirdo, a sex pest, any of it, like, come on, man.
The United States, he's always demeaned the office of the president. That's why I don't address him by his title. He is the sitting president of the United States, but I do not call him President Trump. Usually, even when I'm reading quotes that refer to him as President Trump, I'll change it to Donald Trump because fuck him. And it's not about policy differences. I think President Bush, President Reagan, I think they were terrible presidents. I think they enacted terrible policy, but they didn't demean the office of the presidency. Donald Trump not only has terrible policies, but he's just such a beacon of moral inferiority. I refuse to grant him the dignity of the title. Fuck you and fuck him. So I'm glad she's wrestling with this, but I don't know why she's surprised. This is the problem. This is the position that every Trump apologist who eventually comes.
Wow, they're also ripping Caroline Leavitt. Caroline Leavitt floundered as reporters pressed her on Trump's terrible civilization will die tonight.
Too, even for a moment, finds themselves in. Well,
yeah, it's almost like people aren't just going to fucking forget.
How was I supposed to know? Well, you should have been paying attention from the beginning. And again, what makes it so fascinating, as I mentioned in the video I did yesterday, predicting that this video that I'm talking about today would come to pass, is Megyn Kelly had this to say about
Democrats
Donald Trump and the Republican Party
articles against Trump and Hexa
the day before.
Nearly 200 lawmakers.
Even though Trump already said
25th
incendiary, psychotic things threatening war crimes, this is what Megyn Kelly had to say.
I mean, honestly, Trump could drop a nuke and I'd still vote Republican over those people because
You're
they want
a Fifth Avenue voter.
In some ways, I really am. But honestly, what they want to do is nuke our own country.
So she says Democrats want to nuke our own country. And she admits, as Emily Jashinsky, one of the conservative co-hosts of Breaking Points, notes, that Megyn Kelly is herself when Trump said he could
fuck yeah, man, we're looking for truth around here.
choose someone on Fifth Avenue, not lose a single vote. She's like, oh, you're one of those people. She's like, in some ways I am. That's incredibly stupid. You shouldn't have that cultish devotion to anybody.
No. Honestly, and it's fucking creepy as shit. Like, it really is. Yeah, let's get to her tweet. MAGA influencers seem to be heading for the exits when it comes to Trump. Rogan, Tucker, Candace Owens, Alex Jones are all now claiming Trump is out to lunch. Don't be the last MAGA to be still supporting this idiot. Megan Tawdry, theater is absurd. Yesterday, swearing she'd vote for Trump even if he dropped a nuke. Today, clutching her pearls and wailing, "I'm sick of this shit. Can't he behave like a normal human being? What a contemptible fraud. Your selective outrage isn't journalism." Okay, we're good with this one. So yeah, they are heading for the exits. Iranian state media reports Iran closing Strait of Hormuz. Here, this was broken like right as I was going live, so let's at least cover those.
Joining me now, Adil Haq, law professor at Rutgers Law School. With me here on set, Michael Weiss, editor of The Insider and co-author of ISIS, Inside the Army of Terror. So there we have it, Michael, and have had it through today. Both sides declaring victory in a war that we don't even know if it's over, but can both sides be right?
Well, we don't even know what the terms are of the ceasefire, right? I mean, Donald Trump has now taken to Truth Social denouncing a CNN report which cited Iranian officials with 10 points of their own, saying this is all fake news and there's a federal investigation into who's leaking this and whatnot. For the last 5 hours or so, it's been a question, is Lebanon on the table in terms of a ceasefire? The Israelis said, nope, it's not. The Americans said, nope, it's not. But the Iranians seem to think it is and are threatening that, you know, if the Israelis don't stop pounding Hezbollah, they might continue hostilities themselves. So I'm as confused as I think everyone else is, to be honest. I know you're not supposed to say that on TV, but, you know, I really don't have any sense of clarity. Trump says that there is, you know, a term sheet that everyone has agreed to, and that's what's going to be negotiated.
Wait, I mean, many other pro-MAGA streamers have lost most of their views. Channels that used to have 1K people watching are down to 100 viewers. I think that a lot of that has to do with the bot SWAT, or like the way that they got rid of the bots.
Negotiated.
Don't want to use bot SWAT as a.
And oh, by the way, J.D. Vance is not going to be the one to do it in Islamabad because of security reasons. So it's going to be the, you know, dynamic duo of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
That's a big part
Are
of
they
it.
saying that they're
expendable, but J.D. isn't? They can go to Pakistan, but he can't. And remember, those guys didn't do such a bang-up
But
job
I'm
with the
also,
diplomacy.
I'm gonna guess that there is some organic, you know, movement there where people are just abandoning ship.
Going into this thing. And I don't think the Iranians are going to treat them with anything other than the utmost contempt, right? The juju before the ceasefire was announced was that actually JD had volunteered himself to be the interlocutor because the Iranians see him as the isolationist who is anti-war and the guy that they can make a deal with. But Kushner and Witkoff, I don't know. I mean...
Adil, do you have a sense of what's included in this ceasefire and what's not?
No, I think it's pretty clear that there has been miscommunication or lack of clarity. And to be honest, that's not surprising when you try to negotiate a very complex arrangement on a very short timeline, and the negotiators are afraid to even show their faces because they might be assassinated. So this is not how diplomacy is supposed to work, and we see the result is an agreement whose contours are very uncertain and which might collapse at any moment because of that uncertainty.
And yet that has not stopped, Michael, this administration from declaring victory. Let me play a little bit of what Pete Hegseth had to say this morning.
Well, it's always been non-negotiable.
Okay, so this is the press conference that they were ripping.
They won't have nuclear capabilities. And so right now it's buried and we're watching it. We know exactly what they have, and they know that. And they will either give it to us, which the president has laid out. They'll give it to us voluntarily. We'll get it. We'll take it. We'll take it out.
So I just want to remind people that under the Obama-era negotiated nuclear deal, Iran agreed to relinquish 97% of its enriched uranium stockpiles, 70% of its centrifuges. So we've declared victory. Are we, as the United States, in a better position now than we were after the approval of that deal under Obama?
Part of the JCPOA, you'll recall, a lot of critics were saying, well, we're delivering pallets of cash to the Iranians, when we lifted or unfroze sanctions. Now the Iranians are saying, and again, we don't know if this is true or if this is going to be certified by any kind of bilateral agreement, but the Iranians are saying, actually, we're going to charge a levy for each tanker that we allow to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Right now, the Iranians control the Strait. That was not on the bingo card before this war started, right?
No.
The amount of
no,
money
and that needs
they
to, again, I hate the fact that MS Now is the only ones really saying this.
Make just with
that's what sucks.
Blockage of tankers.
This should be like every news source should be kind of bringing that up, where it's like, yeah, they didn't control it, but I understand because they don't want to make Trump look bad.
Up there is something like $64 billion. Now, my question is, what are they going to do with that money? Are they going to maybe start rebuilding their missile capability? Are they going to use this to finance their proxies and project power? All of the military objectives that General Kane had laid out at the start of this war for the United States to achieve could very easily be undone simply by an economic windfall that we might accede to here.
Well, maybe a deal, because the president has suggested this. It's going to be some sort of joint venture of collecting money along the Strait of Hormuz between what were apparently, just 12 hours or so ago, enemies, the United States and Iran. What do you make of that?
So there's no legal basis for charging tolls to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So the United States and Iran can agree to what they want, but there's no legal basis for it. So I can't expect the international community to accept it and go along with it. So it's essentially an attempt to monetize and to negotiate around international law, and I don't think it's going to succeed.
What are you going to be watching for, Michael, in the days to come, both from this administration and from Iran? Because, again, you have both sides declaring victory, and Iran shows no signs of being cowed.
No. And
I'm looking up some of the updates coming from Iran, like the Iranian news, and
to the Gulf states, they see no ceasefire in place.
They're saying the ceasefire is completely off.
12
Meanwhile, you got everybody
20
tiptoeing, just being like, "No, it's still on. It's just ceasefires are complicated."
Hours later, I mean, the UAE, the Saudis have been pounded. Now, the question is this because of the lack of command and control? So, in other words, the IRGC is launching drones and missiles because they haven't gotten the memo that there's a ceasefire in place? Or is it that Iran now knows Donald Trump is desperate to call this whole thing off?
This troglodyte.
And in fact, engage economically in a joint business venture.
Nice to meet you too.
Sure, with the IRGC, such that they can humiliate and pound the UAE and the Saudis and the GCC countries with impunity, knowing that the United States will not retaliate. You heard Pete Hegseth today was talking about this war in the past tense. So all the optics from our side is it's all over but the shouting here, right? Yeah. And the Iranians, I think, are going to take that. Whether or not it's an actual victory for them and that they have won this thing, they certainly believe that they have.
I want to go back into region.
I mean, optically, it does kind of look like they got everything they wanted.
And with,
I mean, dude, they get to keep the Strait, which that's a huge prize.
Associated Press's Isabel Debray from Beirut. So what can you tell us about this? And let me start with Israel saying this ceasefire doesn't apply to Lebanon. What can you tell us about what we know
Enjoy my miserable
about what's
existence?
on the ground?
Thanks for the well wishes. Appreciate it, James.
There indeed were no signs of a ceasefire today in Beirut.
Why so mad?
Actually,
with all the winning with Trump and all that, like, God, you would think that you would be, I don't know, just
it was
a little bit more happy, calm.
The most intense day of the war since it
Just
started.
in general, like balanced. Like you didn't find balance
On March 2nd, and that's the
Nah, you're just so mad. Why such like? And then you're just like, oh, just meanie bobini lefty. No.
war, of course, between Israel and
You're a troglodyte piece of shit. No, I don't need. This is how. That's how you introduced yourself.
Iran-backed Hezbollah
You troglodyte piece of shit.
in Lebanon, and
Fucking covering news, and you're just like, whoa.
Hezbollah has held fire. We have.
You're
seen
having
that,
a great day. Really seems like it.
But the Israeli military has announced a
I'm not angry. I'm having a great day. I'm so happy.
series of intense strikes.
We got a new
the
Bob.
last
All
hours,
right.
and in Beirut,
New Bob.
It was just scenes of chaos. Honestly,
Sorry, James. That's
we
your
were walking
name.
through
New
the
Bob.
streets, and there were just piles of cars that had burned. There were just entire apartment
Now let's see. Does he
blocks. that
does
had
he
been
make
razed to the ground
an argument about how gas prices are so great in his
by
area?
these strikes? There's twisted metal everywhere. Ambulances that were trying to make
Winning
it
with
through
Trump,
rush hour.
laughing my fucking ass off.
Hospitals
That
were
loser
calling on
of a
people to
president
donate
doesn't
blood. The
does it.
Lebanese health
All he
ministry
does is take L after L.
still counting
It is true.
the casualties, but
I told like the thing is now I 100% get how he bankrupted well, not just a casino, 3 casinos.
really, this does seem like one of the deadliest days of the war so far. Just in Beirut, over 80 people killed and over 700 wounded. So that death toll is likely to
prime.
rise, we're told. And again, just really scenes that were sort of surreal as everyone in the region was talking about this ceasefire, just seeing this destruction in Beirut. And also important to mention that we're not just talking about areas on the outskirts of Beirut that have already been evacuated, that Israel has repeatedly warned people to leave. These are areas really in central Beirut, densely packed commercial residential areas that have previously been spared from a lot of that violence. So really shocking to be here on
Looks
that
like it's
day.
a health club that got hit.
Thank you so much for that, Isabel Debray. So, Adil, let me close up with this question, which is obviously in the Middle East, the violence continues, but the justification for this, or one of the justifications.
Any of MAGA's goals have not been accomplished. They should be the most mad, but they still support it. It's amazing. Yep.
Was to get rid of nuclear
Well
capabilities,
said, Bill.
to make the United States of America
Also, welcome to the show.
safer, that this was a matter of national security. Today, is the U.S. safer than it was when this war began?
Consider subscribing to the channel if you guys are enjoying
there was
the
a
content.
negotiated settlement to be had with Iran. It's not clear whether the deals are going to be more favorable after this extremely bloody and destructive war. So it does seem that we've killed around 1,700 civilians and achieved nothing, and not really improved our national security in any way. We've created more enemies, more instability, damaged our economy and the economy of the region, and really have nothing to show for it. And again,
thank you.
the conflict is not
Back
necessarily over.
shit.
We have to wait and see if the bloodshed will finally end.
All right. Well, here we got Levitt's. Her face says it all, though. Caroline Levitt, apparently, like, she came out and said something, like, to the effect of, everything's going great. Strait of Hormuz, that's open, you bunch of liars.
Joining us, journalist and director of press freedom initiatives for the Washington Post, Jason Rezaian. He was held hostage in Iran for 17 months back in 2014 when he was the
Caroline
paper's
Levitt
Tehran
report?
bureau chief. Washington Post foreign affairs columnist
damn
and
it.
MS Now contributor
this the
David
wrong one?
Ignatius,
No,
MS Now
it's
contributor
literally
Inzamam
Levitt
Rashid
reports.
from Dubai, and retired U.S. Marine Corps officer and Afghanistan.
My mornings with you guys are awesome. Oh, thank you. And thank you for the $20 Australian. I appreciate that.
My
mornings
is great
with you
to have
guys
all
is
of you guys to
awesome.
kick off
Cool
this
face
hour.
emoji.
Inzamam, I'll start with you. We have these
I'll go get cat treats tomorrow.
mismatched reports from Iran and the U.S.
That he will not get into, by the way, because now I have a new storage method.
of what is happening in the Strait as we speak, as well as what was even agreed
found
to
him
in
eating
the first
milk
place
bones today.
here.
Just,
What are you hearing about how and where
I think I might have created a monster on this one. My cat eats milk bones.
this ceasefire stands?
I do appreciate
Well,
the gift
Antonio,
of free
let's
voice.
be clear. The ceasefire proposal, this 2-week ceasefire proposal that was passed overnight, has well and truly collapsed. And that's collapsed for
That's funny how many
a number
people
of
come in here like thinking that they're going to troll their way out of, or like troll their way into getting banned.
reasons. Firstly, the Strait
There's
of
only
Hormuz. Yes, we
yeah,
may
I mean-
have seen an uptick of some vessels passing
I'm
through.
not going to say how to do it,
There isn't,
but I've had some
any
that like
official
did
data
catch
yet
immediate bans
suggesting
where you're
that,
just
but
like,
that's
not even fucking
what
with
Caroline
that.
Levitt was suggesting today in that briefing.
You got to be. You have to do something. Like honestly, I like the fact that I have a reputation like on YouTube, which is weird already, but. Yeah, I do actually have a reputation with other creator spaces where they even say they're like, "Oh, if you got banned on Pep Talks, you done fucked up."
Whilst that
It's like that's a hard channel to get banned from.
was a good sign. We saw the markets
I got pretty thick
react
skin.
to that positively. Oil prices coming down as a result. It seems tonight that Iran is reblocking that Strait of Hormuz, taking back the control of it. Not that they let it go, but essentially now not allowing vessels to pass through.
Cat's,
And
yeah,
this
the
has
cat
all
has become the
happened
dog. He
because
has. I mean,
the
dude,
fighting
I
has
don't.
very much
I don't get it.
remained today. Yesterday, when this ceasefire agreement, or overnight when this ceasefire agreement was passed, the Pakistani Prime Minister had clearly stated that it meant
for
that
the most part, I got some people that hate me. It's all right.
fighting would end right across.
Like I said, I think I've been pretty clear about this. I'm not everybody's cup of coffee or whatever.
This region, so that meant inside Iran. That meant Iran's
You're back from picking up Angryzilla or Angerzilla
into Israel and the Gulf
What'd you
countries,
do?
but also the fighting inside of Lebanon. And yet today, in 5.5
I have no problem
almost 6
banning by
weeks
like
of this
watching Pep
conflict
fuck with
happening,
Trumpers. I love watching
Lebanon
it.
has
Or
seen
I love watching it. I love doing
one of
it.
its deadliest days. Israel has targeted Lebanon in a huge
Yeah, Pep had a full-blown meltdown on a mod that
amounts
overmodded.
today.
Yes, I did.
In fact, the IDF specifically
Still
put
not.
out
Legitimately, I'm not proud of that one. That was one of my moments where I was just like, I really wish I didn't do that on stream.
minutes they
But
fired and struck
whatever.
more than 100 targets inside of Lebanon, and we've just seen some of the images coming
Wait, Pep doesn't have haters, only fans in denial.
out of the likes
I
of
love
Beirut
that, dude.
and
Thank you.
South Lebanon as well, and the destruction has been
Only fans in
immense
denial.
throughout the day today, and
Hell yeah.
particularly into this evening. And we are now getting reports as well that Iran
But then we got Bob.
has retaliated
Yeah,
with
Bob don't
strikes
like me.
inside of Israel, targeting the city of
Wouldn't that
Tel
be a
Aviv.
bitch if I end up in Terre Haute, like at a gas station, and he's the clerk, and it's just like, hey, ain't you that Pep Talks fella? It's just like, Bob?
So that gives you an indication that the ceasefire arrangement has pretty much collapsed. And then we've had various messages as well from different leaders. Firstly,
Then I just take a
Pakistani
quick
Prime
glance
Minister
at the gas
Shahbaz
price and just be like, all right, hold on, let me Google.
Sharif said that violations
so-
of ceasefire have been reported at a few places across the conflict zone, which undermine the spirit of peace process. I earnestly and sincerely urge all parties
That'll
to
be cool. I mean,
exercise restraint
I don't
and
know.
respect.
I've been talking to some people about some stuff, and like, for instance, if there is a majority report event,
The ceasefire
might be flying into New York.
for 2 weeks as agreed
We'll
upon,
see.
so that diplomacy can take a lead role towards peaceful settlement and the conflict. And we'll come on to what's happening in Pakistan
Really depends
in
on if
Friday
they do
shortly,
something,
but I
but-
just want to very briefly tell you what the Iranian foreign minister has said in the last couple of hours or so. He said that the Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit.
I actually look forward to this. Nice.
The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel.
I try to do a show that people do look forward to, man.
It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The
I look
ball
forward to
is in
doing
the
the show.
US court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. Look, there is potential talk.
Because we all know it's bullshit. The thing is, everybody, like, we're all on the same page where we're just like, I don't know. I just...
taking place this weekend in Pakistan.
Like, it'd be great if, like, honestly, and I'm not even trying to be, like, condescending about this. If he actually ended this, great.
Caroline Levitt.
Yes, I'm going to make fun of the taco thing because you don't get to just fucking go and threaten the end of civilization in a poop tweet and then just expect everybody not to fucking think that you're crazy as shit.
Said that
but if it does result in peace, I don't
being
know. I guess
spearheaded
poop
by
tweet away.
the Vice President J.D. Vance, also Steve Witkoff
I'm also,
and Jared Kushner
a
will
healthy
be heading
cynic on this
to
one.
Islamabad to have those discussions. But it makes you think, what is the point in all of that? If this 2-week ceasefire that was put in place, that was supposed to reduce the fighting, that was supposed to get the Strait of Hormuz open so that oil could flow once again and help the world's economy, because it's been struggling over the last 5 to 6
What a
weeks
timeline.
since
I
this
mean,
conflict has begun. What is the point
My cat just farted.
of these U.S. officials going to Pakistan to have conversations with Iran, mediated by the Pakistanis, when this simple ceasefire that they put in place for 2 weeks has collapsed on the first day, Antonia?
David, I want your reaction to Inzamam's reporting there, and I guess to the question of have things already fallen apart?
Well, I think the right description of this ceasefire from the moment it was announced was fragile. We've seen ceasefires and talk of ceasefires come and go. And I think it's a little early to say that this has collapsed entirely. But to me, what we're seeing today, in part, is a sign of the somewhat divergent situations and war aims of the United States and Israel. Israel wants to continue its campaign in Lebanon, as our colleague just reported. Heavy strikes today in Beirut.
That was weird.
The United States.
It's one of the neighborhood kids. I was like, oh shit. Is he about to tell me, like, sir, I just might have broken your window or some shit like that? Legit. I was like, what the fuck is this about? Because he definitely was not selling anything. He looked like he was just like, oh, fuck. But then he was just like, I was just wondering, do you need like any help like with your like lawn mowing, yard work? Do you have like, I can do small jobs? I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Like maybe in 2 weeks I might have a job for you.
Because
Who
of
knows?
a different aim, wanting to reopen the Strait.
Hey, you know what? I applaud that. If you're going out there, you know, I did that.
Bring the conflict.
I used to wash cars and I used to mow my neighbors' lawns, getting $10 a pop.
Close. There was reporting this morning in the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. and Israel were really not on the same page about the
Can I get my ball back? Yeah.
Structure.
I should go full Sandlot. It's like, you hear that dog? You hear that dog?
Ceasefire.
We call him the Beast.
So I think those tensions are present. They're going to remain present in coming days. The momentum behind the ceasefire is, I think, international.
But also, like, I hate to say it, it's like, did you have to knock on the door?
The Chinese have been working with the Pakistanis. The Turks have. The Saudis, Egyptians, other the Emiratis. So,
I mean, dude, realistically, when people are even saying that, like, this wasn't a world conflict, it's like,
there are reasons to think that this might be put back on track. But for the moment, if in fact traffic is not moving through the Strait, the fundamental condition demand of
here's a 20 little homie.
President Trump,
I mean, honestly,
has not been met, and I think he's going to react angrily and feel that the Iranians have broken their word, as the Iranians are claiming the U.S. is violating what they thought were the terms. The problem is the terms were so vague.
Jason, how are Iranians, both inside and outside of Iran, members of the diaspora, feeling about not just the fragility of this moment, but also just one day after?
I mean, I'm probably one of the last. Do they still do paper routes? Because I had a paper route.
Watching what was on some networks.
That was like one of my first gigs ever. Was for the Daily Herald in the Chicago suburbs.
I won't name who. To the demise of the Iranian civilization. I can't really imagine how that feels. If you can give us a sense of just how Iranians
God, how fucking just
view this.
That was crazy that they had a countdown clock.
This moment.
I think that there's so much anxiety. There has been, not just over the last 6 weeks of this war, over the last 47 years, but in particular, since the start of this year and the massive protests inside Iran that were put down by a state-sponsored massacre of thousands, potentially tens of thousands Iranian protesters. Look, I think the one thing that Iranians looking at this are saying is that our rights, our future, our freedom, which this war was sold as a war or a conflict of liberation of them, are not anywhere in this ceasefire proposal on either side. So I think that there is this big concern that while there is a sigh of relief of a potential short-term respite of bombing of Iran, what's going to happen after that? And if the United States decides to walk away from this conflict with the regime still in place, despite what President Trump and Secretary of Defense Hegseth have said, it's the same people in control of Iran that have been in control of Iran for different, for the past 47 years. It's just different names, people of the same ideological system. Is their future, the Iranian people's future, going to be harder because of this war? Almost certainly. Have we failed them after promising them a brighter future? It certainly looks like it.
That's a special
Lieutenant
kind
Colonel,
of bad smell there,
you
guy.
have many years of experience serving Afghanistan, Iraq, hearing military leaders describe how things are going to change just around a corner, imagining that their actions are going to lead for materially better conditions for people living abroad, and those things not always quite coming to fruition here. I'm curious how you read this moment and the message from this administration, the insistence from this administration that even in the face of everything that Inzamam, David, and Jason just spelled out there, that they've had some kind of complete victory.
Yeah, I think it's frustrating. It's frustrating for those of us certainly who spent 2 decades or more in the service of the nation's wars, and those that continue to do it. I talk to folks internationally. I talk to my peers. And we look, our Department of Defense, Department of War, whatever it's called today, is more capable of executing tactical tasks successfully under any conditions than any military in the world. But where we don't tie those two strategic victories, where we put the same people into power again.
Guys, I just realized that my chat has been frozen for a pretty significant amount of time. So if I missed anything, apologies.
To remain in power, where we're suddenly going to pay a $2 million ship per tax or per ship tax to get through the Straits of Hormuz. That doesn't look like a strategic victory. And ultimately, the goal is to tie tactics to ends, ways, and means to get to a strategic victory. And I just don't buy it.
Lieutenant Colonel, so do you see this then?
Yeah, that explains a lot.
This 2-week pause, is it a moment to regroup, or is it just political cover?
I'm cynical about politics in general. I don't think there's anything wrong with a moment to regroup. I think that an off-ramp from violence is always a good thing. And if that's the instinct that our political class is following, so much the better. But if it doesn't achieve the end,
his breath was awful.
Or if it allows Iran to become stronger in the interim, well, then that's a failure. But I think there's never a bad time to stop shooting at one another.
Such professional, much thanks. Yes. Yeah, I get it. Okay, so this is the one that I wanted to show. I wanted to show her having herself a little meltdown here. I'll let him preface this a little.
Navy was not a threat to the United States of America. So the fact that you've decimated
lots of ponder. You know what? I just realized it's because I've been liking his videos that it is just like cycling them through.
Made much of their.
I also have like a lot of TYT sports cycling through now.
Navy is irrelevant.
Ooh, I do have a fun TYT clip actually from John Adirola.
For our purposes. Number 3, their missile capacity. They are still sitting on a vast arsenal of missiles that they are using to threaten the Persian Gulf, which is why they are able to control the Strait of Hormuz. So you have not decimated their missile capability. And this idea, well, they don't even want a nuclear weapon now. Why haven't they turned over the enriched uranium?
Carolina, Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have?
Why is TYT sports just social media clips from other channels?
Economic leverage.
Well, I mean, it's because that's the kind of show that Rick Strahm wants to do. I mean, you could argue that that's what I do here.
Than it did before the start of the war.
Man, she's pissed. She's pissed here. Because I could barely pay attention to it. I'm gonna get that question one more time.
Nuclear weapon now. Why haven't they turned over the enriched uranium?
Carolina, Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately.
Nice.
We have
Welcome
seen
back,
an
Etch.
uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened.
But Fox News is reporting is Fox News, which is basically the state propaganda arm of the Republican Party. They're announcing that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz as well. So you're not just dealing with the Iranian propaganda wing, you're also dealing with your own Republican propaganda wing saying the same thing. And it's just objectively true that Iran, being in a position to control the Strait of Hormuz.
How's she even sleep at night?
And charge tolls. And reportedly they want to.
Probably like a baby cherub.
Charge two.
I've noticed that the more evil they are, the more they don't lose sleep over any of this shit.
$1 million per ship paid via cryptocurrency. You have put them in a financial position to benefit. They are benefiting more financially today than they were before the war. You are actively enriching the Iranian regime.
The president yesterday threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. But why is it appropriate for the president of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the president mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that
I mean, she does really kind of look upset about this.
antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Either that or she's about to puke.
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed.
Time to execute the 25th Amendment. This fool needs to be impeached. You have 100 House Republicans came out and said that they were in favor of it. Do you understand that, that could technically happen?
Wanted this ceasefire.
That's more than they need.
With the United States.
Now, if the Senate, now that's a different story.
Because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military.
Oh my God, even the language she uses, she's trying to mimic Trump here because they couldn't handle it. They cried out for uncle. They couldn't handle being bombed by a very powerful military. They didn't say that. Now, again, there's no doubt whatsoever that Iran's conventional military capability is no match for the United States, let alone the United States and Israel. I am not contending, nor is any seriously person contending, that conventional military to military, that Iran can hold.
Yeah, but there hasn't been a war fought on those grounds in a long time.
Hold its own against the United States.
I don't understand how, there's so many idiots out there that think that it's just it's tank versus, it was a tank versus tank battle, just like it was at the Battle of the Bulge or whatever.
But that's not what people are claiming in the first place. You just said, Iran admitted that they were tapping out because we were just beating.
No, people learn the right lessons, I guess, from Vietnam, where they're just we don't need to do that.
In their ass, and they're
do you see what those dudes from the jungle did?
Such losers, and they were like,
America didn't even win.
Please, sir, we'll sit in the cuck chair if you want. Just do whatever you want. That's not what they said. As a matter of fact, the reporting is that Donald Trump was desperate for a ceasefire deal, knowing that the Iran war is backfiring on him politically.
No, he wanted out entirely because he was just oh shit, the markets are a week away.
Politically, that he agreed to 10 demands that Iran made weeks ago, including not surrendering the enriched uranium, allowing Iran to retain control of the Strait of Hormuz. This is as for Trump's purposes, this is a humiliation for Trump. It is still objectively good or objectively better than the alternative, which is Trump engaging in a hot war, committing genocide against the Iranian people. But everyone knows that Trump lost this war, at least based on the terms of the ceasefire now.
Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump.
No, Trump backed down.
No.
Right now, Iran is threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz.
Again, they try to gaslight everybody the way that they're actually good at. I can admit that. It's they are effective, but this one's a little too big where it's no.
They know that they cannot win military.
No, because now, again, what's the next time he has his little Trumper tantrum on his fucking Truth Social, then what?
Militarily. They know that.
Yeah.
They know
now they know he's just going to back down. They know that this is all just to correct the markets.
that in terms of the destruction and damage that can be unleashed by either side, that they will always lose that. But now they're feeling themselves in terms of the economic pain. They know that they can apply more economic pain against us than we can to them, and they have a higher threshold for it. So again, this idea that they back down, it doesn't seem to be the case. And again, Trump was actively threatening genocide against the Iranian people. That language is unacceptable. It is, as far as I'm concerned, an impeachable offense. It is additional evidence that Trump is mentally and psychologically unfit for the presidency. But again, how she's trying to spin it, you should take his words seriously, in that he is seriously interested in results, so he'll say whatever he has to. It's not exactly encouraging.
Thank you. Caroline, will the U.S. take part in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday?
I can announce that the president is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time.
So J.D. Vance will be leading the diplomatic mission to Islamabad, but again, it's entirely possible, I don't know, nobody has a crystal ball, that those talks don't even take place, given how the ceasefire seems to be on the verge of...
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt that they announced that it's done. Here we go.
When your ankles swell up 3 times the size they were before, that means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, sound
like how he's just figuring this out, by the way.
Like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats. This is not funny. This is not good. But he's gone. And that's it.
Dude, why does she have plastic surgery at my age? That's what insecurity does.
Okay, I mean, I agree with what Alex Jones said there. It's just that the messenger might not be the best person to provide the message. The whole thing about...
Oh, come on, Anna. You're not ready and willing to bring Alex Jones on to TYT?
He looks sick.
Come on.
He keeps babbling. He doesn't seem like he's well. Okay. But anyway,
right, maybe I'm being a little
it's very
disingenuous
clear that Trump is losing support. And I think he's losing support for good reason. Now, it turns out that some of the MAGA loyalists are finally jumping ship. And we'll get to more of that later. But first, I can't help myself. Here's a little bit more from Alex Jones.
Trump is in free fall. And that means we're in free fall in the midterms. Unless Republican candidates say, we are real America firsters. We like Trump in the past. We're sorry he's obviously had an aneurysm or something or a stroke. But we're not Trump. We're going to stop the Democrats and their plan for defunding the police and open borders and transgenderism and pedophilia and men and women's sports and giant tax increases and gun confiscations. And we just say, we're the original populist Tea Party Republicans that got Trump in. Just because he's been betraying us, we're not. That is the clear way out of this. We have to say, too bad Trump ran off the edge of a cliff. I don't think he's coming back from it. But triage him, isolate him, and explain, we're not him and we're not the Democrats 10 times worse. We're not the Democrats 10 times worse, and we're not him, and we're morally against this, and blowing up Iranian water supplies he's talking about, war crime any way you cut it. Put pressure on him not to do that. And just continue on the moral, proper way to behave. Not stick our finger in the wind and see which way it's blowing.
All right, lessons from Alex Jones on the moral, proper way to behave. Got it. Okay. Well, he's not the only one who has turned on Trump. To give you an idea of just how historically unpopular Trump has become, I mean, what better source than the very enthusiastic Harry Enton? Take a look.
This has been a steady fall into the abyss. There is no bottom. Death Valley, Death Sea, that is how low we are going. And look at this. I think this really just kind of shows that it is not one event that is dragging Donald Trump down. It's a slew of events that have come together and have continuously dropped his net approval rating. You go back to last year when he was sworn in for a second term, he was at +6 points. Then -3 points a year ago, -7 points 9 months ago, -10 points in October 2020.
This is just worse than how Biden's slip happened, by the way.
25. January 2020.
People were even trying trying to be like, yeah, well, Biden slipped in his poll, like in the polling, you know.
Minus 13 points. And now all the way down to minus 18 points. If there's one big number from this, is that Donald Trump now has the worst net approval rating among independents of any president ever at this point in term 2. He is worse than Richard Nixon, who would be going adios amigos in a few months back in 1974.
You know, those numbers make a lot of sense because if you looked at that, for those listening to the audio version of the show, Harry Enton showed some of the other unpopular former presidents, right? You've got Nixon, and then you have George W. Bush at negative 37 approval rating, right? When you consider where he was at when he was first elected versus where he ended up. With Trump, it's negative 45. And that makes sense because even though George W. Bush was absolutely horrible, his administration was full to the brim with war criminals. They were still smart enough to not get dragged into a war with Iran. Okay, like with Trump, there's the corruption angle, right? There's the capture by Israeli interests. And then there's the incompetence on top of that.
What up, Brian?
And the fact
How's it
that
going,
he was
man?
high on his own supply after
Thanks for joining us.
kidnapping the leader of Venezuela. So he was very easy to manipulate and convince that this is just going to be a short military operation in Iran. You have nothing to worry about. Iran is so weak. They're historically weak. We have weakened them so much that this is your only opportunity to take them out.
That's what they keep saying.
He did this without securing a plan when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, he deserves those numbers. He probably deserves a lot worse, actually. So Trump's approval numbers have been suffering for some time now. However, pollsters, politicians, and pundits have argued that Trump has not really lost that much support from his core MAGA base. The question is, what's the methodology of these polls and who is considered part of his MAGA base? Because are they only considering his MAGA base people who currently identify as MAGA? Because a lot of people who voted for him and previously identified as MAGA don't identify as MAGA anymore because they've turned on him.
That's a good
But
point.
nonetheless, let's go to a YouGov and Economist poll. It was just released. And this is what it suggests. 3 weeks ago, 84% of people who voted for Trump in 2024 approved of his job handling and 12% disapproved, okay? This week, the numbers are a little different, okay? This week, Trump's job approval among 2024 Trump voters is 76% approve versus 19% disapprove. So there are people who previously supported him and they no longer do.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
Lame. All right. I don't know. Maybe it's because of this that I got recommended this. But this is the original one I wanted to show you guys. There it is. Check this out.
Talk about a missile barrage. You guys barraged us with your emails today, so I want to get through.
This is great.
As many of them, or at least the best ones I can. We're here at the 1 month mark. So the human events question of the day, what is your take on the military operation in Iran?
So that's Jack Posobiec, I think it's called, with a great transition on the missile barrage thing. He's a natural on-screen talent, and he's got that question there. By the way, can I just let him know, Trump has to be tricky and call it a military operation rather than a war, or else Congress theoretically would get involved. You know that you don't have to do that. You can just call it a war. You know that it's a goddamn war. It's a month-long, $50 billion plus military operation. We can classify that as a war at this point. Now, he asked them the question, probably assuming, he saw the Harry Enton poll, 100% of MAGA still with Trump. I guess they don't mind the war. Well, he quickly discovered that that was not actually the case, as you'll see.
Terry, 65. I am disgusted by this war. Been Republican many years, voted Trump 3 times. I'm going independent, but will likely never vote again. I feel like it's useless. AG 43, I voted for Trump and I want my vote back. Zach 23, this war is the stupidest thing ever. It is a complete betrayal and flip-flop of the no new wars policy. It's a trap that will last months, if not years. Dorian, age 38, thoughts, hate this war, feel like it is destroying MAGA and the coalition that was built. If he doesn't pivot fast, the Dems will win the House for the next 4 years. Well, it's actually a 2-year term. This from Patty. She writes, I am a 78-year-old boomer grandma. I voted for Trump 3 times, and I see this as not what he promised in his campaign. I'm fearful for our nation's future. I am MAGA, but I want to know who else is. This one from Elizabeth. She is in her 50s. Long email. No one understands why we're in this war. War should be a last resort, not a first thing. Oh, I'm hearing the audio. Gosh, you guys.
Yeah. Oh no! I gotta
play it out, guys.
Guess I gotta move on. I was really enjoying that, but I guess it's time to do something else. Anyway, so that was put together by producer Mike. Mike, thank you for finding that, and he did trim it for time because I don't think you, as much fun as that was, want to sit here for 8 minutes of it, which there was. I'm sure there's
8 minutes of roasting. Actually, I think that would have been fun to watch.
People that supported or whatever, but lots of people were against this, and not just like, oh, I love Trump, but I don't like this war. The through line really was, this dude's a liar, and I feel like I was hoodwinked. And the reason for that is that they were hoodwinked by liars. Yes, the liar, on Pennsylvania Ave, but also Jack Posobiec. And I don't know what he was expecting. Like, does he know that even those are Newsmax viewers, by the way. They watch Newsmax on purpose. And yet even they have realized that this is a bad idea. And I just, maybe this is an overabundance of
I do miss John occasionally
on my part, but I just imagine that Jack Posobiec's like,
maybe I'll start checking out his stuff a little bit more
man, we've been in power for 1 year and it's already come to this. And he's just casting his mind back to the glory days of when he lies about child trafficking rings and pizza places and almost gets people shot up. Oh, those were great days. If only we could go back to those. But anyway, yeah. So when you poll MAGA people, they say that they're in support of the war, but obviously MAGA don't mean what it used to, and not nearly as many people claim that label as they used to. And those, I guess, who are actually tuning into the shows and everything, not big fans. And they've had figures like Posobiec to get them to fall in line and everything, and it evidently isn't working at this point. Now, there are some that were crazy, like people who wrote into him that were crazy in a slightly different way. So I just want to focus on one more. I'm gonna read this myself. This is Ted. He's a 78-year-old. A necessary step for the gospel to be presented before the rapture. God bless Jack. Cool. I hope Ted gets what he's hoping for.
I mean, welcome to what people want. All right. Well, you know that we do the Philly D.
A ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran is now in effect, but it's also barely holding on. Looks like it's falling apart as Israel's taking its chance to ramp up its assault on Lebanon. And even if the ceasefire doesn't fall apart, right now it's far from clear if a long-lasting peace can actually be reached, or which may or may not be all that surprising to you, since yesterday it started with Trump vowing that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. That was yesterday, which I don't know about you. That felt like a week yesterday, right? And then also is coming after his repeated threats to destroy Iran's power plants and other civilian infrastructure if it didn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz by 8 p.m. Threats that, it's not just me, experts have said amounted to threats to perpetrate war crimes on a massive scale. And then, of course, the promise to wipe out an entire civilization, you have many saying that amounted to a call for genocide. Well, you've had the president's defenders saying, oh, that's a bad faith interpretation. Really? The threat that made even diehard Trump supporters like Alex Jones say that he needed to be removed with the 25th Amendment? That's just people having a bad faith interpretation. Also, it wasn't just Alex Jones and some of his biggest supporters. Dozens of Democrats called for Trump to be removed from office, either through impeachment or the 25th Amendment. It even led to Pakistan's prime minister pleading with Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks while asking Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. And then, around an hour and a half before his self-imposed deadline, you had Trump agreeing. Writing on Truth Social, subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Adding this will be a double-sided ceasefire and saying the reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives. He then also claimed that the U.S. received a 10-point proposal from Iran that provided a workable basis on which to negotiate, and added, almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized. But of course, this isn't the first time he claimed that a deal was imminent. He previously claimed that Iran had agreed to many of the provisions in a 15-point proposal that was developed by his administration.
Right.
Now
maybe we actually have a good reason not to trust him.
We appear to be talking about some version of the 10-point proposal that Trump previously rejected and said wasn't.
What I don't understand is why people give him so much leeway with this, where it's like, dude, if this was your relative, you would not you would not trust him.
Good enough, right? In which a very angry U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff reportedly told mediators on Monday was a disaster and a catastrophe. And that's because it reportedly includes a number of demands that the U.S. has flat out rejected in the past, things like continuing Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz and U.S. military withdrawal from the Middle East. It also actually calls for the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions on Iran, and end to attacks on Iran and its allies, the release of frozen Iranian assets, and a UN Security Council resolution making any deal binding. And then also very notably, in the version released in Farsi, Iran also included the phrase acceptance of enrichment
what a joke
for its nuclear program. But for reasons that aren't clear.
And on top of it, for them not to just admit that they kind of took an L on the Strait of Hormuz, that just tells you everything you need to know about the Trump administration, that they will never give you the facts.
Right now, the language was missing.
Even though that one is one of the easiest ones to agree to, where it's just like, dude, they didn't have it before. Now you just gave it to them, and now they're going to make money off it? What?
In the English versions that were shared by Iran.
Can you imagine if they pulled this shit during the Iraq and Afghanistan war?
Diplomats. In fact, you've also since had a White House official claiming that the 10-point peace plan that Iran released differs from the plan that Trump said was a workable basis on which to negotiate. With White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt adding at a press conference later that the
original... Does it feel like a kick to the balls? He's not that bad.
Proposal was fundamentally unserious and completely unacceptable.
It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team.
And then you also had Trump angrily posting on social media last night. Numerous agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out by people that have
we all thought Bush was
absolutely nothing to do with the negotiation.
God, you remember when he had a shoe thrown at him, though? That was funny.
In many cases, they are total fraudsters, charlatans, and...
You gotta go. Good night, or good day, Rebecca. I hope you have a good one, and I will catch you on the next one.
Worse, and saying they will be rapidly exposed after our federal investigation is
happy Hogarino
completed, and adding there is
not a happy Hogarino over here. Gotta say, every time I hear Happy Hogan, and I stop there and I think Hulk Hogan was kind of a piece of garbage human being. Yeah.
There's only one group of meaningful points that are accepted.
Should have heard what he had to say when Coco Beware walked out of the locker room. Yeah, letting the N-words fly, if you know what I'm saying.
Acceptable to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. Right, and with that, he also mentioned, reporting from CNN, that he had already attacked, claiming that the outlet published a fake statement from Iranian leadership.
Thank you for the raid, Cosmopolitics.
Celebrating victory over the United States. So there you had CNN defending itself, noting that the statement came from Iranian spokespeople known to the outlet and reported on multiple Iranian state media outlets. But still, that didn't stop Trump FCC Chair Brendan Carr from also accusing CNN of outrage.
No worries. As I said, hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Raiders.
Conduct and saying, time for
change.
change.
You guys are just joining us and you have not already been to the channel. Welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
But, with all this, whatever the case may be regarding the 10-point plan, it looks like the gap between the
Watching some news and stuff.
Sides, it's still pretty big. In the 2 weeks, you have many experts saying that's not a lot of time to close it. I mean, for comparison's sake, it took 2.5 years for the Obama administration to negotiate.
You for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime.
The 2015 nuclear deal, which led to Iran shipping
I got you for 3 minutes. And he's doing the Macho Man belt hold.
97% of its nuclear fuel out of the country. But then, remember, Trump withdrew the United States from that agreement in 2018. And so Iran, they built their stockpile back up. And if Trump fails to get the nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium that it's enriched to 60% during that time, along with much greater quantities of less enriched nuclear fuel out, he will have arguably accomplished less in this multi-billion-dollar war that's resulted in 13 dead Americans and more casualties than Obama got done 11 years ago, at least regarding Iran's nuclear capability.
Pull the glasses down, but he wouldn't actually do it, so he would just be doing this, and you knew that he was about to get a little intense, yeah.
Now, with all that said, in another post today, you had Trump claiming there will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all the deeply buried nuclear dust.
Pep, you doing prime time, Pep?
With them then going on to claim that they're now talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran.
I sent over something. I'm actually kind of waiting on a response. I mean, if somebody needs to go late, they can, but I sent something over.
Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. This time, referring to the U.S.
I'm not going to be able to do it.
It's also apparently being used as a basis for talks. We also had Hegseth saying at a press conference that the issue would be dealt with.
But what's clear, what the new Iranian regime knows, is they'll never have a nuclear weapon or the capability to get a path to one.
But many experts, they've speculated that this war, it may have just given Iran more reason to pursue a nuclear weapon. Because even if Iran does give up its uranium, it could turn to allies like North Korea for help developing one, at least according to a former Israeli military official who told the New York Times, if the Iranians decide the only thing that will protect the regime is a nuclear weapon, especially after being incapable of defending themselves during the war, they have pathways to that beyond the 400.
I mean, if you're in this Space's chat right now, if you could do me a favor and just say, hey, Nick, check Discord.
40 kilograms. But still, despite that take, you had Hegseth claiming,
Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield.
With General Dan Kane then adding,
over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the joint force achieved the military objectives as defined by the president.
Ring Kane listed some stats with that. He said that the military had destroyed 80% of Iran's air defense systems, 800 one-day attack drone storage facilities, 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, and more than 150 ships. He also said that the campaign destroyed Iran's industrial base, meaning that it would take years to rebuild. But also, despite all that, it's not clear that the U.S. has actually achieved any of its objectives, at least not decisively. For besides pledging to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, Trump promised one time or another to destroy its missile capabilities, eliminate Iran's regional proxies as a threat, obliterate its navy, and create the conditions for regime change. While Trump and other officials, they've now fully taken up the position that regime change has actually occurred, while backtracking on the claim that that was actually an objective, there's just no evidence of that. The Revolutionary Guard actually appear to have more influence now. Also, as far as missiles, at the end of last month, the U.S. could only confirm that about a third of Iran's missile arsenal was destroyed, and recent intelligence assessments reportedly suggest that the regime retains significant capabilities. Also, Iran's proxy forces, they're weakened, but they're not defeated. While Iran's navy is arguably destroyed, that hasn't kept the regime from controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is actually the next thing we need to talk about. Because while he arguably doesn't look like he's met his military objectives, this is where Trump's created a whole new problem that didn't exist before. The closure of the Strait, it's the reason he resorted to those horrifying threats, and his only demand for not following through on them was that Iran reopen the Strait. But now he's trying to take another victory lap. At another post, he called today a big day for world peace and claimed that the U.S. will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz, and then saying there will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. But there are at least a few problems with what Trump's saying. One, like we just talked about, this is only
So a long-term occupation. Jesus fuck.
2-week ceasefire. It's not
Jesus fuck
clear that a deal can actually be reached in that time to make the Strait's reopening permanent. 2, if a deal isn't reached, 2 weeks isn't enough time for the global economy to bounce back. 3, it's not clear that the U.S. and Iran are actually on the same page about what reopening the Strait's going to look like. And 4, this ceasefire, it might not even last through the day anyway. But, you know, some of you have known me for over a decade.
He recorded this before it broke.
You're like, Phil, you're an optimist. So we're going to start. Literally no one's saying that. But let's start with the best case scenario. Even if the Strait is open, prices are unlikely to return to their pre-war levels anytime soon. And that's partly because dozens of refineries, storage facilities, and oil and gas fields in at least 9 countries have already been targeted in strikes, contributing to at least 10% of the world's oil supply getting turned off. And then getting operations going again, that's going to require not only safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz, but also inspecting and replacing equipment, as well as bringing back employees and ships that have left the region. And actually with all this, after the ceasefire announcement, oil prices did drop to about $95 per barrel, but that's also still 30% higher than before the war. All while gas prices in the United States have continued to rise, reaching $4.16 a gallon on average, according to AAA. And they may actually keep going up for months, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. But then also, moving on, despite the Strait allegedly being open, traffic still really hasn't picked up because of the continued uncertainty. In a statement from Iran's foreign minister confirming the ceasefire on behalf of the country's Supreme National Security Council, he said, for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due
so they're literally going to have to get like a permit per ship.
Consideration of technical limitations. Then with that, you had the Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran was still requiring all ships to request permission from its military forces to transit the Strait of Hormuz. And then you had the Associated Press reporting that Iran and Oman will be allowed to charge fees on ships passing through. And with all that, while we have seen a couple of ships trying their luck, at least a few major shipping companies have said they're not going to start sending boats through just yet. Meanwhile, the leaders of 7 European countries, along with Canada, the European Commission, and the European Council, said that their governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. But again, as of right now, details on what that might look like, they're extremely limited. And today, Levitt wouldn't answer repeated questions about who currently controls the Strait of Hormuz, also attacking reports that the Strait was closed as false, but then also calling for the Strait to be reopened immediately. And it might all become irrelevant as the ceasefire appears to be hanging on by a thread. You had Iranian state media reporting that an oil refinery in the country was struck this morning, with officials also claiming that a hostile drone had entered Iranian airspace in violation of the truce. And you also had Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE all reporting that missile and drone attacks have continued. But easily the biggest issue right now may be Israel's continued assault on Lebanon. When Pakistan's prime minister made his announcement about the ceasefire, he said that it applied to everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere. But then you had Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, while saying that he supported the ceasefire with Iran, claimed that it did not include Lebanon. You had analysts arguing that Israel might actually intensify its operation since it would...
Yeah, primetime propaganda will be another special episode of the protest coverage, but technically it's more focused on the pep walk.
No longer be fighting a war on multiple fronts. And actually, it appeared like they were proven right almost immediately as Israel announced that it had launched the largest wave.
Yeah, it's the last week that I kind of already had this planned, but because of what happened with my cousin, I'm gonna have to
of strikes across Lebanon since the current war began, hitting 100 targets across Lebanon in a span of just 10 minutes. And that reportedly killed 254 people and wounded over 1,000 across the country, according to Lebanon's health ministry, bringing the overall death toll to around 1,800. And then actually...
This limbo is so annoying. It's like children fighting over rules. I mean, it is.
After that, we started seeing multiple reports saying that the White House agrees with Israel.
But also having the, the stakes are literally, okay, does your house get lit on fire?
Lebanon is not included in the deal, which was confirmed by Levitt in a press conference. Right? And that came even after Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps threatened a military response if attacks on Lebanon are not immediately halted, saying that its retaliation would target aggressors in the region. And that's as reportedly Iranian officials told mediators that it would only join planned talks with the U.S.
I was kind of like, okay, at least I had something prepared.
Islamabad if a ceasefire is reached in Lebanon. And you had Iran's foreign minister writing on Twitter that the ceasefire terms are explicit, saying the U.S. must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. But despite that, you had Levitt saying that Trump's dispatching his negotiating team, led by Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, to Islamabad for talks, saying that the first round will take place Saturday morning. Although after that, you had Iran's Speaker of Parliament throwing water on that fire, denying the White House's claims that there was a different 10-point proposal to the one it had shared publicly, and arguing that the U.S. and Israel had actually already violated 3 of its key provisions by continuing to attack Lebanon, violating Iran's airspace, and denying Iran's right to enrichment. And so for now, as far as what happens next, no one really knows. Words are words, actions are actions, and especially with this situation, the two don't always line up. And so again, it brings up those questions of who's lying here, who's misrepresenting things.
I like how we're just normalizing the fact that the Trump regime is literally just as untrustworthy as, what was perceived as one of our worst lying enemies.
Who's misunderstanding things? Is there an adult at the table? In the meantime, let me know your thoughts, opinions, reactions, and maybe even predictions for what's next. And then there's more we've got to dive into.
All right. I'm done with that. We're done with that. Don't need that. Hag's breath. Don't need that. We'll do that later. Don't need that. Haberman. No, we don't need that. Yeah, we're going to just go right to the Piers Morgan thing.
The reality is nobody thinks this was a big victory.
The Iranian people are arguably worse off than they were before, and it's all based on Bibi Netanyahu's special intelligence, which cost at least 15 American lives, the fracturing of the Trump coalition, probably at least the next 2 elections for Republicans. So great job.
The Israelis have been slaughtering the people of Lebanon all morning, carpet bombing cities just out of rage.
The first thing that President Trump has to do in order to make sure this lasts is actually restrain the Israelis, take away key components of the military aid that we give them.
It would restrain our ally, who, by the way, just helped us achieve one of the greatest military victories of the modern era. We would restrain them instead of trying to use the threat of continued belligerence from them to extract more punitive terms from the Iranians is silly.
The furore about President Trump's vow to end Iranian civilization was not about a fear he was about to do that or a hope that he would. It was about the foundational idea that the United States is a bulwark against exactly the kind of atrocities he foreshadowed. If the US is capable and willing to eradicate an entire population, how does it have the moral authority to be a global arbiter of right and wrong? But Donald Trump doesn't seem interested in that. Clearly, he sees the US as a muscular superpower which can throw its weight around to get what it wants. And to be clear, many people support him about that. So amid the shrieking noise and spin about the 11th hour ceasefire agreement, it's worth asking a simple question. Did the US get what it wants? Well, the Strait of Hormuz is open, just as it was before the war began. But nobody is in any doubt about the fact that Iran controls it. In fact, some versions of the text refer to guaranteeing Iran's dominance. The Iranian regime is wounded and weakened, but there's no doubt that it's the same regime. Several branches have been hacked off, but the trunk and the roots remain. Many of Iran's military targets have been destroyed, but Iran still has its uranium, its ballistic missiles, and its proxies across the region. The Iranian plan, which Trump now calls a workable basis for talks, includes reparations for the damage caused, the lifting of all sanctions, and the release of Iranian funds seized by the United States. It's a multi-billion-dollar windfall. What does he think they'll do with it? And on the question of cost, The US has now spent more than $30 billion on the war so far. 15 US soldiers are dead. Thousands of Iranian civilians are dead. Trump's approval ratings are a record low, and his base is at war with itself, all as the US prepares for elections, which could handicap or even end his presidency. We should all keep an open mind about what happens next. We should all be grateful for a pause in this war. But if this is what a historic victory looks like, well, Mr. President, I wouldn't be so sure to claim that. First tonight, I'm joined by Megyn Kelly, host of the Megyn Kelly Show. Megyn, what's been the point of it all?
You got to say, the deal sounds very much like surrender on our part, which I'm in favor of. I mean, great. This needed to end. Ugly or any other way. It needed to end. It was folly to begin with. It was folly throughout. It remains folly. I'm sure Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham were feeling really, really good until the end part where we had to end it. And now they're very, very angry. Mark Levin was practically in tears on Fox News last night because we didn't see it through, I guess, with the nuclear bomb that we were going to drop on Iran. We didn't go in commando style and seize all the uranium. We allowed, according to the Israelis, according to the Iranians, that is, the war against Hezbollah to stop, which he wants seen through. He would love to see Lebanon completely bombed and to be made to look like Gaza. And there was really no point to going forward other than more death and destruction. The Iranians proved to be tough MFers, and they realized that they had something far more powerful than a nuclear bomb. They had control over the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump was warned prior to getting involved in this conflict by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs that they were not likely to collapse easily and that they probably would maintain control of the Strait and could cause a global economic panic. And he didn't listen. What he did with the Dan Cain warnings was rush to Truth Social, Trump did, saying, all Dan Cain knows how to do is win. And if I tell him to invade, he's going to win. Well, that's not really what happened. There was never any question we could decimate their Navy or their Air Force. Of course, no one would ever second guess the power of the U.S. military. It's pristine and it's impeccable and it's truly awe-striking. But these battles in the Middle East have been fought now for 20 plus years, and we continue to learn the same lesson over and over. It is not their overwhelming air power or their incredible navies that keep us mired in quagmires. It's their insurgencies. It's this disparate way of fighting that we don't know how to handle. We can't tamp down with the amazing power of an aircraft carrier, which, by the way, we had trouble getting anywhere close there after they figured out how to attack it. And we've already learned this. Trump watched us learn it. And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that Situation Room when Bibi Netanyahu was seated as an equal?
The air is cleared.
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the
had to open all the windows of the house
side
just because, all of a sudden, it's just like, hey, it's 70 and windy out. I'm like, well, okay, so we're likely going to have tornado conditions. But while it is like that, I'm opening the house.
Table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy
do that at least once a week.
That guy was selling hook, line, and sinker.
Care how cold
every other president was able to see through that liar.
Wait.
What was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisors, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of State to the Vice President, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable. Don't believe him. We might be able to wipe out the Ayatollah, not regime change, Ayatollah. And we might be able to decimate some portion of their missiles and their military. Okay, that's true. But the goals as stated by Trump when we actually did pull the trigger were all over the board. And to this moment, he's pushing the BS claim that we affected regime change. No, we didn't. It's the same regime, just different players. There isn't somebody more moderate in there at all. We have no reason to believe that. In fact, it looks like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is in control now, which is far more radical. And the fatwa that had allegedly been issued by the Ayatollah on developing nukes is gone. Iran is more powerful economically. It controls the Strait, and now is demanding the lifting of all sanctions against it. And what Trump did with that 10-point plan was go from Monday saying no,
agenda free,
not good.
There's no way he doesn't buy it. There's no way. It says he has 22K watching, and his chat is it's going at about my pace.
Workable. We can do it as a means of saving face to bail off of his insane threats about annihilating an entire civilization. So I don't know how we got here, Piers. I'd like to know just as much as anybody else, but all I can think in my head, based on what I've read in the paper, is we got here thanks to Bibi Netanyahu.
Meghan certainly isn't it, is no Candace. Well, realistically, it's because she's 20 years older than Candace. She also has, like, you know, she's already embarrassed herself a lot and lost a lot of people who used to watch her.
Yeah,
So,
Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin. And ultimately President Trump. That's not to take agency away from the president.
whose channel is that? Oh, Agenda Free Steve. Agenda Free.
Who was bamboozled.
Status Quo was live with the Chicago Auto Workers. It's over now. I just thought, oh, I should check that out.
I don't know why. He was too weak to say no. He was too
I'll check that out tomorrow.
Gullible.
Wow, shit, tomorrow's Thursday.
To see through
Friday.
the lies. One way or another, he allowed
Although I
himself
might be live tomorrow. Thursday is literally keep your notifications
to
on.
be pushed into this.
It's definitely one of those days
insane
now when that's
conflict
like,
that caused forget, you know, the blood and treasure we spilled. As you point out, at least 15 service personnel, I believe, were being lied to about the total number of dead and wounded. But we don't know what the accurate death toll in Iran is. How many civilians in Iran died? How many
oh, shut up. Shut up. You lost the moral high ground the second that we started lying just as bad as them.
died in
That's the part that like completely pisses me off about this.
our allies
We used to have a moral high ground.
around Iran who now don't trust us? What penalty do we pay other than the cost and the 15 lives that we expended, which count for a lot? But we didn't take.
No, they don't. No, because you're about to move past them like they mean nothing.
The brunt of Iran's response. Our allies did, with whom we did not consult prior to starting this war, who are very, very angry, many of them, about
That's
what
actually okay. God damn it.
was done to
Wasn't expect her to actually make a decent point on this one.
them. What's going to happen to the trillions of dollars Trump was touting that they donated? They were offered to donate to the United States just to be nice guys and have great relations. You think they're going to spend that on us
Thank you for the
now?
sub. Appreciate that.
They're going to spend it on themselves. They've got to rebuild massive portions of their own countries thanks to the bombing campaign unleashed against them because they were within reach by Iran, who couldn't reach us. So we've upset our allies. We've pleased Israel, although now they're upset there's a ceasefire. We've upset the American base. The Trump coalition that got him elected is completely fractured. And
Hey, Audrey, this might be a nice off-ramp for Trump to slink away on, but the biggest problem remains. If the Strait of Hormuz is 95% closed for even more than a few weeks, gas prices will hit all-time highs. It's not even more than a few weeks. It's Monday.
Greens. And
April 15th.
he doesn't care, Piers, because he doesn't.
At least that's what most of the economists are saying, but I don't know. I think every once in a while I do think I'm like, you guys are kind of up your own ass. You did say that we were going to have like a recession like 4 times during Biden's presidency.
Doesn't care about the Republican Party. He cares about himself. If Trump had to get
That wasn't the COVID session, by the way.
reelected, he
They were saying that it was going to happen again on the rebound.
probably would have handled this a little differently. But he
Did
doesn't
it?
care that the Republicans are going to lose the midterms. I
Then the same thing with Trump last year.
think he thought that was a foregone conclusion. And I don't think he cares that J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio wins the presidency next time around. I think there's a piece of Trump that would like to say, I'm the only one who could do it. The Republican Party's nothing without me. And the rest of us are going to be around to pick up the pieces.
I mean, a fascinating assessment. I mean, I remember early on you picking up, as I did, on what Rubio had said about the reason why America went in, and then the immediate backtracking the next day when they panicked and realized they'd let the cat out of the bag. This was.
I love how they want us to take it like only their word, but then tell us like the next day to be like, don't listen to us.
Clearly-
You do understand how insane this is sometimes.
Netanyahu-driven operation.
You just put
He
it
had
simply.
persuaded Trump to come with him. Then we had Anthony Blinken saying, well, actually, he tried to do this when Biden was president, when Obama was president, and both times those two guys said, no, we're not going to come with you, and then he didn't attack. So he clearly got third time lucky with an American president that would come with him. But I remember early on, you and I and others who dared to suggest that we take Rubio at his word, that actually this was all at Israel's behest. Once again, we were anti-Semitic if we said that. This was a hatred of Israel that was driving our warped, crazed minds. And then you read this deep dive in the New York Times. Fascinating. I mean, what's most fascinating to me, they've got somebody on the inside telling them exactly what happened in that situation room, which is fascinating. But when you see it all laid out, it's crystal clear. That's exactly what happened.
Eugene, they They closed the Strait again. I'm not sure if you're up to date on your news.
That Netanyahu got in that
because Israel couldn't they couldn't abide by the ceasefire because I guess they didn't feel like they needed to.
Room at the White House, like you say, unprecedented. The way he had the guy from Mossad on the big screen, he had him there with his. It was like two equal partners, and he persuaded Trump in that room to go in. And I think Trump will regret this. Well, you're right. He may not care. He may want to just say, moving on, it's a big victory, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is nobody thinks this was a big victory for the United States.
No.
Nobody can see anything.
No.
But actually,
again, anybody that listens to anything but the regime, we go, no, this was not a win. This was bad.
A bit of a humiliation, not militarily.
Republicans who don't follow MAGA, they're like, no, this was kind of bad.
When it comes to a military
invoke the 25th. I mean, again, we're at the closest that we could theoretically see something like that kind of drop.
What Iran?
I know that over 100 Democrats joined in, and then you had a bunch of fucking Republicans that hopped on board.
Has now discovered is that as long as it can control the Strait of Hormuz, it can control the global economy, and therefore it can, if it has enough patience.
Trust me, bro. How about no? Okay, how about you say it loud?
Long game with President of the United States, who will have to cave because ultimately it's going to cause him so much economic and political damage. He has no choice. That's what's happened here. Trump hasn't brought this to an end out of some great desire for peace. He's brought it to an end because he could see that the economic and political damage was getting worse by the day.
Because the Iranians...
Yeah. Dude, you know what's kind of funny? As much as he says that CNN is fake news, you can literally time it to when Henry, I think it's Henry Etten, the guy, or is it Harry? Whatever. The guy that does the polling breakdowns on CNN, every time he does that, then all of a sudden, that's when Trump starts doing some weird shit. It's like clockwork.
Wouldn't fold.
So again, he's totally fucking paying attention.
They realized what the pressure point was and that it was working, and they watched Trump's poll numbers spiral downward in every piece of the coalition that elected him. And they realized that their ability to just withstand the beating was working, was getting them to where they needed to get. Because, look, there was never majority support behind this war. There wasn't some groundswell of support behind this war, right? There was
the funniest scenes in Home Alone.
A Republican-based support for the war, but the Democrats didn't support it. The Independents didn't support it. And very soon into the war, the Republicans stopped supporting it too. MAGA supported it. As MAGA dwindled, by the way, was already only about 15% of the population. It's getting smaller by the day. President Trump 3 weeks ago declared that to be MAGA, you have to support Mark Levin.
Yeah.
Upon which multiple
I
formerly
like how that's something that you're just like, bridge too far. I said he has a little pee-pee.
Hard MAGA.
And now they're saying that, you know what, they never came to my aid. They're going for Mark Levin. Who does objectively just have like a really weird voice.
People.
Hi, I'm Mark Levin. I'm not whiny.
Who are dedicated to it said, I'm out. If those are the stakes, I'm out. Why would I support that?
Why would she say I have such a tiny penis?
Monger who's frothing at the mouth over the idea of lives being cost in Iran, civilian or otherwise. He's a disgusting fool who's well past his prime. We should not be listening to him, but President Trump is obsessed. On Sunday, he tweeted out that the Supreme Court should be listening to Mark Levin.
I know.
All nine justices, which would double his viewership.
Yeah, I don't get it because you've been loudly calling out the folly of this war from day one. I have, Tucker has, Candace Owens has, Joe Rogan has, Theo Von has. I mean, there is a massive.
Yeah, notice how again he goes
in our world, which
to
is
the one who's already a loser, and just says everything that he wants him to say.
Other forces that own networks and so on that sort of send out a directive about what you should and shouldn't be saying. So in the free spirit world, where you can say what you really think, pretty much everyone has been agreed. This looked like madness. There's a very interesting piece, I think.
18 minutes until lighters up.
Stephen Chung pops up in the New York Times piece, who emerges as one of the smarter characters, actually, that Trump has around him, who said, well, how does all this sit with we're not going to go and wage war in the Middle East, which is what we campaigned on? How does this sit with America first? this will have an obvious effect on prices,
Macaulay
on
Culkin was on,
inflation,
Fallout.
on
Nice.
gas pump costs and so on. How does any of this work? And there's no real answer, according to New York Times, in the room to that. He just raises this specter of, this is the elephant in the room.
Man.
This is exactly the opposite to what we campaigned on. So I think politically it's been disastrous for Donald Trump. And I just don't understand, other than he got bamboozled by Netanyahu, why he took such a gigantic risk.
I don't either. And it wasn't just Steve Chung, who is a master messenger and saw the storm coming. It was J.D. Vance, who, according to the New York Times, was in there specifically saying it's going to fracture the coalition.
UPS went to the wrong house,
boy, is
so
that an
Stan was right, technically.
Trump is now underwater, and he wasn't before, with men.
The fucking UPS guy's like, my bad.
Don't forget the gender divide that happened in 2024. The women went overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris, and men went for Trump. Now he's underwater with men, including with young men and young people. The young person coalition that Charlie Kirk delivered to the president is gone.
represent.
They've abandoned Donald Trump. The working class, Piers. The latest poll that just came out showed he's 2 points underwater with the working class. That's been Trump's base from the beginning. They were the unshakable foundation
that's it?
that got him elected
Really?
over and over. And they're gone. They're very angry. They care about what's happening in Iowa, not Iran. They don't want days and days and more weeks of debates over the Strait of Hormuz. No one cares. They care about their own lives. They care about the fact that they can't pay for health care. They can't buy a home. Young people cannot get a home, even though two people are working nonstop, round the clock, with no vacations in this country.
That's a fact. I mean, if you're a millennial couple.
President Trump promised he would do something about it.
Like, for instance, I have a friend, right? And they were very open. He's like, yeah, we make about $160 a year between the two of us, and we can't get approved for a house. It's like, what?
About that. Now we see the leaked soundbite saying,
that's kind of fucked up. Or they can't find a house that's not going to end up being like $2,000 to $3,000 like for a mortgage. It's like, what
can't really
is
worry
happening?
about anything at the federal
You need 3 incomes. Yeah, you do.
government level other than military. Everything else has to be done at the state. Then they
It's no
pulled that
fucking
down
joke.
off the internet because they didn't mean to share it. He said it
Poomkine.
at an Easter breakfast that was supposed to be
Poomkine.
private. Well, it's going to be the campaign ad for every Democrat in these midterms. So he's lost working class,
Welcome
he's
to the
lost
show.
men, he's lost young people, he lost Hispanics by some 50 points.
Always appreciate
Every
the
single game
Twitchers showing
with
up.
Hispanics is now gone. It's
They must have terrible credit. They do.
eradicated. Blacks, he had made some inroads with black voters. Done. You name it, they're all gone. The question is now not who has he lost.
It's not terrible. I know it's over 600, but
question is who remains. And sure, it's the diehard MAGA.
no, the
Trump
other
can
thing
do
that they said was because he was working on his credit and he didn't have enough debt at that point.
no wrong.
Because one of the dumbest things he did is like, I cleared all my debt before I applied for the mortgage. I'm like, why would you do that?
He's some savant.
Like,
Whatever he
dude.
says is right. That's
they wanna
great.
just
He'll
say-
always have
see
those
that
people.
you have a good payment
can't win
history.
national
Oh,
elections
God.
with some fraction of 15% of the
Hey,
electorate.
Valentine, good to see you.
The vast majority of Republicans would call themselves America First, but not necessarily MAGA. Certainly not the way Trump is now defining that
Yeah.
term. And he misunderstood his own base twice critically in the past year. And both times are really undermining him right now. One
Okay,
was
everyone,
Epstein,
polycules
thinking he could just
are
say,
it then.
Epstein, who still
Multi-income
cares about
household
that?
for the win.
No one's talking about Epstein. He misread the base, which very much cared
You know
about
what's
Epstein.
funny? One of my
Not
friends
so
is
much
in a
because they care
polycule. I should ask her about that. Just be like, hey, so I know that you got your, because she's got like her husband and her boyfriend that they all live in the same house.
about Jeffrey Epstein, but they care about elites being able to get away with
cute.
murder and
Aw.
protect each other when the common man cannot. And the unwillingness to turn over stones
That's
that the
cuter.
base had been demanding be turned over so we could figure out, is there some sort of child predator
don't close-
sex ring?
yeah.
Is there an elite cabal working to hurt people
Closing credit cards
that
not
gets
exactly the
protected because
smartest
they
way
have
to-
money and we don't? And Trump could not get rid
Which
of that with a
sucks, 'cause
shrug
you
of a
think it's
shoulder.
the
And
opposite.
ultimately it resulted in legislation he had to pretend he favored that was crammed down his throat and he had to sign, though it had enough loopholes in it to drive a Mack truck through. But in any event, it was a step forward on Epstein that he didn't want to make and was forced to. And this is the second one. And this is a much, much bigger and more serious betrayal of what he ran on and of what was important to his base, which does include the America Firsters and not just MAGA. Or as Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying, at this point, she's not America First, she's America only. And I think a lot of us are getting to that point. We are sick of being the policemen of the world, of being dragged into conflict after conflict by Bibi Netanyahu, by Israel, who's supposed to be our special ally, but what they're special at is getting us to fight their wars and get involved in their conflicts that they can't fight by themselves. That's what Dan Kane said to President Trump the day after Netanyahu came for the 7th time and was sitting in that situation room like an equal. He said that they're great on intelligence. That's supposed to be the area in which they're so special to us. They share their intelligence. They're great on it. But that intelligence doesn't always seem to pan out. Like,
all right there, Mr. Jesus. Says here that you're trying to say that you can turn water into wine. Well, you just turned this traffic ticket into a DUI. Congratulations.
the regime will fall easily.
I was traveling, guys. I am not doing commerce. You guys cannot arrest me or hold me to your laws.
The Iranian people
I see we got us a sovereign citizen here. Says your name is Jesus.
will revolt in the streets and take over. With how? They don't have guns. Bombs would be raining down. Wasn't this thought through? There isn't regime change. The Iranian people are arguably worse off than they were before, and it's all based on Bibi Netanyahu's special intelligence, which cost at least 15 American lives.
Yeah, maritime law. It's maritime law. Magna Carta says that I am traveling.
The fracturing of the Trump coalition, probably at least the next 2
citizen.
elections for Republicans, not to mention the amount of lives and blood and
On
treasure that
another episode of Jesus, the Sovereign Citizen.
was spilled in the Middle East. So great job.
Bless you, my child. Jesus has a bit of a drinking problem. You would too if you had the powers I had.
Megan.
Just sucks because it always turns into rosé.
Gotta leave.
I'm kind of a white guy, if you know. I like having just a little.
There, wish I could talk to you for another hour because it's blistering stuff. But you're so right. You said at the start, one word: folly.
Yes, for the love of God, do not let Jesus take the wheel, guys. It's fine. I only had a few cups.
What a folly it's been, and I think the repercussions are going to be.
Here, I'll eat a little bit of my body because a little bit of the body of Christ sucks the alcohol up. You know what I'm saying?
Enormous. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Good to see you.
Just about everybody on all sides of the Iran war debate is taking a victory
DUI Jesus
lap today. Everybody was right, it seems, and everybody has won. The notable exception
Jesus, I'm writing you up for a DUI. Amen.
is Israel as we speak.
I can't lie. You know what? You caught me.
It's continuing to pound Lebanon. Israeli officials say the
Have you seen a guy do this? And then he just starts levitating.
ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon, and the war must go on, a direct contradiction of the Pakistani and US position. Today, the leader of Israel's opposition said that if this ceasefire is as good as it gets, it will amount to, quote, one of the most severe strategic failures in Israeli history. None of this bodes well for a permanent end to the war, unless, that is, President Trump is...
Hey, I got a trick. I got a magic trick. Look. Peekaboo.
about to break with Bibi Netanyahu. Somewhat lost.
It's pretty funny, right? It's pretty funny.
Some excitement to Trump's vow to end Iranian civilization yesterday. New York Times released an extraordinary report on how Netanyahu made the case for war in the White House.
Wait, you guys got handcuffs? Wait a minute. Just put them through the holes. Fuck it. Let's try something.
The Israeli premier, it says, planned a simple mission with swift regime change, but it had to be now. Or General Kane, the top US military official, reportedly told the president, "Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling." All of this appears to echo the position of Vice President J.D. Vance.
The fact that they call him General Raising Cane did not help, with his image.
And the former...
Now I just can't help but think, this guy really likes chicken fingers.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken. For several weeks now, we've been told it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory to say that Israel dragged the US into this war. Perhaps the only people who can plausibly declare victory today are those who said the evidence suggested otherwise. To debate all of this, I'm joined by Joe Kent, the former director of the US National Counterterrorism Center, and Will Chamberlain, the senior counsel at the Article 3 project. Well, welcome to both of you.
Let's see what happens
Joe
here.
Kent, a lot of what you said when you resigned appears to have been pretty much confirmed by that New York Times report, which is extremely detailed and paints a picture of Netanyahu in the White House, in the Situation Room, with the head of Mossad appearing on a screen next to him, in which he laid out a 4-point plan for why this would work, decapitating the regime, the people would rise up, they would be too powerless to shut the Strait of Hormuz and so on, most of which has not happened. What do you feel about the fact there's now this ceasefire, albeit it seems quite perilous one?
Bonfire merch. Crackle, crackle.
Is it a recognition, do you think, by President Trump that he's got to get out of this?
I think it's a good thing that President Trump took the opportunity to enact a ceasefire and to get both sides to the negotiating table. I think what's key, though, is that President Trump has to realize in order to accomplish our strategic goal, which is ending this conflict, reopening the Straits of Hormuz, and maintaining the alliances that we have in the Gulf, he has got to restrain the Israelis. The Israelis have a different strategic goal than we do. They want to take down the entire regime. They don't care how long it takes. They don't care how much we have to commit in terms of blood and treasure.
No, at some point, I do think, like, if I had to, like, start placing bets on something happening, it would be that they're going to start sanctioning Israel, and they're going to be the ones that start being like, no more funding, because you keep fucking us.
So the Israelis and us have parted ways in terms of strategic objectives. We have to be honest with ourselves. It sounds like, considering the fact that someone shared the origins of this war with the New York Times, that is recognized now by this administration. So the first thing that President Trump has to do in order to make sure this lasts is actually restrain the Israelis, take
really
away
slobbing
key
on that knob.
components
Well, the thing is, he doesn't want to be seen as like the whistleblower that he is.
the military aid that we give them. So
Which there's a reason that they were just like, don't call him a whistleblower. It's like, why? Because he technically is. He quit his position and then blew the whistle. That's why are we mincing words here?
they lack the capability to go on the offense and to spoil this ceasefire.
No,
Chamberlain, your response to that?
Stop. You don't get
I mean,
to go in the
I think
computer.
that's a
Stop it.
completely incoherent idea, not merely
Every
wrong,
once in a while,
but
he'll
just
catch like a little, like, he'll look at the fan and he'll just be like, ooh.
incoherent. First off, it presupposes
Not realizing that the, big pane of glass is something he can't go through.
we have the ability to take away their offensive capabilities. Newsflash, they already have them.
Claimed he was the
We
smartest
can't
guy.
just seize them. Are we going to invade Israel and take their planes? We can't. They have the F-35. They have these capabilities. Remember, they launched the 12-day war on their own. So, I mean,
No, but
even
America,
the debate
but on
itself
that
is
point,
sort of
Will, on that point, the Americans could withdraw their funding.
Sure, but it wouldn't be-
billions
it
of
wouldn't-
dollars, the billions of dollars that
Yeah,
go
it's
to
pretty simple,
the
man.
Israelis, which they use
But
to fund
that's giving into the left. We can't do that.
their own military.
That'd be absurd.
That could just be withdrawn. So America isn't powerless. It can exercise that power.
Right, but the offensive
some of the
capabilities they would need to
logistics,
strike
it doesn't
Iran, they
work.
already have. They're the second biggest air force in the world today. Even if we said we're not going to give you $4 billion a year going forward, that wouldn't stop anything. And then the second point is that this is an unbelievably silly approach to foreign policy because we haven't hammered out final terms with the Iranians yet. We're still in the middle of negotiations. The idea that we would restrain our ally, who, by the way, just helped us achieve one of the greatest military victories of the modern era, we would restrain them instead of trying to use the threat of continued belligerence from them to extract more punitive terms from the Iranians is silly. It's just completely antithetical to how things should work. And the idea that we need to be worried about our Gulf neighbors who would be upset if we didn't restrain the Israelis is also absurd because our Gulf neighbors are on our side. And this war has not only solidified our position militarily, it's solidified it diplomatically because all those countries are furious with the Iranians and are
No, dude, they are also mad at us.
on our side and want to strengthen cooperation.
You do understand, like, there are other factors to this, right? And there are also people looking at this as far as like the future of this conflict and who's going to benefit from it the most.
With both us and Israel.
But what is clear from that
China
New York
and
Times
Russia?
report, it seems to be incredibly well sourced. So somebody's been talking who was in that room. What is clear from that is that the Israelis, maybe this was an honest mistake on their part, a misreading of the situation. But they
That's adorable, Piers.
certainly appeared to be of the belief, if you took out the Ayatollah and some of the top people with him, that this would then lead to an uprising by the people, and that amid all this chaos, there would be no ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. Well, none of that has really happened. Yes, they got rid of the Ayatollah,
Square
but he just
glasses
been
at eyebrow
replaced by
level don't
other
help.
similarly minded people. And then there's been no uprising by the Iranian people whatsoever.
I can't hate on square room
And
glasses
of course,
because I
the
used to
Strait
wear
of
them.
Hormuz has been held in a kind of stranglehold by the Iranians.
Well, I think I've had these pretty much since the start of the
powerful
channel.
way. It has to be conceded, which has caused enormous damage to the global economy. They've basically controlled that strait now for 4 or 5 weeks, and it's caused hell. And none of that appears to have been predicted by the Israelis in their sales pitch to Trump to join them on this war.
Well, so I think you're overstating a number of things there. First off, I mean, you know, the Iranian Navy is gone, right? They're controlling the Strait by threatening to shoot at people, but they don't have any naval forces meaningfully in the area. And the idea, remember, they were thinking that card, which is their only trump card, that's the maximum.
But it's a very
escalation
powerful card, and it's one that the Israelis
they were saying
did,
2 weeks
the Israelis
ago,
did not.
He's not doing himself any favors here. Like, why do you keep underestimating? Like, this is literally art of war shit, where it's like, do not underestimate your enemy.
They had the power,
right?
According to the
If anything, you should be planning for like them to have a good, you know, understanding of what's going on. Like this is legit day one shit. That you know, the worst enemy of this military is its own arrogance.
In a slight misjudgment on that effect, it's war. I think the Iranians made a much bigger misjudgment overall when you talk about the complete destruction of their military capability.
And
right, but if you take away the Strait
30
of
seconds,
Hormuz
lighters up.
then you've got overwhelming military dominance by the Americans and Israelis. Yes, the Iranians would have still attacked their neighboring Gulf states, but that would be a military conflict part of it. The fact that the Strait of Hormuz has been shut pretty much for 5 weeks, that has been an asymmetric war, which, you know, with the best will in the world, has been wielded very successfully by the Iranians. For whatever
I don't
reason.
think so at all. I think that's actually been wielded quite poorly.
prior
2 weeks
to
ago,
this-
let me
this
finish my
war-
point, Joe, and then you can speak. 2 weeks ago, the Iranians were saying, we're not going to give up the Strait of Hormuz unless we get a permanent peace deal, a permanent commitment to non-aggression and reparations. What are they trading it for as of yesterday? 2-week ceasefire, no promises. They can't even extract a commitment from the Israelis to stop fighting Hezbollah. That's how badly they're beaten.
Okay. Well, Joe, he called you silly and incompetent, I think, earlier. So this is your chance to respond.
So prior to this war, the Straits of Hormuz were transited by anybody trading oil for free. Post-war, the Iranians are going to be able to extract a fee. That's one of their negotiating chips they have now.
No, they won't.
Prior to the war, the Ayatollah that we killed was actually at the negotiating table with us. The reason why none of this was taken into account is because the Israelis didn't really care about what would happen to the Straits of Hormuz. They didn't care what would happen to our Gulf allies. Our Gulf allies right now still technically are with us, but the fact that we were unable to provide them with security guarantees lowers our status in the region, potentially could threaten the petrodollar in the region. And so right now we're in a weaker position because we listened to a foreign government that had a different strategic goal in mind than we did. So it's great that we got the ceasefire. We need to maintain that ceasefire, and we have to actually withhold things from the Israelis, which we can do. The Israelis do have a modern
triple blinker on the
force,
vapes.
but they rely on us for a lot of the logistics, the refueling, in order to be able to reach into Iran. So we very much are in the driver's seat of what we.
Well, that's not true, Joe. That's just obviously false because we didn't help them with
no, it's
refueling in the
100% true.
12-day
They
war.
can't
That's
reach
false.
into. They cannot reach into Israel. I've actually been in the military, man. I've been part of these operations.
Then explain how they
can't
did the
reach-
12-day war without refueling.
We,
Right? If we
helped
weren't
them out.
participating in the offensive operations of the
we
12-day
helped
war,
them
and
out
yet
a
they
good.
struck the hell out of
Well, we
Iran.
helped them out a good deal with logistics. They can't sustain operations without us. They wouldn't be able to continue to sustain operations all the way into Iran with conventional military forces in any meaningful way without our support. We have to pull that back. We also have to pull back their ability to go on the offense outside of their borders because it's going to interfere with the peace that we're trying to achieve. Right now, we're paying for their defense, we're paying for the offense, and also in terms of our status in the region and our ability to keep commerce and oil flow going out of the Straits of Hormuz and the Middle East. All of that is being negatively affected by us listening to a foreign government. So we have to put Israel back in the junior partner role if we're going to accomplish our strategic
Why couldn't you
objectives.
persuade Pete Hegseth of any of this?
He's got a great point there.
Well, I tried. So therefore,
And
I
he
had
didn't
to
agree
leave
with you,
the
and he has
government 'cause-
better intelligence than you. You weren't privy to any of this stuff. Like, you just don't know. That's why you're now on the outside doing podcasts instead of inside the administration trying to shape policy. You don't know.
Well, I
You
did my best to
didn't
shape it
persuade him.
Got him there.
From the inside. Like, look, man, my letter of resignation has been out there. What's important right now is that we support President Trump in getting this peace deal and making sure it actually sticks. The problem is, as confirmed by the New York Times, that was well sourced from within the West Wing, the Israelis were in the driver's seat for all of this. Well, if you read the article, I think it's pretty evident. If you know how leaks work in Washington, D.C. with the New York Times.
Well, if you say if you say it wasn't well sourced, which part are you contesting?
Oh, no, it was well sourced. You guys are just mischaracterizing how much influence Israel had based on what was written in that article.
What?
Which was Israel gave a
presentation.
Did you read it? Yeah, I read it completely. And then after the Israelis were offline, right, then you had the meeting between the U.S. principals, in which John Ratcliffe and others were talking about, the Israelis are overselling their ability to achieve regime change. That's probably not going to happen. But they said, on what we've thought for a while is when it comes to missiles and when it comes to their ballistic shield and when it comes to their Navy, we have the capability to do that, and we should do that. And so the idea that, we didn't get suckered into a regime change war. From the outset, American goals did not include regime change. From Trump's very first speech,
Donald Trump literally talked about regime change early on. Literally. Donald Trump literally said
regime change was an objective of the war. Fact check me on that after. He never did.
You don't think Donald Trump ever mentioned regime change?
Incorrect. I didn't say that. I said it wasn't a military objective
Donald
of the
Trump
war.
Is
he said
still
it would be nice to have
today
but it's not
that
the
he is
goal of the war.
affected.
What?
He's claiming today.
Dude, I love how they push their own understand. Like, this is the thing. If this was the Bush administration, this might sell. But the fact is, the president himself contradicts this with his own fucking his poop tweets. Like, this is insane.
He's affected regime change. What are you talking about?
Yeah. This is, for me to like guffaw the same way that Piers is, I gotta say, my guy, you might have lost the plot on this one entirely.
That's because he's basically saying we killed all the senior leadership, which we did, by the way, in an unprecedented fashion.
So who's running the country?
But that doesn't mean it was an original.
Jesus Christ. The way, dude, this is crazy. Like, they didn't even do this during the Bush administration.
Who's running Iran right now?
Like, even after Saddam Hussein got taken out, one of the things that, like, Donald Rumsfeld and those ilk, they came out and they made us understand. They were just like, listen, this is like a hydra. We cut off the one head and there's many others to follow. This is why we have to go and we have to kill the body of the hydra.
On this, man. Like, go look at his original statements.
I've read them all,
it would be nice to have, but it's not an objective of the war.
Trump changed his goalposts every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That's been part of
this has been remarkably consistent from Hegseth, Rubio on down. Go look at their public statements. What did they say? An official objective of Operation Furious regime change.
Why did America launch a preemptive strike against Iran? Will?
Oh, to essentially prevent them from building up a further ballistic missile capability as a shield behind.
And now it's not. Yeah, before it was nukes. Now it's ballistic missiles. Dude, the gaslighting is fucking insane. And what's really crazy to me is how many people fall for it and then take this rhetoric and they just parrot it.
That was not the reason given by that was not the reason given by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Go look it up, man. He said it over and over and over again.
On camera, he said when he was first asked the reason the United States launched a preemptive strike.
That moment you say something with a lot of confidence, but then you're just like, well, crap.
Against Iran was because another country, brackets Israel, had indicated they were going to attack Iran, and therefore the Americans knew there would be attacks against some of their interests in the Middle East, so they got in first. Marco Rubio's
that was the reason for the timing, not the reason for the strike. The strategic reason for the strike, which Rubio explained in that very same press conference. I remember the exact one you're talking about. It's like a gaggle, I think he's in Congress after having a meeting with people. This is very early in the war. He says the reason for the strike is to prevent them from developing their ballistic missile shield further. The reason for the timing, like why today, why February 28th, was the fact that they had this intelligence about the meeting of Ayatollah Khamenei and everybody else, and that Israel was going to go ahead with that under any circumstances. So we should do it now. But I mean, go back and look at that. I know exactly what press conference you're talking about, and I don't think your memory, you are remembering one piece of it, but you're not remembering the whole.
It's a pretty significant piece when the Secretary of State of the United States, on record, says that the reason for the preemptive strike by the United States was because Israel was attacking Iran. And then we hear from Antony Blinken, one of his predecessors, that Netanyahu had tried to sell this to both Biden and Obama. And when they both rejected the opportunity to join him in attacking Iran. Guess what? Israel didn't attack. So it looks like he got third time lucky with Trump.
Oh, that's crazy.
Who went along
I just realized that I might have actually known who Jimmy Snow is.
with it. But had Trump said no, I don't think Israel would have attacked.
Just had one of his
Well, but
videos
then
come
why
up. I'm
they
like,
strike in the
I
12-day
watched that. Oh,
They did that without
Well,
American
let's talk
offensive.
about let's talk about the 12-day war. Let me
yeah, what do word mean?
let me bring Joe back in this.
I mean, for real. At what point do you just go like, dude, really?
The 12-day war is fascinating because
well, this word has a double
I
meaning.
distinctly remember, and I'm sure Will remember it differently to me, but I remember Donald Trump at the end of the 12-day war saying that this had put back any aspirations by the Iranians to build a nuclear weapon decades, that we had obliterated their nuclear capabilities. It was done, done, gone. And here we are 9 months later having to launch a full-fledged
Do you know what else was happening then? The Epstein files.
war.
That was the first time that they were threatening to go with the press conference with the Epstein victims, and then they were like demanding the files.
In Iran.
It seems to be pretty consistent. Epstein news, something else to distract from the Epstein news.
Because the threat remains apparently not just
Iran twice.
the same, but so imminent
And I think that when he did this one, he was like, yeah, you know what? I could probably get out of it pretty easy.
that America had to act immediately. Now,
Then you had some overzealous people like Pete Hegseth that were just like, fuck it, apocalypse
try
time.
and make sense of that for me, Joe.
And then I have a feeling that some of that shit, even Trump was just like, what the fuck did he just say?
Well, this is what the Israelis do. They've always wanted this regime change war, and so they continually use their influence through official channels and then also through their echo chamber in the media to move the red line. They did this with the enrichment issue. President Trump initially said, our policy is no nuclear weapons for Iran. The Iranian Supreme Leader agreed. There was a lot of space there for negotiations. There was negotiations that were taking place for several months. Then the pro-Israel lobby basically came in and convinced President Trump that the new red line was zero enrichment. 12-day war happens, Operation Midnight Hammer happens. We take away the ability for them to enrich. The Iranians withhold their proxies. They don't retaliate in any meaningful way. They get right back to the negotiating table. And then we're hearing basically what Will just said. Oh, now we have to go in and attack Iran because of this ballistic missile capability. So the red line moves again every time Israel needs a new justification for the war, and they get the outcome that they want by using their pressure network and their media echo chamber and their official engagements with the U.S. government. They were still worried that we were going to get a deal with the Iranians. And so therefore they went ahead and said, hey, we're going to preemptively go into Iran and attack, knowing that this attack would be against the regime. Iran's reaction to an attack directly against the regime would be to enact their contingency plan, which would be targeting our bases in the region. So the only actual imminent
For real,
threat
I'm
that
so glad
Iran
I found this channel. I might think I was crazy without this grounding. Hey, appreciate that.
posed was the attack threat by the Israelis against Iran. There was no imminent Iranian threat attack against us.
No, I don't think there was for a moment.
No, and I think it's insane how many people are just trying to resell us on that shit. This weapons of mass destruction argument that we totally, you know, after the Bush administration just came out and admitted it.
Will Chamberlain.
Like, you guys remember that when Colin Powell, I think it was at a congressional hearing, he just admitted it.
I mean, as we sit here today debating,
this shit's crazy.
The regime remains in place. Trump wants to argue it's different people, therefore it's a new regime, but it's the same people.
No,
it's the
he did the same thing with the Maduro regime.
same regime. It's just the
He didn't fucking install that vice president.
faces of
minus
Unless it was like they're not telling us something about the ops that were being run.
the 100 senior leaders who are all
Okay,
dead.
so a few of the leaders have gone, but
Yeah, so what,
they've been
dude?
replaced by
It's a big fucking country.
others, but they've been replaced by others from the same regime with the same ideology.
Again, man, the fact that this guy's like so fucking arrogant about it too, that's ridiculous. We took out their senior leadership. They got nothing.
It would be like saying you've decapitated the Trump regime, but he's replaced by a bunch of people called Trump. It's like, it's kind of.
I mean, that's what happened in Venezuela,
It's
right?
a-
like, I mean, we
Well,
No.
in
effectively
Venezuela, the
took out one
regime
person in
hasn't.
Venezuela. Now we
Well,
have
the
a
regime
Point this
hasn't
out.
changed in Venezuela. All that's changed is the president got picked up in the middle of the night and put in a New York prison cell. But the regime's continued. His own number two is running it. So the regime is still there. So
Yeah,
I think we should be clear about what regime change means, right? With my quaint old head on, regime change means you change the
Ooh, he got cooked.
regime, not that
Okay,
you
it's a
just take
semantic
out a few
debate.
people.
I mean,
No, it's not. No, it's an actual debate there, Will, and you lost it pretty badly.
The top of it, and they get replaced by other people from the same regime. Secondly, the enriched uranium remains in Iran. None of that has been secured by either the Americans or Israelis as we speak. Thirdly, the Straits of Hormuz remain under the control of the Iranians, which they weren't. It wasn't in control of it before this war started. And it is, despite what you say, they are now charging money. Apparently, they want to charge $1 a barrel, was the last thing I read. And Trump's all for it because it's going to make everyone rich. So they've got the control of that. They've continued to fire rockets, it seems, at some of their Gulf state neighbors. So I'm looking at this historic victory, and I'm thinking, well, where's the victory? What is the victory? Because I don't see.
Good on Pierce for actually being at least semi-honest with this.
Yeah, and forgive me if I take with a pinch of salt.
Actually, I guess I got to give him the credit. He's being honest about this one.
This idea
All right,
that
well,
now,
let's try this by historical analogy.
Let me finish my point. You can respond. That apparently we're now supposed to believe that rather like 8-9 months ago, Iran.
What up, Joe? Not exotic.
Capability of building a nuclear weapon has been destroyed, like it was 9 months ago. Well, why can't they just pop up again in 9 months? They've still got all the enriched uranium. What's going to stop them? So look, I put it to you that the charge sheet against the claim.
Kent Brockman, holy shit, he does. He's like a real young Kent Brockman. And this just in, I had my ass handed to me. Well, wait, that's actually more like a actual Walter Cronkite.
It's pretty big.
I think I can do.
All right, so I'll deal first with that minor point on the enriched uranium, right? President Trump said
point
on truth. No. I mean, in relation to you saying,
God, I can't
lost
do that.
The war, right?
So I didn't say
to be fair, my allergies are fucking
acting up
really bad today.
I'm disputing the claim to historic victory, given the checklist I just presented.
Well, let's imagine, if you will, it's January 1942, a month after Hitler declared war on the United States in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor.
That's not how this fucking works.
The current military state of affairs is the entire German Navy is at the bottom of the sea. The Luftwaffe is destroyed. There's complete Allied air superiority over Germany. Hitler, Goering, Bormann, and Himmler are all dead in a massive military strike. And yet the German press is claiming the Germans have managed to shut down trade via some rockets in the Danish Straits. Who's winning? Is that like not? I mean, people have lost context about what it means to win a war because
I've lost the plot with that analogy. I'm sorry.
That analogy didn't make any fucking sense.
Just decimated Iranian military capability.
This guy's kind of a moron.
13,000 targets, and they managed to hit a single plane, and they couldn't even capture.
This is one of those his confidence sells it as like he's smarter than he actually is.
For the soldiers that fell out of that plane. It's one of the most lopsided military conflicts in history. And the fact that you have a temporary restraining trade and an increase in gas by $1 a gallon for a month does not change that in the slightest.
Fucking Milhouse.
Yes, 100%.
So you're
it's
looking
a massive
at this
military victory.
Okay, Joe, this is a great victory, and I've lost the plot.
The great victory is the fact that we have a ceasefire, and this could have been much, much worse. However, as opposed to making some like obscure World War II reference, because everything always has to be about World War II, let's just compare the situation between
Vietnam
now and just a month.
They only like go into the one where we technically won, I guess.
To go before the war. The Straits of
we also
Hormuz,
sat
before
out the
this
majority
last
of
iteration of war kicked off, the Straits of Hormuz were open for commerce.
I hate how up our own ass
people
we
and
are.
companies could transit that for free. Iran didn't have a stranglehold on that.
America would be a lot greater if we didn't
completely intact.
have
there
to
was
pretend
still
all the time.
A guarantee of American security that hadn't been fractured. We had a regime inside of Iran, although they were not the best. It's not exactly what we wanted. They had a prohibition on building a nuclear weapon, and they were involved in active negotiations with us. They were closely adhering to a strict escalation ladder. Their proxies were not attacking us. No, that's exactly what happened. They
had 60%
were not building a
enriched
nuclear
uranium.
weapon.
What do you think they were using that for? Medical purposes?
If they wanted to
power plants, you dumb motherfucker.
Bomb, they had decades, long before President Trump ever became the president, to develop a nuclear weapon. There was a prohibition by the Ayatollah, which was a reasonable and calculated approach. They didn't want to become like Libya. They didn't want to become like Saddam. They had reached a point where they would keep the capability but not develop a nuclear weapon.
With Witkoff
and they were in negotiations with us, and we were not.
He's just right about this.
Give up our enrichment rights, and we won't give you up anything diplomatically.
But we were at the negotiating table with them. There was a potential for a deal.
Fake. The Iranian
bottom line is, if they never just got rid of the fucking the Obama deal, then we wouldn't be in this position.
So now fast forward to where we're at right now. Look at the Straits of Hormuz. Look at the GCC.
Let me ask Will a question, which is, Will, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Yes, almost certainly. I mean, I don't. They haven't officially claimed it, but
why don't we know for a fact?
Because they don't want to say so, because there's American statutes.
Why do they get a pass? Why do they get a pass about that?
Thank you. Finally.
Well, because they're our ally and Iran's our enemy.
That's not how this works.
See, it's
so
because we're the good guys.
Okay,
and
that's very
Iran's the
interesting.
bad guys.
A very interesting admission. So our friends don't need to be transparent about their nuclear capability, but our enemies.
It's good to be America's friend.
But our enemies do.
Yes.
Wow.
That's exactly how it works.
Well, that's
because we have the B-2 bomber and they don't.
Hypocrisy, isn't it?
No, it's only hypocrisy if you don't have a normative view of whether the United States is good and Iran is bad.
I don't think there's
you have a normative view of those
there
things.
is no single.
You mean a propagandist view?
Yes.
Kindergarten shit.
No single good.
They're the bad guys. They're the bad guys. Look, they're the bad guys.
Reason why
we said so. They're the bad guys.
Israel should be
and we're the good guys.
Allowed to refuse to admit whether it has nuclear weapons. There's no reason. They should be
called the international law police.
They should be.
Again, they're a core ally of the United States, and the United States is the most powerful country in the world. This whole multipolarity talk is just silly. There's a unipolar hegemon in the world. It's the United States, and we're also very benevolent. And so Israel, our friend, does it. Gets
when you say America
is, the Iranians don't. Okay, that's the way the world works.
When you say America is benevolent, how does that sit with the President of the United States 2 days ago talking about the imminent?
I don't think he knows what normative is.
Destruction of an entire civilization.
Oh, you mean like death to America, death to Israel? Right? Like
no,
we've
I'm
dealt
talking
with
about
for 30
Donald Trump.
years.
Talking about Donald Trump
throws
saying
one
it is.
post out
I'm
and
talking
everybody
about
loses
Donald
their crap
Trump
in the middle of a negotiation and signs a ceasefire within 8 hours.
I'm talking about Donald Trump threatening to annihilate 90 million people in his own words.
McFarland had it right yesterday.
In his own words on his post. Do you not care about that?
Oh, we took the bait on it. We're just a bunch of libtards because we took the bait on it and listened to them. Fuck us. Fuck us for taking Trump seriously.
I just see it as
that's not the win you think it is, numbnuts.
Negotiating bluster. Trump's been doing this stuff for 40 years.
Threatened genocide.
I mean, that's exactly what the Iranians have been doing to
genocide,
us.
yes.
They had a clock in the middle of their downtown
so America
saying that they were
should
going
be
to
as
destroy the entire country of Israel.
America should be amoral, if not as immoral as its enemies. So what you're saying?
We should be sufficiently ruthless to get our negotiated pieces that actually make sense, which we seem to have done here. Apparently, this focused the Iranians' mind and made them realize they should come to the table.
Are you aware that threatening to commit an act of genocide in itself
is a war crime?
Be presented as a war crime?
I think that would be frivolous.
Really?
Again, send the international law police to the White House if you want.
Joe Kent, what's remarkable is there's a kind of arrogance to the way Will is talking. Like none of this matters. I think it does matter. I've known Trump a long time. I consider him a friend. But on this, I think he's lost the plot. And I think the idea that from the White House, you issue a statement in your own words threatening the annihilation of an entire civilization, an entire country of 90 million Iranians, I thought was disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful, and could well be a crime.
I'm glad that President Trump's tactic worked out and we have a ceasefire. I think what's critical
there's a reason there's not a leftist on this one.
That we keep the Straits of Hormuz open, get the negotiating table. We have to hold back Israel to make that happen. If our goal was to make sure that Iran didn't get a nuclear weapon or that other states that we're adversarial with get a nuclear weapon, we just set a horrible example here because Iran showed that they were going to play ball with us, that they were in the negotiation process, that they just wanted some enrichment. And yet we came in and we killed the leader that put that prohibition on. The lesson that the other people who are coming up in the ranks in the Iranian regime have learned is that they better get a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, this is going to happen to them too. Actually, one of the most vindicated countries in this whole exchange has been North Korea, who
keep hearing the Vader parts of the Star Wars theme song.
A nuclear weapon for this very reason.
Yeah, if it was played with a kazoo.
So if we want to make sure that countries that we're adversarial with or rogue countries don't try to develop a nuclear weapon, the second one of them gets to the negotiating table, the last thing that we should do is go and launch a regime change war, a decapitation strike against that leadership. So I think the lesson learned here is that now this galvanized, harder generation of IRGC officers and Ayatollahs are going to take over Iran. They better get a nuclear weapon. And that's going to be a major problem for us going forward. So that's why we need to take this round of negotiations very seriously. I hope President Trump used that talk, that bolster, that bluster to get them to the negotiating table. But there's only so many different times that you can use that. So the next time if these negotiations don't go well and President Trump says, like, I'm going to annihilate you, that might not have have the exact same effect.
Well,
So
it won't
I
have.
think we have to be
And
very
the point-
careful with our language.
That's the point, Will. You know, I made the point yesterday. You become the boy that cried wolf, the emperor with no clothes. If you say we're going to wipe out entire civilization and then nothing happens, well, you know, you become a bit of a lame duck in terms of your threats. I mean, I would put to you this.
So did you want him to follow through?
No, of course not.
Okay, good. Just checking.
Of course not.
No, but you don't want him making the threat in the first place.
But here's what's interesting.
Because do you understand what this did for future negotiations? Again, oh my God, they don't get it. Like, this is the bully mentality. They never understand how fucking transparent they are.
Trump, well,
this is what arrogance gets you. This is ego and arrogance. And trust me, man.
The 10-point
If you
plan,
think that's going to
as if
carry
it was
you
somehow
through the
brand new,
government,
which it
like,
wasn't.
sure, maybe the Trump fucking regime, but for real, this is where the rest of the world looks at assholes like this and is just like, okay, we can work this moron.
But the 10-point plan, which he says is very workable in terms of the negotiations, let's just go through this.
Yeah,
and
Trump
I'll
breaks
ask
it,
you,
tries to fix it, then
how many
claims
of these
victory.
do you think are acceptable?
Meanwhile, yes,
Number one,
it's
Iranians
literally
want
like
commitment
duct
to
tape and
non-aggression.
popsicle sticks.
Number two, Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz.
This is just totally misconceived.
good I made.
Like, from
me
the
finish.
outset,
Dude, that was a
he said
statue
that
of
the 10
David.
points, he just truthed about this.
But
The
let
10
me
points
finish.
that the reporters are saying, the ones you're
Now
quoting from,
it's
are not the
fine art.
basis on which he said
Well,
would
these
be a
are the
basis
10
for
points, according to
negotiations.
the Iranian media.
It's not what Trump has agreed to, and he's repeatedly said this is not the thing he's workable. And he put out a slew of truths today saying he's going to continue to insist full dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program, return of the highly enriched uranium, which again, this whole idea that there was a peaceful fatwa, remember, they had 60% enriched uranium, 11 kilograms or 450 kilograms worth of it, enough for 11 bombs. Like
So when
didn't
Trump
have
says he
fatwa, it
welcomes the
wasn't in
10-point
that.
plan, in fact, he doesn't at all.
What he's looking for, I think the basis for the negotiations is something that's much more favorable to the United States.
Okay.
And
So why would he
clarify that?
So why would
Man, I
he
love
say,
how he's
why
got
would
an
he
answer
say
for
that
everything.
he welcomes the 10-point plan?
And that's a little suspicious
Well,
in
I think
itself.
he was thinking of a different plan in his mind. That's the simple
Oh,
answer.
come
But
off
like
it, Will.
future
come
posts,
on.
You know
Yeah,
what? The
come
worst
off
thing
it.
about
that's
this-
not what he was
the
thinking
worst
of.
thing
And I don't
about
know why
all
on
this,
earth he would agree to
the
that, and it doesn't make sense.
torturous knots that people have pulled on with their
You
own.
can literally just read his truth
glad
feed.
that he did
He's
that.
like, and
It's not truth
feed.
the White House rapid response on this. They've been like,
His
no,
truth
this
feed,
isn't true.
ironically-
Obviously,
That's
it's
a
not
very
true
British
because
way
if
of
Iran
just,
was getting these
off.
kind of concessions out of the United States, they'd have also been able to save Hezbollah, but they can't even do that.
Okay, well, actually, it turns out that right now, Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz again and says it will not reopen as long as Israel's attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. So who is...
It sounds like they've put a new condition on the deal. Perhaps they'll get struck again. That's probably very unwise of the Iranians.
Is it, or is it wielding the most powerful tool in this whole war, which turns out to be a little piece of waterway?
Again, the fact
which
that he
they
can't
can
even see it.
exercise control over.
Because again, if that was the U.S. doing it, he'd be like, yeah, it's just Trump exercising his big dick.
And strangle and paralyze the global economy.
That didn't stop the United States from
That I totally wasn't sucking right before I hopped on here.
striking 13,000 targets over a period of 5 weeks, completely decimating the American
but none
military,
of that
the
involved-
Iranian military.
none of that
If it
involves-
was that powerful, it should have been able to stop that from happening and force an earlier ceasefire. It wasn't.
Okay, but the Strait of
Prior to this
Hormuz
war, the
remains
Straits of
closed.
Hormuz were
So
open.
how successful is it?
I mean, honestly, you guys, everybody's just overblowing the Straits of Hormuz closure vis-a-vis the United States. We're
It's
the largest oil
literally
producer in the
been the
world.
most
It's good for us if oil
devastating.
prices go up.
Just to be clear, Will, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, by most experts' analysis, has been the single greatest shock in a negative way to the global economy ever. Ever.
Well, that can't be true because oil prices were higher in
Pro
the
wrestling is real. Politics is fake.
at the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia
No,
war.
no.
So that just can't be true.
This has had a greater negative impact on the global
I
economy
literally made that sign, so I'm given permission. You can do it too.
specific to energy of anything we've seen ever. And it's going to get worse.
I mean, again, then why did the price spike even more at the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia
Listen,
war?
I know you're a facts guy. Go and check the facts.
Okay, I mean, I'm sure somebody said that. I'm just saying,
No,
like,
no,
if you
all
can't
the
explain that
economic
discrepancy, I think
analysts
you're
have said
overstating
it.
things.
All the economic analysts have said the same thing. This has been the worst energy shock that we've ever seen, ever. But look, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure it's
What
kind
did
of
we
a
get
trivial,
for it?
detail.
The complete
last-
destruction of the Iranian military.
All right, look, I've got to leave it there.
And
Joe,
they're not
last
any
word
weaker,
to you
they're
if
in
you
a stronger
want.
position.
Joe, last word to you.
No, I'm just saying, yeah, now the Iranians are in even a stronger position than they were prior to this war the last 20 plus years of GWAT has shown us that we can basically take out targets, we can strike targets all day, and our enemies will endure simply by not losing, and they will use the leverage of the geography that they have at their disposal to have an effect that we can't sustain. And that's the position that we're in right now. Again,
Python.
That's why exactly I hope that President Trump
they've lost their
uses this
military capability.
opportunity.
They can be as mad as they want. If they're throwing rocks, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but if they're
Well,
closing,
actually, all they have to do is be able
Hormuz-
to affect the Straits, and they can have a strategic effect.
Yeah.
They understand that now. They probably didn't understand that or weren't willing to use it prior to this iteration of war. And that's why President Trump is at the negotiating table right now, because he realizes the effect that was having on the American economy. And he made the right decision. I think President Trump made the right decision to get to the negotiating table. So now we have to pursue our objective, which is getting the Straits open
Even Mr.
and
Kent's getting
maintaining
it.
the ceasefire and holding together the alliances that we have in the Gulf. And so to do that, we've got to restrain our junior partner, the Israelis.
Okay, I've got to leave it there. Thank you both very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's it got on?
The US could not be clearer. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of State for War, says Iran begged for a ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. My next guest.
Oh, it's the IEA. It's the guy from the IEA. IEA. All right. All right, let's chill for a minute. I'm gonna find one quick thing that we can have some fun with, and then I'm gonna be hopping off in about 10 minutes. And Stan is freaking out. Not sure if you guys heard that. Oh, here we go. Perfect.
To negotiate peace talks with Iran.
Yeah, sure. Get down.
No, I ain't mad at you. I just want to talk to you.
Been on in the last 24 hours. Let's recap where we started and where we're at this morning.
See what he
Okay,
has
we
to say
went
about
from
it.
yesterday, of course, putting out those threats that we were going to obliterate an entire civilization, to mere hours later coming to a historic ceasefire that was total and utter surrender by the United States, giving Iran literally everything they could ever want in that deal, to our greatest ally, of course, massively violating that ceasefire today and breaking as of just a few moments ago. Yes, Iran has reclosed the Strait of Hormuz, which renders the ceasefire over, essentially. So, wow, what an absolute clown show we are witnessing right now. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about in this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. All right, let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. What happened? All right, let's recap a little bit.
Stan MAGA. Yep, he's
Okay,
going
so
for it.
again, of course, it was announced yesterday by Trump that we came to this historic 2-week ceasefire. And, well, the 10-point plan that Iran proposed the United States must agree to for an end to this war, yeah, well, let's just say MAGA is not happy about it today. But don't worry, our greatest ally already destroyed that ceasefire. But let's talk about what this 10-point plan was going to be first. So Donald Trump posted this announcing the ceasefire last night. And of course, the most important thing here is this line: "We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate." Okay, let's take a look at what that 10-point plan actually is. All right, the 10-point plan includes all of these amazing things for the United States. What a victory. Commitment to no further aggression, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of uranium enrichment. So, I guess that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Guess that was a fucking lie, huh? Lifting all primary sanctions, lifting all secondary sanctions, termination of all UN Security Council resolutions, termination of all Board of Governor resolutions, payment of financial compensation to
Jesus
Iran for
Christ.
everything we've destroyed, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region,
realize that
and
was part of
cessation
it too.
war on all
It's like,
fronts,
oh yeah, we'll financially compensate you for everything we just blew up,
including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And that number 10 is
again, we can't afford healthcare.
going to become very, very, very important as we move forward in this video. Now, obviously, the MAGA neocons are crashing the out this morning over this. The Larry Loomers, the Mark Levines, absolutely furious that, well, they fell for it again, huh? Now, to be honest, guys,
wait, even Mark Levine's fucking falling.
I thought this was fantastic. This was like the best possible case scenario for everyone involved. We said this from
Iran's
the very start of the war. Best case
just all collectively across America. Motherfucker.
Scenario here is Donald Trump completely surrenders. He walks away. He declares total and utter victory. Nobody believes it, but it's okay because his ego gets a little pat on the back, even though he's being laughed at on the world stage. And we stop wasting hundreds of billions of dollars in American soldier lives in a war in the Middle East, and potentially we leave the Middle East. I think it would be absolutely fantastic. So I'm all about this deal. I'm not going to knock Trump for this. Again, it's the opposite of everything he promised his own base, but it's great for the American firsters and the people who actually care about America and the economy and all these different things, right? We're getting out of this war and potentially out of the Middle East completely, right? Great stuff. However, there's one loser in this 10-point plan, one really big loser, and that's our greatest ally. And so they've got no fucking interest in letting this ceasefire go through. And in fact, they've already made sure it's not going through. Oh, but real quick, forgot to mention, that's not all. There's also some additions to that 10-point plan. And that is to comply with the ceasefire. Trump's agreed that all American oil tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz would be required to pay Iran a fucking $2 million per tanker fee. Because that's going to keep oil prices down. Well done, Trump. And even poor Fox News.
That's well done if it was the plan. He doesn't want oil prices to go down.
Forced to report on this.
No, they're making money hand over fist. Trust me, somehow, some way, the money, like, you can trace it back to him. I'm just guessing.
Yes.
A non-aggression pact with Iran, continuing Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance that Iran can enrich uranium for its nuclear program, removal of all primary sanctions on Iran, removal of secondary sanctions, an end of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran.
And you get the point. Yeah. MAGA is not happy about this. Now, again, don't worry, it doesn't matter because breaking, this just happened. All right, as of literally minutes ago of me filming this, yes, live update, Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz in response to these attacks on Lebanon, per Iranian state media. And we may have just broken the record for shortest ceasefire in war history, lasting about 13 hours before, again, our greatest ally made sure this shit didn't go through. And it makes sense because, again, they're the biggest loser in this entire 10-point plan. It essentially just ends I
think that was part of the whole thing, too, is the fact that, like, they went, they had Pakistan fucking broker this.
His project immediately. So there's absolutely no way that they're willing to let this go through. I mean, we talked about this last night, and even Joe Kent called this. And this was right after the ceasefire was announced yesterday.
Yeah.
Great news this evening that
I do think that this is also like this kind of plays into why he left.
Agreed upon tentatively between us and the Iranians. It's unconfirmed yet if the Iranians have accepted this deal as well, but I hope that they have. It's absolutely essential that we ensure that the Israelis do not sabotage this two-week ceasefire or eventually the lasting peace that we're trying to achieve with the Iranians.
And so again, let's remember what number 10 was on the 10-point plan. Cessation of war on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Part of the agreement.
The thing is, I think that Trump even was just like, so this just means us, right?
And in response to that, what happened today? Yes, our greatest ally hits Lebanon with the heaviest airstrikes of the war, killing 90 and wounding 700, and that is continuing right now. On civilian neighborhoods and cities, by the way. And also, they're saying it out loud right here. They are not going to let this happen. And it sounds like we may be not even sending J.D. Vance to go negotiate that peace deal on Friday at all anymore.
Fox News is reporting that oil tankers are now being stopped in the Strait of Hormuz because Iran believes that Israel has breached their ceasefire agreement. And Trump reportedly may not send J.D. Vance to Pakistan for the Friday meeting in Islamabad. Is that what Trump calls the art of the deal? Well, it looks like Trump's ceasefire deal.
I think I called it word for word yesterday that this was going to happen. Did you expect it to happen so quickly?
It lasted a little under 13 hours.
And of course, while this is a disaster of a situation, at least the memes are good. Here's Donald Trump attempting to negotiate peace talks with Iran.
Yeah, sure. Get down.
Just want to talk to you.
And Iran posted a video today, I mean, they actually did, of Donald Trump leaving those ceasefire negotiations. There he is. of shame after
All right, that's pretty fucking funny.
Literally everything they could possibly bring. The world's greatest negotiator, everyone. And of course, the American taxpayer is a little bit confused at what exactly happened here, right? Like, we just spent $200 billion, 13 service members' lives lost so that we could open the Strait of Hormuz?
Nah, I'm not doing that. Sorry, I don't play the music game. U.S. is spending billions to reopen.
Iran's negotiator coming back after he just secured a deal giving Iran the ability to have nuclear weapons and having all sanctions lifted.
I mean, okay, this is... That's...
Yes, so Donald Trump's 7D chess in real time. And I know, MAGA, you're furious about this. Again, we're happy about it, but it doesn't really matter because it sounds like this ceasefire never had any legs to begin with.
Yep. Yep, and that's where we're at. God damn, dude. Yeah, Sylvie, you did. I called it. Did you really think it was going to be this quick? Like, I didn't see this coming, but... Oh, man, laughed my ass off. Good evening, y'all. I'm late today. Yes, you are so late that unfortunately you get to catch the very end of the show. Definitely catch the VOD. Sorry about that, Up the Pucks, but I do have to go. Got a hard out tonight. So I really appreciate y'all being here tonight, though. Means a lot. It always does. But if you guys haven't already, please consider hitting that like button, especially if you love this community. Otherwise, yeah, you wear soggy socks. Come on, we all know it's the worst. You don't want to be a soggy sock wearer, do you? Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys being here. Also, yes, look out for tomorrow. I'm gonna just keep your notifications on. If I do go live, it's gonna be a little bit later. But yeah, very worst case, see you guys on Friday. And yes, stick around. You guys will be raiding this space. And then you guys can also, if you guys want to catch the first pep walk, if you guys missed that, it's going to be airing on this space. So I really appreciate you guys again. Yeah, be good. And I will see you guys later. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.